Tumeingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye
You are watching Sound Candy Talk live.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back and welcome for another amazing moment, another amazing show. This is Political Open Forum Show, whereby the show that gives you opportunity to share out your views and to share out what you think is right according to our nation and according to what is the perspective of our nation. So tonight I want to welcome you all. Feel free and feel part and parcel of this, as even we are having the conversation over the matters that have been raising up throughout the day. I'm your host, Maisha Dizo, and I'll be joining up with the other members from the board who will be joining up on another ends. And tonight we're having a long show which will go until morning. So I want to welcome you all. Feel free, feel part and parcel of this, as we've been having the night or the end week edition. Welcome you for the weekend. As the weekend starts, this is another Good Friday where God has enabled us to see to this. So as the Friday is, tonight we are having the most things that happen all out throughout the day. One of the things that happen throughout the day is all about the story of Raila Odinga speaking, condemning what Ruto is saying, that people should be shot. He's saying people are supposed not to be shot. But on that one, we see Papa Roma and other political leaders saying that they are being intruded by threatening by the people of the opposite who are against Ruto, saying that they want them to be against Ruto, and if not, they will be visited by at their homes. Where Gen Z is saying that tutapeleka salam. That's what Gen Z normally says. And also apart from that one, we'll be checking about the story of Kindiki. Kindiki today has been moving all around, giving out the money and saying that he's supporting the women who are in financial. Also tonight, we are saying rest in peace. We are saying Mkono Briani kwa Boniface Karaoke. Today was the resting day for Boniface Karaoke. We say rest in peace. You are a hero. The mask vendor. And apart from that one, we say also the family still cries for justice. This is also another update that we'll be checking all out too. And apart from that one, we'll be checking all at the things that have been writing up. Also, 2 people have been died for many boxing desire. So we'll be checking more up to that. Also, be checking about the looting and everything that has been happening throughout the day. And apart from that, I'll be joining up with the next segment and also be having the coolest segment tonight. Because tonight we're going to have at least, if the show be minimum, at least 3, 4, 5 hours of the show. So I want to welcome you. Feel free and feel part and parcel of this, as even we are having this conversation. So tonight on our conversation tonight, I want to start the conversation tonight on the point of understanding where you are involved, the breaking out of the day. So on tonight's show, we will be checking out the breaking out of the show. And one of the breakout of the show that happened today is the resting peace of Boniface Karaoke. I'll be playing that shortly, so that we can also be together, join together, as we are telling Boniface Karaoke rest in peace, because the man died abruptly on the street without knowing what to do. Let us watch out this. This is how it went in Boniface Karaoke's funeral.
Mwangi Karaoke, a 22-year-old mask vendor who was shot in the head by police in an unprovoked attack, has been laid to rest following a burial service at the Githunguri grounds in Kangema constituency, Murang'a County. Opposition leaders who attended the burial service called for the impeachment of President William Ruto over the wanton killing of Kenya's youth. Meanwhile, the death toll from the Sabasaba Day protest has risen to 38, according to the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, which has called on the government to assist families with the postmortems and enforce a waiver on medical bills.
Family, friends, colleagues and leaders gathered at the Githunguri grounds in Kangema constituency, Murang'a County on Friday to bid farewell to Boniface Mwangi Kariuki, who was shot and killed by a police bullet 24 days ago in an unprovoked attack. Kariuki, the first and only son of John Kariuki Nyambura and Susan Njeri Kariuki, was remembered by his sisters and cousins as dependable.
The last 1 week of you staying in the hospital was the toughest for all of us. We fasted and prayed for miracles to happen, and we kept the faith.
You are taken from us too soon, in a way no one should ever have to go.
As Kariuki's life was celebrated, there were repeated calls for sobriety in light of shoot to kill and shoot to maim orders to the police from Kenya Kwanza leaders, including President William Ruto.
Ni amri ambayo ni kinyume cha sheria. Kama kweli tungekuwa na bunge, William Ruto anatakiwa kuwa nyumbani.
Kumbe bottom up ilikuwa ni kutoa vijana chini awapeleke mbinguni kupitia risasi ya polisi wake.
The pain of Kariuki's death notwithstanding, Kenyans were called upon to remain united, respect private and public property, and register their grievances in the 2027 ballot.
Na nyinyi wananchi mkae mkijua kwamba bunge limesha tapelewa. Hatuna bunge. Msimame mkijua Mungu kivyenu, kwa hiyo mchukue kura na msimame imara na mkumbuke vile askofu ametuambia hapa kihubiri. Askofu alisema rubbish in, rubbish out.
With the IBC commission now in place, we want to see urgent recruitment of voters. We want to see a new voter register.
Church leaders represented also called for cooler heads to prevail amid the political class and command responsibility following the arraignment of police constable Clinzy Barasa on Thursday on murder charges.
Huyu kijana, yeye ni mojawapo wa wale ambao serikali ilikuwa supposed inalinda. Hawa vijana kama hawa, they do not deserve to die. They deserve to be protected by the government of Kenya.
As Kariuki was buried, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights reported that the death toll from the Sabasaba Day protests on the 7th of July has risen to 38, with at least 14 out of 15 postmortems carried out a result of gunshot wounds. A majority of those already identified are below the age of 25, 130 are nursing injuries. Olive Burrows, Citizen TV.
Our condolences to the family of
That's what's happening. That's what's going on. And this matter has brought out the story of people being shot. And this is one of the stories that is hitting the headlines so much because they're saying people are supposed to be shot, others are saying people are not supposed to be shot. And the amount of people to be shot and people not to be shot today, Raila spoke over it after being silent for quite some time. So they decided to come up and speak out all it because, hey, mambo inazidi kuchemuka na mambo ya watu kupigwa marisasi. Say other people saying, nafaa watu wale nini. Raila says that this is what's supposed to be happening. Let us check out this.
On the same ODM leader, Raila Odinga has termed as wrong the shoot to kill, maim or shock orders against protesters. The former Prime Minister, in a statement, calls for the observance of the rule of law and advises against what he terms as the temptation to give police illegitimate and deadly powers. Raila also wants government to prioritize arraignments in court over killings, as this preserves dignity and human rights of citizens, even if and when they do wrong. His remarks come in the wake of remarks by President William Ruto and Belgut Member of Parliament Nelson Koech, who respectively want police to shoot to injure and to shoot to kill those believed to be engaged in destruction of property during demos.
That's what Raila spoke over the story of people being shot and others being murdered by the story of guns and the story of police. So we need to be standing still and still do what's right. What we urge the police is, let us do what is right. Don't just do what is being influenced, because what will be influenced sometimes brings issues so much. And then we see the issues that becomes up. Now you get yourself in trouble. The one who gave the orders decides or gets silent. You yourself as the police officer, you now begin to carry the burden along, saying that why could you control your emotions? Why did you do not do this and that? So let us avoid that. So to avoid this such a calamities, let us stay in this track. Do what is right. Don't just insist that because it's the orders, you're just following orders. You'll be following the orders, but when the orders go wrong, you'll be the one to be accountable. So let us stay still. Okay, let us check out the church leaders spoke about this today.
And the church is now lending its voice to the protests that have been experienced in the country in recent weeks and indeed months. And the Anglican Church has called for an end to ongoing protests, arguing that they are being hijacked by criminals to ignite violence and cause destruction. The bishops acknowledged that peaceful protests are a constitutional right, but said that the resulting violence has led to unnecessary loss of life and property. In a statement, the bishops also urged an immediate halt to political rallies organized by both government and opposition leaders, saying these gatherings are fueling hostility. As Melita Oletenges reports, the bishops have also condemned recent remarks by President William Ruto, who called on police to shoot protesters in the legs, and Belgut Member of Parliament Nelson Koech's call to police officers to shoot to kill violent protesters.
The ongoing unrest, looting and violence in recent protests across the country have sparked fear and concern. Anglican Church bishops describe the situation as alarming, warning that the nation is on a dangerous path. The bishops are demanding an immediate end to the demonstrations due to the escalating violence and economic losses. They are urging alternative and peaceful ways to express grievances and find lasting solutions to the country's challenges. They condoled with families that have lost their loved ones, expressing regret about those who have lost their livelihoods and the injured. They demand thorough and fair investigations and prosecution of all who are guilty of extrajudicial killings, asking the government to take responsibility for loss of life and compensate affected families. A statement signed by the Archbishop of the Anglican Church of Kenya, Jackson Ole Sapit, also called for an end to political rallies by both government and opposition leaders. Sapit stated that such gatherings have become breeding grounds for incitement and urged leaders to be mindful of their language, especially on social media. The bishops condemned President Ruto's remarks instructing police to shoot looters in the legs, remarks that were echoed by Belgut MP Nelson Koech, who encouraged police to shoot and kill violent protesters. The men of the cloth also opposed construction of a church in State House, insisting that the presidency is a symbol of national unity and that no faith should feel left out. Their statement was reiterated by Bishop Alfred Rotich of the Catholic Diocese of Kericho.
If we all run to the theater as if we are looking for an opportunity to appear on the stage, then we make a mistake. I think at this point we need to counsel the government that yes, mistakes have been made, but corrected immediately.
Religious leaders are urging the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, NCIC, to take firm action against anyone inciting violence, whether in government or opposition. The Anglican Church further called on newly appointed IEBC commissioners to uphold truth and justice as they take office and prepare to oversee the 2027 general elections. Melita Oletenges, Citizen TV.
Thanks for staying with us.
Just to another level. Also, the church condemning this some behavior of people being killed, and also story Yamarisasi Yamigu. So people say people are not supposed to be shot, but that's say people are supposed to be shot. That's also another controversial story that is being moving all around as even it looks like it is. Okay, as we leave that, let us check out this before we check out the story of Gachagua and Kindiki also. Gachagua tonight, by the way, Gachagua is still giving the speech tonight. We're still waiting to hear what is he saying. What is it? Okay, let us check out this.
Citizen TV, Nairobi.
And TikToker and businessman Kakan Mayo has been released on a police bail of 10,000 shillings after spending 2 nights in custody at Muthaiga police station. Mayo was initially scheduled to be arraigned in Bilimani, but was instead returned to the station where he is facing charges of incitement for allegedly making inflammatory remarks and alarming publication targeting police officers and their families through his TikTok content. Speaking after his release, Mayo said he was interrogated over several of his online videos and that his mobile phone was confiscated during the process. His legal team has dismissed the charges as baseless, arguing that the accusations do not meet the legal threshold for prosecution.
They thought maybe I'm acting with a group or something, but I told them those are my personal views, and I'm speaking out of sincere cry of many Kenyans. No one paid me to do that. I'm not on any salary from any organization to speak against injustice.
Khan was arrested for simply expressing himself. Khan is a model citizen, an upright man. He's a man of God, and he was arrested for doing the Lord's work.
He's being accused of publishing alarming publication. First of all, that is very laughable, as there is no offense known in law as alarming publication. Freedom, liberty, and human rights are not a favor granted by the state. They are fundamental rights that everybody gets because they are human.
We need national conversation. However long it will take, let it take long, but let every Kenyan know his role, the role of police, and the role of administration. Everybody will be okay.
A health update now in Mombasa County.
That's what it is, and that's what it looks like to be. This is so serious, and this is getting out of hand if we will not be careful very soon, because vile mambo yanaenda ni makali. Okay, as we leave that, let's check the leaders who stand up to say today that they feel like things are not going on the way they were perspecting. In their perspective, I say that they blame the opposition party. Let's check out this.
A section of the political class have resorted to beating tribal trumpets in defense of President William Ruto's reign. National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula rallied one community to rise in defense of one of their own, who he said has been disrespected in recent times. Similar sentiments were echoed by Uasin Gishu Senator Jackson Mandagor, who uttered unspecified consequences targeting specified tribal groups whom they say have been critical of the current regime.
Nyinyi ndugu zetu wa Trans Nzoia, hasa jamii ya Wakalenjin, nyinyi ndio mnamzaa William Ruto, na mumeona vile anachezewa. The first and last line of defense ya rais wetu. Mtu akija hapa na maneno ambaye haeleweki, mwambie wewe, ngojea wakati wako ukifika, utasema maneno yako.
We, the Kalenjin nation, delayed the colonization of this country by 15 years. Wazungu wangekuwa hii dunia by 1905. Sisi ndio tulifanya wakakosa kufika mpaka 20. Wewe unatuambia tulipigania uhuru. If you continue, and I want to caution the Mount Kenya nation, mukiendelea namna hiyo, we are going to do an audit of what has happened in this country for the last 10 years.
Boniface Mwangi for staying with us.
That's how things are in Kenya, and things are very hot now in Kenya, and we have to be aligned up. Let us check out Kindiki as he speaks this.
Defended President William Ruto's track record, outlining successes, especially in ensuring food security. Speaking in Trans Nzoia County on Friday, Deputy President Kindiki came to the president's defense, outlining development projects which he said will benefit Kenyans across the country. The leaders also welcomed the swearing-in of IEBC commissioners, dismissing calls for the unseating of the head of state before the general elections. Laura Otieno reports.
The swearing-in of IEBC commissioners on Friday has been met with plenty of praise, with leaders allied to the current administration telling off the opposition. In Trans Nzoia County, Deputy President Kindiki, who was accompanied by a host of leaders, cautioned against remarks by leaders agitating for the removal of President William Ruto.
Hakuna njia ya mkato. Ule anataka kuwa MCA, MP, governor, rais, ngojea uchaguzi 2027. Hiyo uchaguzi ndio unaamua nani anakuwa kiongozi. Unapiga kura, IEBC na hesabu inatangaza. Mwenye hajafurahi anaenda mahakamani.
The second in command also defended the president's track record, especially in reforms in the agricultural sector, calling on farmers in Trans Nzoia to diversify.
And I want to encourage farmers in Trans Nzoia to consider planting coffee. Kwa sababu serikali imekazana katika miaka mitatu iliyopita. Kahawa tulikuta inanunuliwa shilingi 50 kwa kilo. Sasa inauzwa kilo moja shilingi 140, 150.
Calls to end tribal politics also took center stage, with local leaders calling on Kenyans to shun tribal leaders.
Usijaribu kugonganisha Wakenya kwa misingi ya kikabila ili uweze kujibinafsisha wewe mwenyewe. Na sasa William Samoei Ruto ameshikana na Raila Amolo Odinga, ameunganisha Wakenya na tunapata maendeleo kwa usawa Kenya mzima. Si namna hiyo?
Ule anahubiri ukabila hapa Cherang'anyi. Nyinyi watu ya Cherang'anyi nataka niwaulize. Mnataka mtu ya chuki ama ya kasi? Kenya ni ya watu wote na lazima tuishi na amani.
Laura Otieno, Citizen TV.
That's what it is, and that's what is going on. Kenya is on fire, and Kenya is moving on a higher rate, a speed rate that even you can't explain it, what's not happening or what's happening. So we would like to just take a short commercial break, but we are coming back with a lot more. Don't go away.
Marriage is one of life's most monumental decisions. It's not just about the wedding day or the ring. It's about committing your heart, mind, and soul to a lifelong partnership. But here's the big question. Are you really ready? Introducing Are You Marriage Ready? By Bernard Ngozi, a transformative ebook designed to guide you in building a successful and fulfilling union. This essential resource delves deep into personal growth, compatibility assessment, and the true meaning of marriage beyond the fairy tale. Learn how to reflect on your values, develop emotional resilience, and evaluate your relationship to ensure compatibility. This book opened my eyes to areas I needed to work on and helped me see my relationship in a new light. Jessica M. Available now for just $5, Are You Marriage Ready? Is accessible on all major platforms. Don't miss this opportunity to prepare yourself for one of life's most beautiful journeys. Follow the link in the description below to download your copy now. Empower your future. Embrace a fulfilling marriage now.
Thank you and welcome back as we are continuing swiftly and smoothly because I know we are here to make something to work, and we are here to make everything to move on swiftly. I know in Nairobi, the temperatures are so low right now. As we are speaking, the temperatures are so low. So we are still just wearing warm clothes so that we can keep up with the weather, but that's when keep us not continue moving on. So we still move on despite of everything and despite of all things that are happening. So I want to join me as we take this journey for the next second segment. It to be removed from the office, whereby the file has been filed up, and then they are saying Kindiki and Murkomen should go home. What's your opinion about that? On our poll question tonight, also we'll be checking the same questions and the same vibe. And also, please, when you're joining up, please remember to like, also to remember to vote on the poll questions. Was the government regime to arise and prosecute June 25th post Gen Z protest? That's also one of the things that we'll be checking out, and also details that I'll be getting up and to. But what I want to urge you is welcome. Let us share together and let us join up together for this day that we'll be having a political open forum show. Please, what I ask you, please join the show where you're watching us, and please be part and parcel of this, as even we are getting ready to roll and know what is on our front, because there are a lot of more in our desk, and we are here to analyze it and to know where is it and where to be. Thank you and welcome back. This is Sound Candy Talk, the place to be, and the home of everyone and home of everybody and home of every Kenyan. Please, I ask you once again, if the first time coming across the channel, please consider clicking your key to network subscribe, and God will bless you. Okay, let us move to our discussion tonight. We'll be checking out the updates of the day, which I'll be briefing you briefly shortly. But apart from that, one will be moving fast, so that we can have the discussion of the day. Yesterday, you check about the story of Matiang'i for president. Do you feel Matiang'i is ready for president? That's one of the stories that people have been checking out, and it's the story that's been running out too. Apart from that, obviously the updates of the day whereby the Kindiki spoke today, and without controversial, we heard it also. On the Kindiki stories, we see other people that, like for example, the family that's confirmed that the postmortem say that the people who died from the few people who died from their place were shot to death. So that also another intriguing story that I want to check out tonight. And please listen to you and listen from you. What do you feel is it, or what do you feel that is going across to it? So let's begin our conversation from the point of the stories of the people who are shot. This is the video. Let's watch now this.
The mystery surrounding the disappearance of blogger Ndiangui Kinyagia deepens as the Directorate of Criminal Investigations denied holding him despite a court order to have him produced in court on Tuesday. DCI Director Mohammed Amin instead asked Kinyagia to surrender to the closest police station, as he was a person of interest of alleged publication of inflammatory content on his social media accounts. Miriam Nyambura with the details.
It's now been 10 days since the mysterious disappearance of blogger Ndiangui Kinyagia, with all attempts to establish his whereabouts remaining unsuccessful. The mystery deepened even further when DCI boss Mohammed Amin stated that Ndiangui was not in police custody.
So mine is to confirm to Kenyans that Ndiangui is not under the custody of the National Police Service. He is a person of interest to us, and wherever he is, I will urge that he submits himself and that he surrenders to the nearest police station.
Amin revealed that Kinyagia was not at home on June 22nd when police raided his house in Kinoo area of Kiambu County.
Kinyangi was a person of interest to us. After publishing very, very inflammatory material in the social media, we profiled him, we identified his residence, and our officers conducted a search at his apartment in Kinoo. Unfortunately, he was not in his apartment.
Amin confirmed that Kinyagia was associated with a viral X account that posted an invitation for demonstrations marking the one-year anniversary of last year's anti-finance bill protests and urged him to surrender to police. His statement follows a High Court directive ordering Inspector General Douglas Kanja to present Kinyagia in court or provide a satisfactory explanation of his whereabouts by Tuesday at 11 a.m. Reports indicate that Kinyagia was allegedly picked up from his home by suspected security officers. Miriam Nyambura, Citizen TV.
This is what is going on, or this is what is happening, because it is what it is. TikTok, please tell me if you are getting me. I'll be happy to hear from you, and know that if you're getting me, so that it will be good and great. Okay, this is the story, one of the stories that we'll be checking out tonight, because it's the story that of one blogger that is missing in action, whereby there are controversial stories over it, and not sure of what to do or what to respond to that, but we're hoping that everything is going to alignment. Because the first we were saying that he was arrested but he's missing out. Now they're saying that he is missing out and is not in the hands of the cops. So also that one's another tricky conversation. It may be like the Ojwang stories, but we don't hope let it not be like Ojwang story, because that story is if it could be like Ojwang story, that shows that this life is going in a bad direction. Our nation is going in a bad direction. So police there's the police saying that they don't know where about it. So let it be so. Don't let it be other diversity whereby they're saying like this, but the truth is this way. And if the truth will come out, please, I promise you, police, you will not bear the Kenyans, because they will now see that you are joking with us. You give a different statement. Now, when the truth comes out, then you give another different statement. So please, let us be on our watch out, and let us be careful, and let us be our brother's keeper, and let us be ourselves keeper. Because if you can't really guide yourself first, no one will be able to manage to help you to guide you if you can get yourself. So please, let us be on our way. And if this truth that this young man has disappeared, and they are saying that he is needed in court, I prefer like he will submit himself, so that we can get the justice for everyone. So I hope everything will go smoothly and it will go well. Not found this young man dying and rotting inside the bush. Yeah, that will be the baddest thing ever happen. Please, so let us take care and let us watch out for these young people. As we leave in that story, I will check out the next story, which is the story all about the death also too. This is the story now.
To start off on a sad note, Boniface Mwangi Kariuki, the 22-year-old trader who was shot by police in Nairobi's Central Business District during the June 17th protest, has died. Kariuki, who was selling face masks at the time of the incident, passed away at 3:15 p.m. on Monday, just a day after doctors declared him brain dead at Kenyatta National Hospital. Emily Chebet has the details.
It has been 12 agonizing days for the family of Boniface Mwangi Kariuki, days filled with uncertainty, fear and hope. The 22-year-old had been admitted to the Kenyatta National Hospital's intensive care unit on June 17th after he was shot in the head at close range by a police officer. Kariuki was selling face masks during demonstrations against the death of blogger Albert Ojwang, who died in police custody. The vendor never regained consciousness after 2 surgeries in an attempt to save his life. On Sunday, The family was informed that Kariuki's brainstem had ceased functioning.
Boni hakuwa na ubaya na mtu yeyote. Hakuwa na tusi mtu. Tunataka haki ya Boni ionekane.
Sisi tutasema tumemwachia Mungu tu. Hii machozi tunalia hata kwake. Sijui tuseme aje. It is very bad.
The news of Kariuki's death adding salt to injury to a family that is already facing a hospital bill of over 3 million shillings. And even though the government promised to settle it, they are afraid it was only by word of mouth.
Sasa tuko na kazi gumu juu sasa kutoa huyo mtu hapo, mtoto hapo ni kazi gumu juu kwa pesa hatuna.
Tumejua mmesimama na sisi. Hata saa hii msimame na sisi tu. Sababu hatuna njia, hatuna mwelekeo, tunashindwa ni wapi, tuko confused. Totally confused. Totally confused.
During an interview on Citizen TV's Daybreak, former police spokesperson Charles Owino claimed that the deceased could be heard in a video clip insulting the police officer.
If you listen to that clip closely, you'll hear that boy abusing the policeman. But you see, that is not something that should make you... You are with a rubber bullet, and you can see what it has cost the image of the police so far.
The family has called for thorough investigations to ensure justice is served for their loved one. 2 police officers appeared in court over his shooting and remain in custody pending the conclusion of investigations.
To the government of Kenya, hao watoto wote hata kama mnawaita jenzi ama nani, they have their rights. Kwa hivyo, kama uko na mtoto kwako na unamsikiza, hata akiwa long hauri, unamsikiza, hata watoto wasikizeni.
Emily Chebet, Citizen TV.
Thank you and welcome back. That is story of the young man who was shot the previous week. Now they are crying, and the family is crying too because they're saying that their son, they are doubting if they will get the justice for their son, because with the nation or how everything is going out, they are so worried because they are so worried if they will manage to get the justice or the justice will not be there, because they are facing a debt right now. They are facing other challenges too, and despite facing the challenges too, they are hopeful that something shall come out. The mother is complaining, they're saying that we don't even have the finances enough so that we can bury our son. Also, we have seen now the family getting into another debt of 3 million, and they're saying they're worried because the government said that they will settle it, but they're worried that they may be settling it by the word of mouth, but not the word of action. So, what is your take about this? Do you feel the government will help these people to do it? Or it's just their story? Or they just name that, hey, Bora Ipite, we forget about this story? I'd like to hear from you, and I'd like to hear from your sides too. Let us have the communication and see what to do. Will this young man get justice? Will this young man evolve out? Will his body be buried? Because the family say they can't get out their son from the mortuary because they have been inside the debt. So I would like to hear from you, and I'd like to hear your opinions too. What is it from your take, and what is your opinion too from your side? So you're moving on swiftly. Love to hear from you, love to hear from everyone, from every Kenyan from wherever you're watching us from, please tell me, let me know where should we go or what should we do, to make sure that everything is aligning itself, to make sure that everything is standing to us good side, not an awkward side. Let us stand out. Let us be there. Let us just want to hear from you. I just want to listen from all Kenyans. Just want to listen from every one of you. Please let me know what is your opinions too, because your opinions matters too so much. I want to hear from you. I want to hear from every one of you. Please, as even we are joining up to move on swiftly. Let us continue moving on swiftly, because this day I tell you that there's so a lot of murder cases that are moving around. It's another one.
Deputy President Kindiki and Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen are in trouble. Post-mortem results have confirmed that 2 protesters killed during the June 25th demonstrations in a Mali town that's in Makueni County died from gunshot wounds. The grim findings have intensified calls for justice from heartbroken families, now demanding answers and accountability from the authorities. Meanwhile, several other bodies of protesters killed during the unrest remain at the Kenyatta National Hospital Funeral Home and City Mortuary, with their post-mortem scheduled for Tuesday. Ode Francis has more.
Grief hangs heavy over Kilome MNH Hospital mortuary in Makueni County as the families of Gerson Mutisia and Makao Mwaluko gathered in sorrowful silence, seeking answers to how their sons died during the anti-government protest of Wednesday, June 2025. Gerson Mutisia, 33-year-old, and Makao Mwoluko, 23-year-old, died from gunshot wounds that tore through their chests and exited their backs. Grim post-mortem findings that have only deepened the family's grief and reignited calls for justice.
And now it is clear that my brother was shot dead by the police. So we are requesting the government for further investigation. And also we also demand for the justice for my brother.
Tukiwa na huzuni kubwa kama familia. Tumeridhika na matokeo yake.
But the grief now stretches beyond Makueni. In Pipeline, Embakasi, the family of 21-year-old Abdul Juma Okelo has become the latest to join the growing chorus of grief. Abdul was allegedly shot in the head near the Pipeline footbridge during Wednesday's protest around 2 p.m. He later succumbed to his injuries and now lies at the KNH mortuary. His postmortem is scheduled for Tuesday, July 1st, 2025. The 3 deaths form part of a deepening portrait of unrest, where mourning is now entangled with anguish and unanswered questions. The bereaved families are urging authorities to move swiftly to identify those behind the shootings and deliver justice without delay.
Alikuwa kijana peke yake wa mama, na tunaomba msaada ili tukasaidiwe kumpumzisha vizuri, tukasaidiwa kumpumzisha kwa njia inayostahili. Na damu ya mtoto wetu haitapotea bure.
I'm also requesting the government for the process of the burial and the cost of the burial and the expense.
They are also appealing to well-wishers for support, hoping to lay their loved ones to rest with dignity.
So I'm still waiting for the justice for my brother. So I can just chip in and assist us, and God will bless you.
Several other postmortems for victims of the June 25th protests are scheduled for Tuesday, including 4 bodies lying at City Mortuary, alongside that of Ian Opango, who was shot dead in Ongatarungai. Ode Francis, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
That's other updates of people who died during the post-Gen Z protest. And the controversial story is all about that. For those who are still joining, the controversial story is that even apart from this happening like this, we're still not getting the clear or the good pathway whereby we can see that our nation coming up and standing up to justice. This is the stories that has been hitting up since the 25th day up right now, because we are having these other controversials and other raising up. people claiming that the justice will be just found. But while we are checking out clearly, we are seeing that there's something that is not adding it up. There's something that is not putting everything to the alignment. This is kind of the scenario that people are still talking up right now, but the scenario is not appealing because the scenario is not even impressive at all. I would like to hear from you. I'd like to hear your opinions too, because we are here to listen from you, and we are here also to hear from you and to hear from everyone that is watching. I thank you for the TikTok. Let us continue tapping the screen and sharing the live. And also, I'll be reading your comments too. Put your comments on the comment sections so that tell me, what do you feel our nation is going and where do you feel our nation is heading to? Do you feel that there's justice that's coming out to our nation? Do you feel that our nation is raising up to another standard where that we will be going to the protest and protest peacefully and then come back home without people dying? Because the first time we went the protest, people died. Now also this round, this June also 26th, 25th, whenever people went out, people died. And that are still looking for justice, because after the post-mortem, they found that their body, they having bullets, meaning that these people were shot. Meaning they didn't die, just died the natural death. So this is the saddest stories that are popping up in our nation because of all things that are moving around. And I would like to hear from you and from that other person also too, telling me that where do you feel that we should take this nation, or what do you feel will happen for these bodies that are shot, dead, and being put inside city mortuary and others still in post-mortem, because they're saying the other bodies, the post-mortem has been postponed. Why do you think that this post-mortem is being postponed but not happening today? Also, I've seen there are other videos that are playing over the death. This is the other young man who was shot the closer or the close range. And now they're declaring the man is dead. The family is inside the tragedy, the family is inside the crisis, trying to figure out how they will bury their own son, trying to figure out how they will come through and get the life of their own son. So this is also another story that's making them feel like we have been abandoned. They're saying that the government promised them that they will pay the bill, but they are fearfully because they feel like the government will not fulfill the promise. I would like to hear from you, and I'm seeing Bernard is already with me, with us inside the studio. We'll be rolling with Bernard. Also, we'll see the team TikTok that are still joining up. I will be bringing also them on screen also to give us the opinions too. But let us first begin with Bernard. Bernard, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you. Good day to everyone.
How is diaspora?
Diaspora is good. The temperatures are low.
I also in Kenya, the temperatures are low.
So are we firing Kindiki and Murkomen only, or the entire government?
We were checking first on the entire government, but first we begin the story of those people who died, the people claiming for the justice. We have seen the first video that I played you are not in earlier. It was all the one woman crying about his kids that were shot. And then they say that after the post-mortem, that's when they noticed that the kids were shot. They didn't die naturally. Apart from that one, you see the Elvis who was shot on head. The family complaining, saying that they are fearfully because they don't if they will get the justice. So also that's another part we are checking out. So we have seen like some few stories raising up about the justice, because the people are worried that they will not get the justice. What do you feel should be done so that the justice could be found for everyone who was protest on 25th and didn't manage to get out of it?
Yeah, it's a sad day in our country that the quest for justice keeps increasing with every passing day, as the people who are committing the injustices are in control of the nation, I would say nation affairs, which in my opinion puts the quest and the outcry for justice in a very precarious situation, that the person killing you is the one you're supposed to go to look into your case and give you justice. Like it say that if the, what is it called? If the bananas have to go for justice from the monkeys, and the monkey is the judge, will the monkey decide that the bananas should not be eaten by monkeys? He will not, because bananas and monkeys are what? The monkeys have to rely on the bananas, and so any law they will establish or any ruling they will give, it has to be in favor of the monkeys, since the monkey is the judge and the monkey is the prosecutor and everything else. Now, it is one very sad, and our hearts and prayers go for those families that are affected by this. And just give one undertaking that it is said that justice delayed is justice denied, but one day this will be over. One day this will be over, because the carelessness and the haphazard approach towards the killings that have taken place of late is unforgivable. Unforgivable in the sense that being given a gun, it is a huge responsibility. It is not like Murkomen was talking, guns are not toys. We know guns are not toys, but to whom much is given, much is required. Now, if the guns are meant to kill Kenyans, then there is no need of having them in the first place, because they are a risk to life. The guns are supposed to be given for the defense and protection of Kenyans at all costs. So if the police officers are turning the guns against the people, because even if the people are throwing stones to them or are retaliating in one form or another, restraint must be exercised. And then also the shooting is never supposed to be shoot to kill. It is shoot to maim, shoot to immobilize the person so that he can be arrested and arraigned in court of law. That's what the law stipulates. So these trigger-hungry police officers, or if they are like what Ruto keeps calling them, criminals infiltrating the protesters, of which, in my opinion, is neither here or there. The truth is the guns are in the hands of the police, and the police are out with guns on the protesting day, and the police are the ones interfering with protesters. We have had peaceful demos until the police throw tear gas, gangster in the midst of protesters to disperse them. And that is when things get out of hand. And then also this haphazard shooting, whereby innocent children coming from school get shot. Mama selling their wares are shot. Somebody waiting for the bus gets shot. And the shooting is fatal. They're shooting to kill. So what's going on here is a deliberate attempt to instill fear in Kenyans by killing a few. And this is crimes against humanity, just to say clearly. These are crimes against humanity, and criminal acts, especially by the state, are prosecutable. While you think that you're in power, you can't be in power forever. And as soon as you leave office, we're coming for you. And so let nobody think that they're in power and they will remain powerful and Kenyans have to pay homage to them. It is sad. We should not be talking about, you had that story of the street boy who said he was hired to transfer bodies from, I think, some supermarket or something. And he says he counted, there were 32 bodies. Okay, so the government is giving the figure of 19, but this boy says he was hired to carry those, facilitate the transferring of those bodies, and he counted 32. So one day of protest, we have 32 gunned down. That is not a country. That is not a civilized Kenya. That's not the Kenya we are proud of. Let's talk about 2, 3, 32 in one day. All of it because of what? Something is out of joint. And so we really need to get our act together as a country, and all the players must be on alert. The politicians, the religious leaders, the civil society, and everyone should not be sitting pretty. William Ruto and his administration need to be under fire right now. Those are 32 lives. 32 is not just a number. We're talking about fathers. We're talking about future leaders. We're talking about the destiny of this nation. And so it really breaks my heart to have a government that looks at dead people in the hands of the police as nothing. And they treat people being gunned down in the protest as nothing. That's not what belongs to a civilized nation or a civilized whatever society. We must, as a people, take serious one life being taken down. 32 is too much. So what's going on, and the attitude of the government is leaving a lot to be desired, and it's heartbreaking that the government is treating this lightly. And the Minister for Interior is talking about shoot anyone who comes near the police station. So it means it is a script, it is a deliberate order that the police should kill. Now, that is not what the law stipulates, and that does not belong to a civilized society. So those people who are barbaric, primitive, want to govern this country through primitive means of trying to intimidate and kill Kenyans must be held to account. And so no Kenyan should accept this as normal. It is not normal for government to kill people. It's not normal for police to shoot, to kill. We are not at war, and we are not in the midst of war. And even in war, you can't go out there to kill. You can fight by arresting and putting under control all that are perceived as enemies. But this, whatever careless killings, this is careless, and it should not be forgiven. And so William Ruto and his team must be held to account to this, either now or hereafter. Thank you.
We have heard the story of this story that's been raising up, also which are really Murkomen into it's a break trouble to Murkomen because of this the 25th Mandamano. It's the one that even making people that say that Murkomen is not worthy of being in the office, but he should leave. Even the churches, the church leaders have come up together and saying that the Murkomen is not worthy. And Muslim leaders have come together and saying the Murkomen is not worthy. What do you say about it, because of even this collection or the spreading of the guns, that the gun that which was taken to the police from the police station, and then they'll say the G3 has been used to do some murder, some robbery or some killings in Nakuru there. What can you say about that?
The Murkomen is unfit for that docket and other dockets that he served in. You see the way he has been reshuffled around, moved from transport, taken to sports, now he's in interior. He looks like an experiment that William Ruto is doing on Kenyans. His careless mouth that has landed him in problems is inevitable. Inevitable in the sense that he has not learned the difference between being a cabinet secretary and being a normal politician. That aside, the incompetence of the William Ruto administration is visible to every seeing eye. And so what I really need to encourage is that Kenyans should not relent. People should begin to answer for their actions as well as their words. Let them be held to their statement and be able to defend themselves against the law. In my opinion, Murkomen has crossed the line, and he needs to, suffer the consequences thereof. If there are no consequences when somebody breaks the law openly, then the law loses its grip on the society, loses its grip on the nation. And that is the beginning of the falling away of great governments and great society. So if the rule of law is selective, we will end up throwing away everything. And this is something that elderly Kenyans can remember very well. During Moi's era, in the 80s and in the 90s, nobody was going to court. The judiciary had been sidelined, not sidelined in the sense that it had been taken over by the executive, and nobody saw that justice is coming from the judiciary. It was the new constitution that has breathed life into the current judiciary, that Kenyans are now confident going to court because they believe they can get fair redress of their issues. And so we can draw lessons from our history to avoid making history repeat itself in our country. So what I see here is the civil society, the religious leaders, and every Kenyan should be in arms against this kind of acts. Because if you have the highest office, like I said, Jesus said, to whom much is given, much is required. You can't be in a national office and you run your mouth as if you are an MCA. Even an MCA does not run their mouth the way Murkomen is doing. And being given instruments of power and being given whatever a docket as sensitive as interior ministry, you are the shepherd of the country. You are the defender of the security of each and every Kenyan. You can't be speaking carelessly, saying that policemen are not given guns as toys, and they are not supposed to prepare you a birthday cake when you come to attack a police station. I am not in any way advocating for violence or attacking of police station or attacking any institution. I'm only advocating for the rule of law. If somebody comes to attack a police station, let the person be arrested. If he's armed, let him be maimed, okay, so that we can get that evidence and produce the person before the court of law and let the judges decide whether the person is guilty or not. But the police looking at the person and judging the person, declaring the person guilty, and then sentencing the person to death, that is unacceptable. And so I agree with the religious leaders that are in support of this and every other Kenyan. Murkomen is unfit for any docket in terms of national leadership. Let him go back to his politics. Maybe being a senator, he would do better. But a cabinet secretary is a disappointment. He's in crafting things. See now the way he's reviving the provincial administration against the constitution and against the will of Kenyans. He's now advocating for the chiefs to be given guns. Okay, he's telling the police to shoot Kenyans, and he wants now the guns to be extended to the chiefs, so that chiefs can also be shooting Kenyans. This is not it. And so I really would want us to reject the proposal and the mindset of Murkomen and team in their quest of terrorizing Kenyans and intimidating Kenyans and trying to put the country under their ambit. Kenya can never, ever go back in being under anybody's ambit. The only place where Kenyans and Kenya can function is under the constitution, not under Ruto's ambit, not under Murkomen's ambit, not any other political party's ambit. We must all be the same in the eyes of the law and let the law rule the country, not an individual. I rest my case.
Benara speak much. I want to welcome you all. Feel free, Team TikTok, let us tap the screen. We are still low on likes, and I will also be sharing your comments too. Please let us continue sharing up our comments, Team TikTok, so that we can have something to involve with that. And Bernard, you have speak about saying that Murkomen is not fit towards it, and the other time back then, Murkomen said that he's not giving out the guns as toys. Do you feel like he's making harsh words? Because even that time when he was saying that he's not giving the awards, he was shouting to another woman. The woman said that the police station has been done. And then he's saying that you are speaking it like that, but which is not good. And then he said, "Work on a pesa ya kutengeneza police station." Do you feel it's the right term for somebody who is a leader, even when you are addressing the nation, the public, and then somebody saying that you are saying something that's not right? Is it the right way to answer, or is not? Is it, or how it's supposed to be done?
Exactly. The Bible says that from the overflow of the heart, the mouth speaks. And I think what is his name? He said that the level of thinking that created a problem cannot be useful in solving the same problem. We'll need a better thinking that is higher than that to solve the problem. We're in this crisis because of the decisions of Murkomen and his team. Okay, remember the police and the security sector is under his charge. And so that level of thinking that has created the shooting, the police who are shooting to kill, that has created an environment where the safety of Kenyans is not a priority and the welfare of Kenyans is not a big deal, cannot be now the one we are going to get the solution. He's talking like that because he's defeated. He's talking like that because he has run out of options. Having money to build a police station, or rather restoring a police station, should not be an issue for the public in the first place. What happens? What caused the people to go and lynch a police station? When the police station was being when there was planning for the lynching of the police station or torching of the police station, where was the NIS? Because NIS is supposed to get that information and hand it to the quiet people. And then the people who are coming to ban the police station should find the police ready so that they can abort the intended ill against a police station. Murkomen going to the public to tell them that the money to build or restore a police station is not available, it's a manifestation of his incompetence. It shows that he doesn't know what he's doing. He has been given a docket that is too big for him, and he's there to be he's there to earn the salary. Let me just put it clear. He's there to make the money, but not to safeguard Kenyans. One thing I can see from the William Ruto administration is that they want to be babysit by Kenyans. They were given responsibility to take care of Kenyans, protect Kenyans, see to it that everything is well with Kenyans. It is their responsibility. But now they have turned that upside down, whereby they want Kenyans to protect them. They want Kenyans to shield them. They want Kenyans to worship them. That's not the whole essence of them being in power. The number one reason why they are in power is to facilitate the welfare of Kenya. Now, turning their guns against Kenyans, it is contravening everything about them being in power for the right reasons. So telling a woman that she doesn't have, does she have the money to build a police station? The issue here is not even a police station. We can close all police stations for the 32 lives, if that figure is anything to go with. One life of a Kenyan being lost is too higher price than any building of any police station. So if the lives being lost is not important to Murkomen, and the only thing important to Murkomen is a police station, Murkomen should be locked up in a police station. Let him stay in the police station, since he wants police station to be more valuable and more important than the lives of Kenyans. We cannot have that as a standard of checking things. I mean, let's get our priorities right. Protecting lives and preserving lives is priority over anything and everything. We don't even need State House. We don't need Parliament. We don't need any of these things if they are endangering one Kenyan life. So if a police station is not being used to protect the people, that police station is not necessary. And I'm not sending anybody to go and ban any police station. But if Murkomen is talking like that, then Murkomen is the problem. Let us not look for another problem. Murkomen is the problem. Let him be solved by being fired. We don't need those kind of people in public office. And how do I now, if now I'm threatened, how do I now run to Murkomen and say somebody is threatening my life? It is more dangerous to run to Murkomen because Murkomen has given out guns and he has told the police those guns are not toys and use them to take on Kenyans. That's irresponsible. We can't have that kind of thinking. And so left for me, Murkomen should not be in that office one more day. And not only that, the Ruto administration is a disappointment. And I saw something like Ruto has been voted for to be the best president in Africa. I don't know. Okay.
Before bringing in Jack into the, let us watch this. This happened today at Kibra's law court, whereby those people were taken to the court so that they were being alleged that they caused destruction during the Maandamano. They stand still to condemn or to stand still to defend themselves because they were standing up for the rights of Kenyans. Let's watch out this before we come back to the story of taking Murkomen out of the store, out of the office.
29 individuals accused of orchestrating and inciting violence during last week's protest were on Monday arraigned in court across Nairobi, that's in Kiambu and Nyandarua, to face charges linked to the June 25th demonstration. In Nairobi, 3 prominent activists were presented before court and will remain in custody until Wednesday, when a ruling on their bail application is expected. And as Citizen TV's Ben Kirui now reports, drama unfolded at the Kibra Law Courts just before the hearing as fellow activists packed the courtroom and broke into freedom songs, a defiant show of solidarity that briefly disrupted proceedings in other courts.
They broke into liberation songs inside the Kibra Law Courts just moments before the case against the 3 detained activists was set to begin. The chants echoed through the corridors, disrupting proceedings in neighboring courtrooms and prompting High Court Judge Diana Kavedza to intervene and restore order.
This is a court of law. And how do we know, how do we behave when we go to any court in the country? We keep quiet because we respect the crowd. It is always silence in court, isn't it? Yes. I am actually urging you that as you stand here, you will get justice. This is a court of justice.
The vocal show of solidarity came after a delay in producing the suspects John Mulingwa Nzau, also known as Garang, Mark Amiani, popularly referred to as Generali, and Francis Mutunge Mwangi, Elias Chebukati. Despite their eventual arrival, the chants continue to reverberate through the courtroom.
Viva fighters, viva! Fighters, viva! Fighters, long live!
The trio is accused of involvement in violent arrest that erupted during anti-government protest on June 25th. Authorities arrested them on the night of June 27th aboard a bus bound for Mombasa. Prosecutors allege the men were attempting to flee justice and are seeking 21 days to detain them further as investigations continue. They face multiple charges, including arson, theft, and malicious damage to property.
We urge you to find that the prosecution has established sufficient basis. In other words, appropriate justification for this court to order that each of the respondents is held further to enable us to complete our investigations.
However,
Defense lawyers maintain their clients are innocent, describing them as well-known human rights defenders with no links to the alleged offenses.
I have had a laughable argument that has been made that they were caught in a bus going to Mombasa and they were fleeing. Fleeing from what? Your Honor, that paragraph of the affidavit must indicate that these individuals were called and told they were persons of interest, and because of that information, they got into a bus to flee. Mombasa is not Miami. It is within the jurisdiction of this country and this court. They are courts in Mombasa.
I'm asking you very respectfully, rise to the occasion. Show that you are not an ordinary mind. Show that you are strong intellectually and save Kenya. Kenya could easily be put on fire.
A ruling on the Directorate of Criminal Investigations' request to detain 3 activists is expected on July 2nd, 2025, before Kibra Magistrate Mercy Kahuya. Meanwhile, in Nyandarua County, 18 out of 19 individuals arrested during the All Kalau protest are also awaiting their fate. Chief Magistrate Judy Castor Nduko is scheduled to rule on Tuesday on whether they will be granted bail. At one point, the investigating officer struggled to explain how a 16-year-old student from Huruma Secondary School was detained in the same police cell with adults. The court ordered his unconditional release, but he is expected to appear in court again tomorrow. In Kiambu, 7 individuals were arraigned at the Kiambu Law Courts in connection with the violent demonstrations of June 25th. They are facing a range of criminal charges, including arson, robbery with violence, shop breaking, and theft. The court ordered that the suspects be detained for 7 days to allow police to complete investigations. Ben Kirui, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
That is the police that arrested a 16-year-old boy and keep him in the cell of other people elders. I'm wondering, as Jakinto comes in, when you are being arrested, do you normally give your details at the OB as they are writing it, the OB for you? How come that you are being arrested, but they don't? The police can't say that you are a 16-year-old boy, yet you just been put together with the other people, meaning there's something that's not adding up to with our police force. You are so, meaning even the allegations, meaning that maybe some point they are not the truth allegation. Let me listen from Jakinto Bay. Jakinto Bay, Aligan.
Salama sana, salama sana. Umepotea sana bwana, umekuwa wapi?
Nimekuwepo tu, hali ya masomo nimekuwa niking'ang'ana na mwili jako ikisi vizuri kidogo.
Bernard, ulipata ile kitu nilikutumia?
Samahani?
Ulipata kitu nilikutumia?
Unless niangalie.
Angalia, nilikuwa nataka uisikilize.
Okay. Let me check, I'll get back to you.
Okay. Sasa, nasema hivi. Ukiona vitendo ambavyo vimefanyika, hata hiyo mashtaka ambayo hao watu wameshtakiwa, hii kitu narudia tena, ni vitendo vya makaburu. Hizi ni vitendo vya ukoloni. Wakoloni walikuwa wanafanya the same thing hizi ambazo unaona wanafanya. Serikali ya Ruto, sisi wa Kenya wote kwa ujumla tuko bado, yani akili za ukoloni bado tumejaa na akili za kikoloni, kwa sababu kile jambo ambalo maneno matamko ambaye alitoka kwa mdomo wa Murkomen angekuwa sahihi, Wakenya wangekuwa sahihi wamedemonstrate tena kwamba Murkomen atoke, kwa sababu ni jambo la kutisha, jambo la ajabu, jambo la kipumbavu, jambo la ujinga mkubwa, jambo la kutisha kusema kwamba Wakenya wapigwe risasi. Ni kama mkoloni anasema, mkoloni alikuwa anasema namna hiyo, na wewe Mkenya unasema the same thing. Mkoloni alikuwa anasema Mkenya akipita popote, akipita kwa reli, akipita shamba ya mzungu, na shamba hiyo ni shamba ya Mkenya, anapigwa risasi. Sasa police station ni mahali, ni hiyo police station ni yetu, pesa zetu ndio zimejenga hiyo police station. Hiyo police station ni yetu na imewekwa hapo kwa manufaa yetu. Alafu mtu anasema tukionekana karibu na police station tupigwe risasi. Huyo mtu angekuwa tungekuwa wote wa Kenya kama tungekuwa kweli tumejikomboa kiakili, tumejikomboa katika tumetoka katika ukoloni, chini ya ukoloni, tungekuwa huyo Murkomen hangekuwa kazini sahihi, angekuwa amesha resign kitambo. Lakini nani umesikia amefokewa na nani ya resign? Nani ameitisha kwamba Murkomen atoke?
Ameitisha, wacha nikuchezee video. Imeitishwa dakika moja tu, wacha nicheze video uione. Tumesema tutaki nani kwa ofisi.
Deputy President Kindiki and Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen are in trouble after a petition was lodged at the Law Society of Kenya pushing for their removal from the role of advocates over alleged gross misconduct and violation of the Constitution while handling protesters respectively. Now this comes even as the Council of Imams and Preachers of Kenya called for the removal of Murkomen from the Interior docket, arguing that he is unfit for the job. Seth Olale has more.
In his motion seeking to strike off the role of advocates, Kithure Kindiki and Kipchumba Murkomen, the petitioner Kefa Ojijo argues that the two public officers are advocates of the High Court, but have acted contrary to the Code of Conduct of Advocates and in a manner that extremely demeans the profession. That the two leaders on several occasions reminded the general public that they also act in their capacity as advocates, as such misleading the public to believe that misconduct, violations and atrocities committed while serving as public servants are also as a result of them being advocates of the High Court of Kenya. The petitioners further argues that the two leaders were the Cabinet Secretary for Interior during the first and second Gen Z demonstrations in 2024 and 2025, and that it was during their tenure there was the highest form of police brutality, leaving young innocent Kenyans dead, maimed, abducted, with the numbers still missing to date. At the same time, the Council of Imams and Preachers of Kenya, CIPK, is piling pressure on CS Murkomen to resign over his recent utterances, calling for the shooting of protesters at police stations.
Tunasema kwamba hata kama inawezekana atolewe kwa ministry, apeleke mahali kama sio kufutwa. Kama hawezi kufutwa basi atolewe kwa ministry, atafuta mtu ambaye ana busara.
Wizara ya Ulinzi imemshinda na kila Mkenya ajua halo imemshinda.
Hii nchi inahitaji amani. Tujaribu kila jambo tunaloliona hili litaondosha madhara na maafa, tuepukane nalo.
The Council of Imams and Preachers of Kenya further calling for dialogue between the government and the youth in order to address challenges facing the younger generation. Seth Olale, Citizen TV.
Lakini umeona mambo vile vimefanyika.
Sijaridhika kwa sababu hao ni watu wachache sana ambao wameomba hiyo. Ni watu wachache. Kusema Kenya mzima, watu wa Kenya hawakuona. Kenya mzima imeona. Kila sehemu ya Kenya ingetisha hao watu watoke. Hiyo ndio vile sisi sasa tunapiga sauti hapa. Kila mmoja angepiga sauti watoke. Tungekuwa na hata maandamano tena nyingine ya kutaka hao watu watoke. Kwa sababu Tusipolinda hizi vitu, hakuna kitu tutapata kwa urahisi. Tusipolinda hizi, wewe wakati tulikuwa tunataka multi-party section 2A ulikuwa bado hujazaliwa, sivyo? Uliona? Hukuiona. So section 2A tulikuwa tunapangiwa polisi, lakini tulikuwa bado tunaenda. Tunaambiwa maandamano yalikuwa mabaya, hayahitajiki, lakini tulikuwa bado tunaenda. Hiyo ndio serikali za kikaburu kama hizi zetu zinasikia. Haiwezi kusikia ati mnaenda maandamano kama juzi maandamano alafu imekatika. Hiyo hawasikii, wanataka ile maandamano ya kila siku maandamano. Hiyo ndio na section 2A tulipata kwa sababu ya maandamano ya kila siku. Walishika watu, walifanya nini, lakini hayo maandamano bado tulienda. So hii ilikuwa inatakikana watu wote wa Kenya wote. Hapo ndipo tunasema tunataka mapinduzi kimafikira, mapinduzi yetu, mafikira yetu ya kwamba Kenya ni yetu na hatutaki kudhulumiwa, hatutaki wakoloni. Bado wapo hao kama kina Murkomen, ni wakoloni, wanazungumza kama police station ni yake. Hiyo police station nasema tusiende, hiyo ni police station yetu. Alijenga gani? Hiyo police station ni ya Wakenya. Hata hao polisi ni wetu. Mishahara kodi za nani zinalipa hao watu? Ni sisi wananchi wa Kenya. Hata yeye ni kodi zetu zinamlipa. Hata hiyo kiti ambacho sahihi hiyo minute ni yetu, si yake. Lakini unaona vile anazungumza kama mkoloni, kwa sababu anafikiria hiyo si yetu, ni yake. Umeelewa? Kwa hiyo inatakiwa sisi wa Kenya tuwe na mapinduzi kiakili, kusema hawa watu hawafai na hawafai kukua katika hizo ofisi. Kwa hiyo Murkomen hafai kuwa kwa hiyo ofisi. Hawa wote ambao mimi ninawaonaga wakizungumza ni watu ambao hawafai. Ndio maana ninawaambia kwamba mpaka tuwe na mapinduzi ndio tutaendelea. Afrika tusipokuwa na mapinduzi hatutaendelea, ndugu yangu. Hizi nchi zote hawa watu ambao wanatuhubiria democracy or human rights, hawa wote wamefanya mapinduzi. Ndio maana unaona nchi zao zina hizo nchi ambazo tunaziangalia kwamba hizi ni nchi nzuri. Hakuna Amerika walifanya mapinduzi tena wao walipigana, waliuana kabisa. Hata Uingereza, hata Wafaransa, wote hawa watu walifanya mapinduzi, kupindua akili za watu, na walifanya kwa nguvu, si kwa wanakuja wanatuambia ati democracy na wao wanapofanya na sisi vitu hawafuati democracy. Hawafanyi. Tukitaka mapinduzi wanatuambia pana lazima muwe na election, na hizo election hazifuati. Mtu anionyeshe nchi moja ya Kiafrika ambayo imefuata democracy, ambayo imeendelea. Ni gani? Ambayo haidhulumu watu wake, ambayo haifanyi chochote. Nini? Kenya tangu tupate uhuru tunafanya election kila siku miaka 60, bado hatuwezi kutibiwa. Bado hata sahihi, hata hospitali wameharibu. Mkoloni aliacha kama ni nzuri, unaenda unatibiwa, unaenda nyumbani. Sahihi hauwezi kutibiwa, unaambiwa eti uchukue insurance. Unachukua insurance na ukienda hospitali utibiwi, bado unatoa pesa zako mfukoni. Sasa hiyo ni insurance gani? Insurance gani hiyo? Kama unaambiwa sasa wewe uchukua insurance ndio ukienda hiyo sijui sha, na ukisha chukua insurance hiyo bado unatoa pesa. Tunachukua system ya Amerika ambayo imefail. Wa Amerika wanalia, Amerika huwezi kuwa ukiwa mgonjwa ujue tu umefilisika. Lakini wao sisi tunafikiria ni nzuri zaidi. Angalia katika nchi hizi za European, hakuna pesa unatoa eti ukienda hospitali, hakuna, kwa sababu wanajua afya ya mtu na elimu, hizo ni vitu za serikali, hizo ni vitu za lazima, za muhimu kwa ufanisi wa nchi yoyote. Lakini wa Amerika, angalia vile watu wanateseka, wale ambao hawajui. So, na hiyo ndio sisi tunachagua, hiyo ndio tunakopi ile mbaya, badala ya kuangalia sisi kama Waafrika, wananchi kama wa Kenya, tulikuwa tunaishi namna gani? Hatukuishi kwa njia ya ulafi ambayo ipo sahihi. Tulikuwa tunaishi kwa njia ya ujamaa, ya kushirikiana, ya kuangalia kwamba wenzetu wote, kila mmoja ana at least ana kitu ya kula. Lakini sasa tumekopi vitu za watu wengine ambavyo hata tuzifuati, na zile tunafuata ni mbaya. So mimi bado nawahimiza wa Kenya, ni lazima tuwe na mapinduzi katika akili zetu, mapinduzi, kwamba tuache kufanya vitu kama vile tulikuwa tunafanya miaka ya juzi. Lazima tufanye tofauti sasa, na kufanya mambo tofauti ni lazima mapinduzi yawepo. Nchi zote, ndugu yangu, hakuna nchi ambayo imeendelea bila kuwa na mapinduzi vile wanafanya vitu vyao, kwa sababu nchi zote nyingi sana zilitawaliwa, nyingi, hata China ilitawaliwa, hata hiyo Amerika ilikuwa imekuwa colonized. Lakini baada wao kudecide kwamba wanataka mapinduzi, walipindua na kugeuza kila kitu na kupigana na kufanya wajiunge na nguvu. Kuna wengine walikuwa wanataka hata hizo makaunti zinataka kutoka, lakini wanaambiwa ukijaribu tutakukanyaga. So hizi vitu ni lazima sisi wote tuamke, tujue tunaelekea wapi. Asante sana.
Asante Jakindube kwa hayo maoni yako mengi. Sitaki kuuliza swali kwanza, wacha tumpe Kip kisha nitarejea kwa maswali. Kibril, how are you?
I'm good. Hello, cousins.
Cousin change to brothers these days now.
Nyinyi ni mashemeji because you're my neighbors huko juu.
Bwana, habari ya siku nyingi?
Mzuri sana. Mimi niko salama. Tunapigana hapa. Sasa ngoja nataka kuuliza swali moja tu. Is now the broad-based government a good idea? Unaona sasa? Hiyo kitu, that is a failed project now, we can see. Sometimes it's very good to say Mzee made a mistake. Raila Odinga made a mistake. Because now he's stuck with Ruto, and Ruto is stuck with him. Because you cannot tell me a man that we said fought for our liberation is working with a murderer. We cannot say a man that anaangalia wanyonge says it was a mistake for us not to have taken the Adani deal. Mzee may make mistake, and it's time for us to accept as a nation, and it's time for us to advise him that we cannot work with a government that is killing our youth, a government that does not respect the law and order. And furthermore, it means the agreement that you guys went into, called the NADCO report, is null and void. I repeat, it's null and void. One of the agreements was Musishika Wananchi. Wasn't that what Sifuna signed? So it is time for us to come together as a people that believed in the Azimio movement and say, Mzee, mwenye anajua ako karibu na yeye mwambie mzee umefanya mistake. It's okay to make a mistake, and it's okay to be told you've made a mistake, and it's okay to talk about the mistakes that have been done. Because a lot of us believed in Raila, and he has let us down. Because he still insists on working with Ruto. Ruto is a gone case. The base of ODM is shrinking by the day. Let us look at the people who are flying the flag of ODM every day, distributing money on the streets, the likes of Gaucho, the likes of Junet Mohammed, the likes of Peter Kaluma. These are not. This is not the ODM I know. This is not the ODM I looked up to and respected. You cannot go into parliament and start talking about somebody who cannot defend himself. By the way, I am not going to excuse the things that I've said this before. I'm not going to excuse the things that Gachagua has done in the past. Gachagua alitufanyia makosa tukiwa tunaenda kwa streets. We were on the streets. He also does the same. Anajua formula. And the same formula is being applied to these young fellows. So it's time for us as Kenyans to start speaking the truth and stop being loyal to things that we think are wrong. I question Matiang also. Mimi nakuja nasema Matiang bana, you remember? We switch off TV when we were in protests. Me, I have no short memory about these things. And it's time to call out our leaders, whether they are senior, whether they're junior. It doesn't matter. When they fanya makosa unawaambia. Why do you think the Gen Zs are not responding to these people? We've lost Kajwang. Ojwang. I expected Raila Odinga to go to that funeral. But he runs over to Kilifi to go for a funeral of an old man. Yet hapa Homa Bay nyumbani tu tulipoteza kijana wetu. In all these protests, mzee bana, Raila tafadhali bana, come back to what you are. I know I've been speaking harshly about him, but it's time that we speak with reason. We speak without emotion and look at the patterns. Look at what has happened in the last 8 months. Is this just political revenge? That mulikuwa mmekosana na Gachagua. I even think ODM should run for election on their own. Go. Right now, we're not covered as a people. We're not covered as a people. Because the whole parliament is imejaa ODM na UDA. So finance bill inapita tu hivyo. Without question. Without question. Murkomen and all these people can go with impunity. Because parliament will not call them to come and talk. It's just a show for us to see them heckling each other and making noise, but there's never action done. Sasa wanasema kwamba wanatutengenezea barabara ya kwenda kufanya maandamano. That's what Ruto wants to propose. Now if I go for maandamano, mimi nitafungwa niende jela. And Raila is watching. It is time. I'm not going to be abusive like the past, but it is time, because I respect all of you here. It is time we speak the truth. It is time that those who are close to Raila Odinga tell him the truth. Mzee, umebant. You've slipped kidogo hapa. Unajua umefanya mistake kidogo. Ulikuwa mtu wa heshima zamani, lakini mzee bana, umeangusha chama kubwa sana. A lot of people are exiling out of ODM because the face of Gaucho is there. The face of Peter Kaluma. Hapa SDA Church, hapa Madhari. Uliona Junet alifukuzwa hapa kama burugenge. It doesn't look good. And somebody needs to whisper in Raila's ear and sema mzee bana, unajua? It's not looking good. It is not looking good, mzee. You're hemorrhaging
Keep
party members.
Keep.
Yes.
Poleni kwa kuinterject.
Yes,
Shadizo, I
cousin.
hope I can ride, eh?
Go for it.
Shadizo.
You know, Cosmos was also here. So I don't know.
I want to just comment. Keep, let me ask you, what do you want Raila back to do? And why is he a factor in this matter? Seriously, keep. The truth is, we are giving him unnecessary mileage. Right now, let us just focus on ourselves. We are all we have. Can we assume he died?
I'm for that. But there are people here who love it.
No. Wachana now watu wakim bring on board to term offload. Let's just proceed with the debate without him. He is part of the past that anyone wants to carry on, watch our carry on. Sisi ebu tuendeleni mbele, please tuachane na yeye aende retirement. Because I mean, kwani sisi wengine si binadamu? We are talking about an 80-year-old man, honestly. Arudi afanye nini? So far he's been there. What have we achieved? We are where we are now. And yet we have supported him all along. What difference will he make? Tafadhali tuende mbele without that man, please do.
Okay.
I did my best here, but you can see that is how the nation feels, by the way. Even Joinchina feel.
Okay, keep.
We are going to let it. I wish you guys can open your eyes and see this is how the people feel. Raila is gone. Raila has committed political suicide.
Please allow me to come in. Please, let's do justice to the debate. The title of the debate today is what?
Okay, as usual, umekwama hapo basi. Then
Umekwama mahali bwana Kip. We umesema kazi. Let's do this.
Umekwama bana bro.
What you people are saying and are doing is nothing new. Okay? In terms of expecting an 80-year-old man to come to your rescue every time.
Then we're done with him. Actually, that is true. Thank you for saying that. He's not in retirement. He's not in retirement. Anyway, I will stop talking about him. I think my sister has told me the truth. Here to Matana now. ODM is dead. It's dead because you're working. ODM party, now I'm not talking about Raila. ODM party is working with a murderous regime. It is indispensable because when you talk about Murkomen, when you talk about Kindiki, they are one and the same. So walifanya hiyo handshake yao. Don't tell me they're not in government. ODM and UDA, same thing. So we're not talking about Raila now. Tumeachana na Raila. 80-year-old man, retired, politically dead.
ODM
but the judgment here
and all other political parties. We have had Kanu, we have had Ford Kenya, we have had.
Now, mutafuate njia Ford Kenya.
So many political parties that have died. ODM will not be the first one.
Okay, so
let's make progress, not to be reopening wounds every time, please. It's time to focus on what should be done to fix the country, not to apportion blame who did what where.
It is time to apportion blame.
What is not helping the situation, and every Kenyan can see that. So let us.
But Bernard, by that it helps. It helps when you point fingers and blame, point at the problem. We say, ODM, you're part of this broad-based thing that is killing our people, and you're pretending. We're on the streets together, ODM. So when we point fingers, I am putting the last cross on this party called ODM so that it disappears into oblivion like Ford Kenya and ANC and all this Kanu nonsense. I want people to be.
Keep. Let us have an order, please, so that you can flow together in as good systematically. Keep up to realize sahi watu waangalie history ya ODM. Keep
We have to, because they're in the broad-based garbage, blood-based. We have to point. You cannot just point at one area only. You cannot point at Kindiki. You cannot point at Murkomen only. Yet, wakona cheerleaders from ODM. Yes, we have to mention them. Bro, we have to mention. We have.
Come on, please, let there be order. Please, let there be order. Okay? I've always said, whatever bone of contention you have with whoever, let it not be sorted here. And when we come to the debate, let's come to debate the subject at hand, not to introduce new things that as much as zinakera kila Mkenya na kila Mkenya akona na tatizo na vile uongozi unafanywa, ni muhimu tuwe soba wakati tunazungumza ili tuelewanwe na wale wanaotusikiliza wajifunze kutoka kwetu. Sio kuja kuleta hasira kwa mtu ambaye hata hayuko hapa kwa debate, hawezi kujitetea na kumention majina. It's not the way debate is done.
But you're mentioning Murkomen and Kindiki here.
I don't need to teach you how to debate, you know. So let's not just come to, air our anger. Let's provide leadership. And to provide leadership is to say, what lessons do we draw from this? Sudden decisions have consequences. These are the consequences we are suffering. Now, this is the way forward. Not just for us to come and, blow up everything. Blowing up everything is not helping. Kuna panya kwa nyumba. Huwezi kuchoma nyumba kwa sababu kuna panya. Unatafuta njia mwafaka ya kushughulikia hao panya. So let's not get emotional over nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard. Let me listen.
Tafadhali, nilikuwa nataka kusema hivi. Hapa tunapozungumza, ndio maana nasema kwamba tuwe na mapinduzi kimawazo, kwamba tusitegemee watu fulani. Tunataka sisi kama Wakenya wote kwa ujumla, kwa sababu tukiachilia tu mtu mmoja, huyu ni mzee. Mimi hata sijui kwa nini watu bado wanazungumza juu ya Raila. Mimi sielewi Raila mambo yake. Mimi my own point of view, hiyo mambo tulimalizana naye. Yeye yuko kwa kama hiyo ni broad based, lakini hiyo serikali hatuipendi. So kama tunataka kufanya nini, kitu gani tufanye ili tujikomboe? Hiyo ndio kitu muhimu. Tujikomboe, tutoke kwa hawa wote ni wakoloni. Mimi in my eyes nakwambia hawa wote ni wakoloni. Hata sisi vile tunavyofikiria saa nyingine bado tunafikiria kikoloni. Tunaona lazima mtu fulani tu ndiye afanye hiyo kitu. Hizi vitu tunaweza kufanya sisi wenyewe, inatakiwa sisi wenyewe tufanye. Ndio maana nilitoa mfano wakati tulitaka multiparty, tulikuwa tunaambiwa tusiende kwa maandamano, lakini tulizidi kwenda kila siku. Watu waliuawa wengi tu, lakini tulisema hata kama tunauawa tunaenda. Wengine tuko na alama mpaka sasa zile tulipata huko tukipigwa, lakini kitu tulikuwa tunataka section 2A ilitolewa. So ni lazima hata sasa kile tunachotaka lazima tupate, maana tukikubaliana na mambo ya wakoloni hawa hatutaenda popote. Kwa hiyo mimi nawaomba wa Kenya tuache kuangalia kwamba hii ni kitu ya mtu fulani au ni ya majenzi tu peke yake. Hii ni jukumu ambalo ni letu sisi wote. Kwa hiyo ni lazima sisi wote tufanye kazi kumekisha kwamba hii serikali tumeing'oa hawa watu. Ndio maana nilikuwa nakwambia kwamba inatakikana sehemu zote nchini tuwe na nini, tusikie hiyo uchungu, kumwambia Murkomen aondoke. Eti mtu anaenda kotini, hata akienda au watu hakuna kitu watafanya. Asante sana.
Asante Jakindube. I needed Maunga na Maunga.
Can I talk?
I needed to speak to Maunga. Maunga naye ametoroka tena. I think Maunga is coming back. I wanted to listen to Maunga because he's one of the people that I like to listen to so much, speaking about all this that is raising up and all these things that's going on with the nation. Because they are saying they're having an appeal that they're saying that Murkomen should leave the office. And also they're saying that they're appealing that also Kindiki should leave the office because they are not worthy of reigning up inside the office. And I was also checking out that also saying that also the controversial, also the appealing come from the leaders of the Muslims and part of the Mombasa. And where Jakanba is saying that we're supposed to add up and come up as all the nation to make sure that they go home together, not one being living up behind or not one remaining behind because they are feeling they are incompetent. Before I bring back to Kip, I want to listen to Bernard first because Bernard hadn't speak up over the issue yet. Bernard, they're saying that they are incompetent to lead up the nation. What's your opinion over that? Do you feel supports the leaders, the Muslim leaders, or you are having your own opinion too?
It is. I'm on the same script with those religious leaders, and I'm happy that they are speaking now. Although the incompetence of these people is nothing new. It's nothing new in their performance as well. I don't see anybody national in the Ruto administration as a whole. National in the sense that the decisions being said, being made, and the statements being given have that national outlook whereby the interest of the masses and the interest of the country is put in consideration. We're just seeing people who are pushing their personal agenda, and right now their main problem is one term. And now they are fighting this animal called one term. It has become now, Kenya has become one term in the sense that one term is now the issue to be fought, not the defense of the people, not the defense of the children of Kenya, not the defense of the mothers of Kenya, not the defense of the fathers of Kenya. And so we have a government that has misplaced priorities, and they are also late in the day trying to overturn what has gone wrong with them in the eyes of Kenyans. And that's why they are running around with bags of cash to distribute so that they can seduce Kenyans to change their minds about the suffering they have visited on the Kenyan people. And so to me, there is no serious, competent approach to governance being drawn and being laid out by the William Ruto administration. And everybody in that government is behaving funny, and including the people we are supposed to treat with respect because they are learned, they are exposed. I just want to draw an example. Look at Mutahi Kagwe under the Uhuru regime and Mutahi Kagwe of today. Okay, look at who else? Lee Kinyanjui, okay, as governor of Nakuru, and Lee Kinyanjui as cabinet secretary. Just to pinpoint, the Wandai of parliament and Wandai the cabinet minister, or Wandai Mbadi of parliament and ODM push as ODM chair and as cabinet secretary. There is something amiss in terms of proper performance, and I think it springs from the head. I think you need to suspend your capability in order for you to work with the Ruto administration, which is so sad because the way I know and how I observed the Moi government, the Kibaki government, the Uhuru Kenyatta government, decisions by cabinet secretaries or ministers was mainly to ensure that policies are being implemented and those policies are in the interest of the masses. And when the masses were raising questions, those questions were put in consideration. There was no careless speaking of ministers especially against the majority of Kenyans. So I think these people need just to be sent away, but they'll be forerunners. At the end of the day, the entirety of that government needs to go. If not for anything, because they are not acting in the interest of Kenya and in the interest of Kenyans. And that is what is supreme in this country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to Bernard and also other people who are still joining up. Please just join up the show. Let us come up and let us share opinions too, because also they matters too, because we're bringing our Kenya or our nation to a certain point where we want our nation to be, not where we want our nation to just stay there. Bernard speak about the Matiang'i regime during back then and also this time, and also check other parties also with back then and right now, because there are a lot of adjustment, and whereby even Kindiki today say that the government is doing the proper litigation to make sure that everything that is going on accordingly to what is being planned up, meaning that we are not sure that if it's that is it, but we are hoping sure that to make sure that everything aligns it's accordingly. Although they are saying he goes out, but he's still giving out the opinions too of the government. I want to play one video before I bring back Kip and also others.
No, bro, wacha twende kazi bana bro, wacha tuongee. Let's talk. Let's talk. I have a question. Kindiki is currently the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya through the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua. He's a member of the bar of the Law Society of Kenya. Murkomen is the CS for Interior. He's also a senior lawyer, part of the Law Society of Kenya, and the Law Society of Kenya wants to excommunicate them because of their understanding of the law of Kenya is not right, because the rights of the Kenyan public has been impeded by the actions of these two public servants, correct? Shadisha?
Yes.
So yeah. Now, the National Assembly of Kenya did validate them, because you remember Kindiki's appointment was not through elections and neither was Murkomen, meaning that through the Parliament of Kenya and both the Senate and the National Assembly approved these people with the power that we invested in them, correct?
Yes.
So it means that our representatives are letting us down, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So it means that the people we entrusted when 4 years ago we went together, we believed in them as MEO members, that we entrusted power in them even if we didn't get the presidency, because at the end of the day, the man I'm not going to mention because mmekata nini yake Libya. That today Raila is still my president, you know that. So we entrusted the people of Azimio to protect us. Is that correct? They are supposed to fight tooth and nail.
Who trusted Azimio people to protect them?
We trusted them because we voted for them, isn't it? We as Azimio people.
Do you have a parallel government by Azimio?
No, you don't understand. The legislative part of the government is supposed to be independent. They're supposed to act independent. Every single MP is supposed to act independent of outside bodies. Yes, we come together with a single ideology. For the Azimio people, we came in with the ideology of trying to build a better economy for the people. I remember we were here together, one county, one product. We had very, very, very beautiful ideas that Kenya Kwanza came and stole. Right now, the people that we've entrusted that power to, because you said, I'm not going to talk about individual, I'm going to talk about the representatives. This includes the Kenya Kwanza ones, includes the Azimio ones. It's not, I'm not even going to single out ODM here. All those people in parliament right now have let the people down. Is that correct?
We want to hear how have they done that?
They've let us down because the laws that they're implementing, the first thing is the finance bill, making the economy run down. Number 2, protecting thugs. Number 3, the 2 people we're discussing today, they're the ones who approved it. Because they're representing us. We trusted them to bring us good executive members, with or without our presidency. I'm talking maturely here. I've not talked about anybody. I'm talking about the legislative of Kenya has let us down. All of them. Wote. Hakuna mmoja wao wote mwenye amekuja hapa kutusaidia wa Kenya. That is why the country is heated right now. These people have let the Kenyan population down. And we keep discussing them, taking sides. I don't care which side they are right now. Mimi hao wote wanafaa kwenda nyumbani. That is my opinion. And we need fresh leaders because these people, for the last 15 years, we've had garbage leaders coming into parliament through party names that they've paid for the party. So what I'm trying to say is, next time as Kenyans, we need to come together and pick the correct leaders. Because if we had good legislation, Murkomen should have never been confirmed. Kindiki should have never sat there. Right now, the people of the army wananyang'anywa pesa yao ya inaitwaje hiyo lunch allowances because these MPs are not protecting the rights of the defense. The MPs we have and the senators we have are all not protecting us as Kenyans because we entrusted them with power. Tuliwapatia power. We give them the power, but they're abusing that power. They're giving themselves fat salaries. They are the only ones in Kenya that currently are increasing their powers. There's no oversight in any of the ministries we have in Kenya. There's no oversight in any of the parastatals we have in Kenya. Right now, they've gone against the constitution and enacted something called NADCO, bipartisan. Yet they're supposed to be kamali huko. This is why sometimes you have to listen to Sifuna. Ikiti ya NADCO haifai kuwa. Ikiti ya bipartisan should never have touched the day of light, the light of day. That thing should have never been signed. Because these so-called leaders we have in Kenya, watumia akili yao, they're not using their brains. They're not wafikiri individually. I am the MP of KSS. What do the people of KSS want? What do my people of KSS want? Nini walinichukua uko nende nifanye niwasaidie? None of them discuss those things. They never discuss problems that we have in our constituencies. And it's the same with the MCAs, the same with the governors. Our kazi yao ni kukula tu. We have the most bloated government in the world, the most disgusting government. We have people dying every day, yet the first thing they're going to do is defend the police and not defend the citizen. We've lost so many citizens, but none of them will come in parliament and enact a law to protect the citizens that have entrusted them power to protect. All we do here every day is defend, like football teams, defend parties, defend individuals, defend personalities, rather than thinking about what did we send those people to go and do in the legislation. Our legislative should be thinking independently. In the US, in any other place. By the way, I wanted to tell my uncle Jacinto Bay, it's not the constitution that is bad. It is the people who are implementing the constitution that are doing it wrongly. And that is the civil education that we should need to discuss. That is the most important thing I wanted to bring today. Right now, all these people need to go home. Wote hakuna hata mmoja hapa ananisaidia kama Mkenya. From last year to this year, from the time we were running around as Azimio people, where we had protests, we were killed. Our people were killed. Nothing has been done in parliament. To right now, hakuna kitu imefanyika. Yet we are allowing politicians to run around distributing money, including Raila Odinga giving akina Gaucho money. Anyway, wacha nitawaachia hapo because I don't want to cause any tension here. Mi najua hapa
don't name. Sorry Shadizwa, nimevunja sheria. Naomba tu kuelewa swala hapa. Kindiki na Murkomen walipita msasa wa parliament.
Yes.
Wakati wa vetting. Okay?
Yes. Yes.
Na mojawapo ya conditions ya watu kuzuiliwa kuingia kwa ofisi ya umma ni kama kuko na current allegations that are making you unfit for public service.
Yes.
If that information is not given or adduced in parliament during the vetting, okay, you pass that stage. When you get in office and begin to function in the office inappropriately, you're supposed to be held accountable for that particular misconduct.
Yes.
So that misconduct, how does it now revert back to parliament?
Yes.
We have appointed Kip as a Minister for Home Affairs.
Yes.
He has brought his CV. We have looked into the CV. We have given 14 days window. Anybody who has anything about Kip that can make him unfit for this office to present it to us so that we can use it to help make sure that before we give him this docket, he is the man for the job. That window has closed. Okay?
Yes.
Kip has gotten in office. While he is in office, we make those discoveries. So are we to blame the parliament, or we are supposed to hold Kip accountable for having an office and is not functioning in that office the way he ought to?
We're supposed to blame the parliament.
How?
Yeah, because parliament has they have investigative power that they do not use. Most of these people have been accused of corruption. So what happens is, because most of them have their hands bloody and dirty, they do not want to investigate further. So I'm not going to play that game, Bernard. They should not have passed vetting.
It is a matter of somebody
what I'm just saying,
ambayo amefanya. Sio tuende kumtafutia mwingine lawama kwa makosa ambayo umefanya. Ni kama tumekuja kwetu ukamchukua dada yangu.
You're not listening.
Sisi tukakubali, ngoja. Wewe umekuja kwetu, ungependa kumuoa dada yetu. Tumekupatia dada yetu, wewe ulikuja kijana mzuri, mtanashati, tabia nzuri, umekuja na CV ya church yako iko sawa, ya community yako iko sawa. Baadaye tukakupatia binti yetu. Kufika kwako, binti yetu anaanza kuteta. Sema huyu hivi na hivi, hivi na hivi. Sasa itakuwa sisi kuanza kulaumu kule ulikozaliwa ama kushughulikia hilo swala mahali limetokea?
Haya, nimekuja hapa, tumekuja kuchukua binti. Tumefika pale, mandugu zao binti huyo wameambiwa kwamba mimi ni mwizi, lakini hao mandugu zao binti wamepewa pesa hongo, wamekataa kuangalia tena ama kuangalia look further to look, kuangalia wako na nguvu wa kuangalia kwamba huyu mtu alikuwa ameiba huko kwa jirani. Wako na uwezo wa kujua hiyo, lakini wamekataa kwa sababu hao wenyewe ni wezi. Basi wanasema acha tumpatie binti wetu. Hiyo ndio shida tuko nayo na hii parliament. It means that these guys refuse to further investigate because they are compliant with the same behavior as these people they are vetting. Because if they further investigate Murkomen, if they further investigate Kindiki, it means they implicate themselves. Some of the charges that were there for Kindiki, I was waiting, not Kindiki, for Gachagua. I was like, please. Gachagua was arrested for $2 million worth of theft. Why did they stop there? The first thing they started talking about is tribalism. Mimi nilikuwa nataka nyama, nilikuwa nataka muingie kwa hiyo investigation ya huyu mtu kuwa mwizi. I wanted Gachagua to be arrested. But the funny thing about this parliament is because they are the same kind of thugs as these ones they are vetting. Meaning, Bernard, some animals.
Let's do this. Let's put the debate in perspective. Okay. Right now, Murkomen and Kindiki are in office. The messes in that offices does not exonerate them from responsibility simply because they were approved by parliament. Not holding ground for parliament because we know our parliament and we know what goes on when a matter of great interest is of high stake is at play. But as at now, the crimes in quotes committed by Murkomen and Kindiki while they are in office, are they can they be prosecuted for the same? That is the debate at hand. And if that's the case, then let them be produced so that they answer for the same.
They cannot be arrested. Nothing can happen to them. First of all, they've been vetted. They're being protected by, I'm just telling you, let me finish. They are being protected by parliament. They are being protected by the broad-based government. Let's not, I really want you to stop calling it the Ruto government. It's the broad-based government. It is the broad-based government. It is the broad-based government. Yeah, there's nothing in there's nothing like that. Exactly. There is nothing like that in the government, yet it's being enforced. That's the problem. There's nothing like a broad-based government. The broad-based government is being enforced to the people. It is being stopped. It is not the Ruto government. You know why it's not the Ruto government? Raila Amolo,
the broad-based government, isn't it?
Raila Amolo Odinga and Ruto chaired the cabinet, the executive. They chaired it together. So there is a broad-based government that is being shoved in the mouths of Kenyans. So stop lying to yourselves. There is a broad-based government that is not in the constitution. Just like everything that this broad-based government is doing to the population of Kenya is happening.
Take it easy. This is Kenya. And Kenya, we are treated with so many things. Broad-based, bread-based, blood-based, and all those names will come and go. What is necessary here is return to the rule of law. The more we allow the negligence of the law or the sidelining of the law, the misuse of the law, the worse things get. So apportioning blame is not the way forward. The way forward is how do we return to the rule of law? What are the consequences of violating the law? If that's not important, then the debate is unnecessary.
If you don't point at the place where kidole kina kidonda, nitaweka plaster wapi? Yes, you have to point blame so that you know where to put the plaster or where to cut off or where to maim or remove the leg. Yes, we have to blame. We have to point fingers.
So address the violation of the broad-based government. not the fault of the, stipulate broad-based government imevunja sheria kwa kuchagua Murkomen, imevunja sheria kwa kumchagua Kindiki, imevunja sheria kwa kushutu waandamanaji, na hivi ndivyo wanapaswa kushughulikiwa.
The whole thing should collapse down completely. The whole government should collapse.
Let it rest there, please. Let it rest there. Shadizo, sorry. Please take charge.
Let me listen to Brabad.
Hello, everyone. I was, of course, yesterday, Boniface Karaoke was declared brain dead. Today, he's been declared medically dead. So, yeah, we have a funeral. And I'm glad that LSK has moved to prosecute their case against Kindiki and Murkomen, because as lawyers and members of the LSK, they believe, based on what the law says, they have breached, they have breached their conduct, has breached the code of conduct that protects them as lawyers, and they kept on, they kept on arguing and giving their points that, I'm a lawyer, and I was acting on basis of law. And that really is actually what made them go forward to try and prosecute that case, because it's highly unconstitutional for somebody who is a lawyer to make a mistake and still put the law as the basis for which they're trying to argue their points. Murkomen made a mistake when it has been pointed out. He's been trying to retract. He's been trying to retract tactfully, saying, I was actually not saying this. I was only pointing a matter of law, knowing very well that it is not a matter of law. So I think, based on what has been done, there's a sense in which you feel that some of these things, we have to look further than just trying to see what happened. History is good. I'm a student of history. I love everything. It's important to know where you come from, where you are at, and that will help you to also determine where you're going. But you see, there's very little you can do that has already taken place. If it is already in the past, Shadizo, what I'm doing now is what will determine, the trajectory for the future. But if we have already blundered in making choices about our leaders, the only thing we can do now is to try to hold them to account now. And knowing our country and how it doesn't work, that is one of the reasons that, young people are saying, you're not listening, you're not doing the right thing. We are trying to say, do the right thing, and you're not doing it. And that is why we are going to the streets. So if you look at everything in context, you will realize that, there's a strong message, and there's an opportunity now to make the changes that we want, either by protesting until these people end up realizing, maybe they will change their mind. I think that's the hope that the generation is currently, the people who want change. It's not just about the Gen Zs. It's everyone who believes in a better governance. We are saying there's a movement here that is alive to the things that we want. How can we support this movement? how can we take advantage, not in a negative way, but in a positive way, of this wokeness that is around us, that people are actually saying, we are no longer afraid of this government. We can challenge it. We can speak out. That is how, if you're looking into the past, that is how some of the milestones that were achieved, that's how they got achieved, that people stood firm. People were getting killed, but they were saying, you can kill us, you will not kill all of us. And in that process, those who managed to stayed long enough for that government to be forced to make changes, because sometimes they're not going to be willing. I don't think the current government is going to be willing to just cede ground easily. But there could be pressure that will come in several ways. It can be so much as to force, some of the changes to happen. And it has happened before, only that, we gain and then we lose sight of where we want to go, and we don't concentrate so much on getting ahead. Now we have the opportunity. For me, I'm looking at it and seeing that we have an opportunity to go forward, because like today, the three activists were arraigned in court. These are activists who've come out when we were fighting femicide, when we were fighting, when women were complaining about not being allowed to breastfeed in the open. They've championed so many other things, and we've seen them consistently in the street. It's not just now. And then when we are looking for the goons that were looting on Saturday, the systems did not take care of that. They were keen on the protesters. And now they were arraigning these young men who are well-known activists, who are not criminals, and they have they're saying that these are the people who are mobilizing the goons, Akina Mulingwa, Mark, and Mutunge, those people. They're actually telling us that these are the people who organized. And you're even asking yourself, so if you knew, because you're coming for them on 26, but if you knew that they were planning, why couldn't you foul those attempts? Because on 25th, this protest was something that was well known, the planning was there, the notices were there. So if these plans were underway, are we saying that we only discovered after the actions took place? That is when we realized that, these are the planners, and now we have them. So you just wonder, because even the other young man the guy from Kino, the intelligence is telling us that they don't have the young man, yet they went for him. And they wanted to lie about that. But even, the neighbors who had been warned not to speak, when they realized it's the mother who is asking, they came out and said, no, actually the Subarus came and they took the guy, and they took things, they confiscated laptops and everything. So where we are right now, it is a question of what do I want to do as a person, in terms of doing this, rather than point fingers or want somebody to go out there for me. People are staking their lives out there. So I can't come back here and just sit and say, you did us wrong, Shadizo, you didn't do the right thing. It is not time for us to just, if we are on the same page with you, then it's a question of regrouping and realizing, okay, so we've done 25th, and this is what the government is doing. We've pushed them enough for them to make blunders, the kind of blunder that Murkomen is making. is enough to secure him a place in ICC, especially if we have all the footage and all the coverage of what took place on 25th. So this is somebody, even his own lecturers, even people who, other lawyers are saying, as a security person, you cannot utter some of those things that he's uttering. Because police are supposed to be our security. Shadizo, polisi sifai kufa kabla polisi hajafa. You see, even you, that's how even bodyguards work. Police are our bodyguards. So if I am going to die, the police is supposed to take a bullet for me, like my bodyguard. So if there's a threat to my life, police ndiye anafaa kufoul that threat. Unaona? Yeye ndiye anafaa kupigana na wezi ambao wanakuja kuniibia, not me. So mwizi will get to me after they're done with the police. But if you are the person in charge of security and you cannot understand that, then even these actions that have taken place are bringing out the incompetence, the level of incompetence that we have. We know they are incompetent. Maybe when they were given those dockets, it didn't suit them. Yes, that has already passed. But now, what we are doing now is actually bringing this out to the light in a way that can be challenged in court. You see, the other times it was, you have chapter 6, integrity, and no one can bring it out in a way that will make Parliament determine that this person is not fit. And because also Parliament is not they're not integral enough by themselves. So in choosing other people, sometimes they also choose just the same people who share the same character that they have. But if you look at what is happening in the country now, some of these things are coming out. The kind of incompetence that we couldn't raise at the time when we were vetting is coming out in a manner that can be is chargeable in a court of law. So for me, I think, Shadizo, what LSK is doing, what Kenyans are pushing for right now is something that will help us. And if we continue, the Sabasaba now being planned, even the economic progress is being hampered by some of these demonstrations or protests. And the business community came out very strongly after this. And you can see that even that is pointing a finger into the systems that how could it be that you are able to beat up protesters and goons can loot for like over an hour and there's no police and there's no injuries on them. No one is trying to maim them or arrest them. For me, I think that is my initial submission, that we can concentrate on what we are achieving more than what we have already lost. What we've lost, we've lost. What we stand to gain, I think, is much more than what we've lost. So as long as we believe in the course that we are taking, we can move forward. We can look backward in the rear mirror, but you drive looking, forward. You can take glances in the rear mirror, yes, but you can't stick there. Otherwise, you'll cause an accident up front. Thank you, Shadiza.
Thank you, Frahabad, for that submission. For those who are still joining up, please let us join up. Let us, so that we can bring this to an end together, as even we are conversing towards it. Because something raising up that Kindiki should go home, and also it should be followed with Murkomen. And a lot is being still speak, and a lot is being put to alignment, and we want to hear from you Kenyans too, so that we can know where we are heading or where we're driving this car towards to. Tunaweza kuwa tunapeleka gari kwa shimo na hatujui gari inaenda kwa shimo. And apart from that, also we also be wanting to know that apart from this vehicle going to that direction, what is supposed to be done with the story of like a lot of incompetency that we are hearing all around? Because even earlier today, we had a problem whereby there is one place whereby the the firefighters were unable to extinguish a certain fire, whereby it shows a higher level of incompetency, whereby the people of that place, they complained over it, saying that the people are being paid, but they don't know what is their job, what is what are being brought there to do, or what is their purpose at the field. So that's the challenge also that we are facing all over the place as Kenyans, that we should also address too, so that we can bring our Kenya to alignment. Prabhupada spoke a lot, saying that now we should focus for what this future is coming to, not what has passed. We forget about the past. We will remember it, but not so much focus so much on the future. I see John is joining us. John, how are you?
I'm doing good, and you?
I'm fine too.
Yes.
I'd like to hear from you. What's your opinion too about taking Kindiki and Murkomen home? John, can you hear me?
I want to say that yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go on.
I'm saying I want to thank you guys for allowing me to join this discussion, because it's very important for our country. I am very disappointed with what Murkomen said, and you know, it's very strange why he has to say that it's an order from above, that he is asking the police that whoever comes near the police station, that it should be shot to kill them. I mean, which government kills its people? The government is supposed to protect their people, not to kill them. I think they have not read the constitution, or they do not know what they are doing. Murkomen is the worst CS the country has ever had. Because how do you give an order like that one, shoot and kill? Yet he's a lawyer. I don't understand how a lawyer can give such kind of an order, unless he did not study law, unless he went to school and he did not finish his law school. He should be arrested, be charged in a court of law as we speak, because that's against any law. How do you give orders like that one? Secondly, the Gen Zs, I think their plan and their program has been hijacked with the so-called government, because the government cannot allow people to demonstrate. So they will do everything in their power to make sure that it does not work. And so therefore, people like Murkomen will use anything in their power to ensure that that does not work, to please somebody. Because Murkomen is not working for himself, he's working for somebody else. That is my take for now.
Thank you, John, for that take. As you're moving on swiftly, we'll be looking more details to other things as we are moving on. This is what Kindiki said today. I want to check this so that we can sum with this story up.
The report now, Deputy President Professor Kithure Kindiki now says that the government is ready to forfeit its popularity for the sake of the country's law and order. Kindiki, who led Kenya Kwanza leaders for an empowerment drive in Kathiani and Mwingi central constituencies, has castigated diplomats, opposition and religious leaders backing the Gen Z-led protest. Kamau Mwangi tells us more.
In what is likely to alter the way processions, protests and demonstrations are held in the country, a bill dictating how those aggrieved and seeking to take to the streets will conduct themselves is not so far in the offing. The Kenya Kwanza Brigade that set camp in Machakos and Kitui counties on Monday for Empowerment Fora expressed the need for a tighter management of protests in what they believe will save Kenyans from the destruction of their businesses, as was witnessed on Wednesday, June 25th.
The National Assembly is ready and we are willing to ensure that we legislate a law that will ensure that in future, and not in the distant future, that we can have peaceful demonstrations, processions, and picketing in our country without any loss of life or without any loss of property.
We have to know the where, the how, the what time, the place, the manner in which these demonstrations must happen. Somebody at the end of the day must be accountable.
Deputy President Kindiki says the bill currently being formulated by the Interior Ministry will bring about the much-needed order when Kenyans take to the streets.
National security is not negotiable. We cannot trade off the stability and security of Kenya for popularity, for votes, or for anything.
The DP on the same breath told diplomats to keep off matters that threaten Kenya's security as he called out opposition and religious leaders in the country for allegedly rallying behind the protesting youth.
Ile taarifa wanatoa ni kama wanasherekea yale mambo yalitendeka. Na katika nchi zao hawawezi kukubali kitu kama hili ilitokea hapa itokee katika nchi zao. Kule Marekani, Uingereza, nchi zote zile. National security is not negotiable.
Kamau Mwangi, Citizen TV.
That's what happened, or that was saying. That's kama vitu ambavyo vilitokea hapa viwezi ruhusiwa vitokee huko. Hasa kama viwezi ruhusiwa kutokea huko, na mbona hao wanaruhusu zitokee hapa nchini? Why does they allow it happen in our nation instead of them putting them everything for alignment and putting everything properly? We have seen the other blogger who was disappeared. The story is just moving around. Now they are saying that they don't know where he went. They went to the house, but they did never arrest him. While the neighbors are saying that they arrested the young man, that they took the laptop and they took some 2, 3, 4 steps. So we don't know who is saying the truth. Bernard.
Kindiki is the face of disorder. And he is he should not be telling us about security and order. I just don't get it. A professor of law, okay? He's talking of abductions, shoot to kill, and lives being lost as a matter of national security. How does that in itself amount to the justifications of all that is happening? There is something about this government and maybe other wherever successive governments that has refused to hold ground, but they keep insisting on the same. And that is protests are the problem. Protesting is not a problem. People taking to the street is not the problem. The problem is, why are they going to the street? You cannot stop people from going to the street without addressing what is taking them to the street. So instead of the government focusing on finding a solution to what is taking people to the street, they are busy looking for who to arrest, who to abduct, who to malign, who to castigate. I don't understand this kind of people, where they came from. Wewe uko kwa nyumba, watoto wanalia njaa, na wewe unaendelea kuinsist wanyamaze. Si ende jikoni wapikie wale. Okay, wakishakula waendelee kufanya kelele, utasema basi hapo mmeanza kunizoea. Lakini hutaki kuaddress kile ambacho kinafanya watu waende kwa street. Lakini uko busy unazurura kila mahali, unasema hawa watu wamelipwa, hawa watu opposition wana take advantage, diplomats. Kindiki should tell us the truth. When there was the protest in America, even right now, Americans are protesting, but we are not having this level of lives being lost. So it should not pretend to be informing us about what's going on in America, what's going on in Britain and other places. We have had in France, there are protests almost in every day. But we don't have this 32 people losing their life, 19 people losing their lives, 6 people losing their lives. This is backward, primitive, barbaric, And these are the kind of people that need to be out of office. For us to get this country for us to get this country running properly, we need proper people in leadership, not these people who think colonial minds and, of course, backward thinking of believing that they can threaten people and they can intimidate people into silence. That is past with time. This time we negotiate, give and take. Umenikanyaga mguu, unaniambia ninyamaze namna gani? Na mguu, okay, kiatu chako kiko kwa kidole changu. Nikikwambia ondoa kiatu, utaki kutoa kiatu chako, lakini unaniambia ninyamaze. It doesn't work that way. And so the protest is not about security. And I think the hangover of Kindiki and team thinking that there is somebody who wants to overthrow their government, they are the ones overthrowing that government by neglecting and refusing to listen to what Kenyans are saying. And as long as they continue like that, they better prepare for the worst, because what you fear most will eventually arrive at your doorstep.
Thank you, Bernard. Let me listen to John. John, what's your take about that?
Yes. Kithure Kindiki ni mwanasheria wa Kenya. Amesomea sheria. Sasa sijamuelewa hii sheria anataka kuleta ni sheria kwa nini? Kwa sababu tayari tuko na sheria zinatuongoza katika katiba yetu. Kuna sheria very clearly inaonyesha waandamanaji wanafaa kufanya nini, and those people who are not demonstrating are supposed to be doing what. Lakini wakati serikali inajaribu kutuambia ati watabadilisha sheria ili wadhibiti waandamanaji, hiyo ni backwards, hiyo ni kurudi nyuma mahali tulitoka. Raila Odinga alikuwa sahi. Raila Odinga kwa serikali, wakati alikuwa yuko kwa serikali alikuwa anafanya maandamano kila time. Mali zilikuwa zinaharibiwa, polisi walikuwa wanaua watu. Kwa hivyo Kithure Kindiki asije kutuambia sahi, Kithure Kindiki anaweza kutuambia sahi hizi ati sasa atabadilisha sheria ati ndio akuje kusaidia. Hiyo ni backwards. Asante.
Asante John kwa maoni yako mazuri, yanazidi kusongesha mbele. Na kabla nimlete Prabhat, nataka tuchukue tu dakika moja tu wote. I just want to take just 1 minute and then we do this. Share not for so long, just in 1 minute. Let us do this. Just saying, make this. Let us just support Sound Candy Talk TV so that we can keep this program moving on and we can keep the program going on and on. And the way we can support it is we can support it through the pay bill or the phone number that is on the screen. The till number is 516575. And the phone number is +254 718 454 585. The name is Bernard Makoha. So I just want to take a minute and then we do so, and then we continue the show. I just want to see, I'm not the one having the Bernard's phone, so I will see. Just let us take the minute, just send anything you have, if even it's $50, $100. When you feel to send even $1 million, the till number will not resist, will just receive. Just do it and God will bless you so that we can keep this program running. Even tomorrow will be here. We can steer it up and also make everything go on. Tulipe hiyo token yenye tunatumia, manake siku hizi inapanda sana. And also sort out 1, 2, 3, also sort out our vmix and also our StreamYard and also other things that we have to pay too. So let us just take a minute. Kama uko Kenya, anything that you have, hiyo 50, hiyo 100, hiyo 1000, hiyo 10,000, hiyo so 100K, weka hapo kwa hiyo till number, itakuwa fiti. For those who are in diaspora, use the Bernard's number, which is on the screens too, as we continue to swim smoothly so that we can keep the show moving on and on. Prabhat, what is your opinion about this too?
That's the reason that they've been charged. LSK are preferring charges against them because you see, first of all, they are lawyers of repute and they are clearly disregarding the law. And so their membership They want their membership withdrawn from LSK because they are citing the law as their backup for saying unlawful and unconstitutional things. It is not lost on us that, Kindiki is the one who was the CS last year when we were losing so many lives. So, they are like birds of a feather. Him and Murkomen, they're speaking from the same, from the same point of view. So it also points out to how this government is run, that, whether you are an intellectual, whether you are a professional, you're just there because, the big man wants you there. But you're not allowed to think, you're not allowed to work professionally, you're not allowed to do what you're supposed to do. And that's part of the difference that we had. Even during Uhuru's time, I think as much as he was the overall boss, I believe the CSAs that he had were allowed to inject their own professional opinion in the decisions they were making in trying to run the ministries that they were charged with. But if you look at this one, you get a sense in which, because first of all, just the statement, when they make the statements, you can tell that they're emotional. If you listen to Murkomen making statements when he was talking about, bunduki sio mandazi, usikubali upigwe kichwa, upigwe kichwa kama unafanya nini, do everything that is possible, ndio unini, si uko na bunduki utapigwaje. You see, it's very roadside, it's very pedestrian, it's not, if you, even the CSS that we've had, the late, some of the CSS that we had in the past, in Kaiseri, that docket requires people who are sort of very calm, even if they're going to give a statement, let it be a statement that people are attentive to, because it's security matters. It's things that they carry a lot of weight. But the way he was even delivering the message can tell you that it is not something that has been thought through. It was something that was, just acted out, going to show us IDs that were left behind by people who are supposedly thieves. I said the other day that, when you belittle people's intelligence to that level, you're actually telling them that you're actually falling short of calling them stupid, because how can it not even be, if it was one ID, you can say, oh, kuna mmoja hata alikuwa katika hali ya kutoroka, ID yake ilianguka. But IDs, I don't know, in 50, wale wawezi wote wamewacha ID zao nyuma. Sasa Murkomen amekuja kuziangalia, parading them, And we even know that even for Quickmart, some of the people who went in, it's the police who made mistakes in terms of shooting canisters into that place. It doesn't have any ventilation. So it's like those people suffocated to death, and after that, they tried to do a cover-up. I learned of a young man who also passed on. I think he's between 23 and 25 years old on that day. And, I think a bullet hit him and he tried to get to safety. But before he could get to his home, he collapsed. And where he was, because it was far from wherever he had been shot, people were passing and some of them were just thinking he's somebody who's a drunk who's by the roadside. It's only later when people realize it's a young man who had been shot. And by that time, he had already passed on. So the number of deaths that have occurred the other time when Kindiki was in charge, and now when Murkomen is in charge, and they're treating it as if, as if they've achieved. And the president is actually congratulating the policemen, trying to put police against the populace. And we have the numbers. Yesterday I was even, highlighting and saying, when it was one-on-one, you could see even somebody just fighting off a policeman and overwhelming them. And how many police do we have in this country? Jo, ukiwaona wakija, tukitokea hapa tukienda kwa hii police station, hata kuna polisi atathubutu kushoot. If people were to decide to approach those police stations. What the ruling class always forget is that we have the power, we only donate it to them. Shadizo tunalindwa na polisi kwa sababu tumekubali. There are so few, if we decide that hamutatulinda, hawatatulinda. You see, it's something that you are assent to. We just say you are few, but we are giving you arms and we are giving you this and we are giving you the mandate. And that's why people now obey, the orders that relate to security. If people were to decide that, tutajilinda, so nyinyi kila mtu ni raia, so hata polisi ni raia, tutajilinda, we can choose to go that way. But you see, you're giving, because there's law and order, we are saying this number of people, we are mandating them, we are going to pay them, we are going to take care of them, and making them leaders or take charge of our security. This number of people, we are electing you, universal suffrage, we are saying you are the people we are charging with the mandate to represent us. They keep forgetting that. And this is what I think the current protests are going to remind them that we are not happy with how you're taking care of us. We are not happy with how you're governing us. And because we are not happy, we want you out. That's not yet clear, but I think with time, it will be clear. Shadiza.
Thank you, Rabad. I see you have spoke about the story of YD, because this is the picture whereby they try to make us feel full. I was asking myself, how can somebody come and steal and then leave the ID behind? That's something that I've never seen before. And the only Gen Zs are the one who normally go to the protest with the ID so that they can be identified when they are there. Okay, thank you. Let us begin to sum up, and I'll begin with John. John, can you give us your closing remarks?
Nasema ni asante. Lakini before property and before anything, the life of people is very important. So you cannot tell us that you protect property, alafu unaua tu ovyo. So protect the people first, and then property comes later, because that is very important. I think that is my point for me. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Let's listen to let us will close Bernard. Let me Fraba, then we'll close with Bernard.
Yeah, I also want to agree with what John has said. Precious. Hata kama ni ya polisi, hata kama ni ya raia, protester, hata kama ni ya goon. Katika katiba, even if you've done some evil, the law has a way of handling you. So hata kama ni goon mwenye anajaribu kuiba, kama amepatikana, wacha ashikwe, achajiwe, sheria ichukue mkondo wake. The moment we start losing focus and saying, that, polisi hiyo bunduki wamepewa, they're supposed to use it on people, it's not for animals. You know, there are laws that guide even how a gun is or any arm is supposed to be used. And the law is very clear. If I'm unarmed, you know, you cannot just take me down. So I think they're trying to create fear so that we forget about these protests. And for me, it only goes to show that maybe protest is one of the biggest statements. They've realized that, you know, these other things are not as outstanding or as impactful as when people come out and say loudly, clearly that we are unhappy with how things are being run. They know the power of protests, and because of that, they try to make sure that it doesn't happen. By one, declaring it, you know, now they're trying to say that they're going to bring laws. There's a law already which is in place that guides how protests are supposed to be undertaken. And because most of the time these people have complied, now because they're the ones who are making sure that the demonstrations are bloody or the protests are, you know, unlawful, they end up having a negative impact in terms of looting and killings, and they'll say, no, now we can't have protests because people die, people loot, people, you know, get injured. But they're the ones who do that. Clearly, we've seen and we've stated and we've repeated that every time, even Homa Bay protested, so many counties, they were almost up to 26, but the violence and the looting and the burning of fire stations, of police stations happened in specific areas. And if you look at where that happened, you know, it could be something that was just organized so that, you know, people fear, so that next time they call protest, you're like, oh, things will be looted, so we can't allow. People will be injured or people will die, so we can't allow. So I think it's the fear that the protests have impact. So I think Kenyans will have to continue to find a way to keep up the pressure. Thank you, Shadiza.
Thank you, Fraba. Let me listen to Bernard.
Thank you, everybody, for being part and parcel of the conversation. And we encourage the conversation to continue until we get what is just for this country. There is no doubt that we have a government that fears its people, a government that is incompetent by all standards and still wants to stay in power by running down the country. And that is a reality that every Kenyan needs to come to terms with and take a position that is strong in ensuring that we deserve better than what we are being offered, and nobody should pretend to stay in office just for the sake of staying in the office. Like we have said before, we repeat again, the purpose of the government is to safeguard the welfare of its people. We don't need a government if that government turns the guns against the people, is facilitating the disappearance of people, it is killing innocent people, and all of it in the pretext that they are protecting the people in power. No government needs to be protected. A government is supposed to protect the people. And that is, you have the mandate to take care of each and every Kenyan. That is what you need to be minding. So Kindiki, Murkomen, William Ruto, the whole of the cabinet, the parliament, the judiciary exist for one sole purpose, safeguarding each and every Kenyan. The moment they are not doing that, they are not supposed to be in that office. They don't deserve to be in that office. They are a problem to the country. And so The reason we pay the president, pay the parliament, pay the judiciary, pay the police, pay the KDF is to safeguard Kenyans. If they are not doing that, then they ought not to be in that office. Let it be clear to every Kenyan. Hatuhitaji serikali kama hiyo serikali ndio inatuua, hiyo serikali ndio inatuumiza, hiyo serikali ndio inafanya watoto wetu wanapotea. Kama ile story nani ameelezea, kijana anapigwa risasi, anaanguka kwa barabara akienda nyumbani, hakuna mtu anajua kile kimefanyika. We are losing lives unnecessarily. All of it for what? So political power, public service, and everything that pertains to national leadership, it has to be geared towards the welfare of Kenyans. If it is not, let's forget about this government, let's forget about this whole structure and come up with a structure that will safeguard the welfare of the Kenyan people. Kindiki is unconstitutional to run around with money. The money he's taking for empowerment is outside the provision of the budgetary and allocation by parliament. That is illegal in the first place. He is running around with millions and millions every week. Where that money is coming from is not accounted for. And he's busy talking to us about security. There is no threat to security than money laundering and the misappropriation of public funds. We are not fools, and Kenyans are not fools. Your days are numbered. It may not be tomorrow, but it's coming. Wait for it. Thank you.
And just one thing, the young man, the family, by the time the parents were getting notified and learning that it's their son that has lost his life on the road, the body had been already taken. And so they got there in the morning. But when they got there, the bullet had already been removed from the body. I think to safeguard, so that when it is, so that you might not know which gun it came from, which is also a sad thing, because wale walimpeleka wali ensure that the bullets were already removed from the body. By the time the family got to see the body, they learned that somehow, I don't know how it happened, but the bullets had already been removed from the body. So they can't really, they will never be able to trace, where that bullet, which gun, dispensed that bullet.
That's now illegal, because a postmortem is not supposed to take place without authorization of the family and the presence of family members, or rather a representative of the family.
Bernard,
so we are dealing with a corrupt system here that wants to corrupt everything, including the dead.
Bernard, do you remember even the Rex story was the same scenario? When the mother came back, he found that the bullet was removed, but yet he had snapped the picture, the picture for the bullet.
So the more things change, the more they remain the same. And that's why we need an overhaul. Kenyans should not go for anything less than an overhaul. Let's drain the entirety of the swamp and get the country on the right track. The more we tolerate this, the more it becomes normal, and the better for the political class to think that they can normalize illegality, normalize losing of lives, normalize shooting to kill, and make it part and parcel of our existence, like in our neighboring countries, whereby it is normal. And now people have internalized and come to terms that they are not safe and they should live that way. I believe that's the main aim of the current administration, to break the spirit of Kenyans and let Kenyans accept to live on their knees because they have an incompetent government that wants to lead them backward instead of leading them forward. All these things need to be documented and put in accounts so that the day of reckoning, it appears somebody must answer for this. There must be some consequences to some degree over what has gone down, especially with this administration. And then, of course, we are not exonerating the previous administration. Whoever participated in taking a Kenyan life unnecessarily needs to answer for it. That's the only way we will breathe life into our constitution and make the rule of law something that is a serious matter, not the jokes that we are being treated to by so-called law professors who have no respect for the law nor the constitution. We need to be in a Kenya that is governed predictably and according to the rule of law. That innocent chokora, that street family guy, knows that there is law that defends him in case he is taken in or in case he has an issue with anybody. But if the law is only cited when it is supposed to defend Ruto and it's supposed to defend the ruling class, but it's only violated when it goes against the high and the mighty. But the rest of Kenyans are just there to be seen and not to be heard. That is unacceptable. So going forward, let us be more strict. Let's not get anybody off the hook, especially now that Kindiki and Murkomen are in the corner. Let the fire be intensified. Let somebody answer for this. If we have a few people leave office because of this, then the respect for life and the respect for Kenyans will be restored. But if we let this drop, we are doomed. I pray for the best. Thank you. See you when you see me.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you for everyone that is watching. Please, I ask you, let us do what we agreed to do. We agreed that we will support the show, so let us do it. So, because right now, we haven't seen anybody responding, but I'll be happy when we respond towards it so that we can continue moving on swiftly together. I've been your host, tonight, Shadizo, and I think I'll bring the play to the rest today, but we will continue with this discussion more and more and getting our nation to alignment, whereby we want everything to be on a standstill or an appropriate in a proper manner so that everything can go on smoothly. I don't have much, but to say that every time when you see something, know that there's somebody has committed to it. I'm your host tonight, Shadizo. Let us meet next time.
You've dreamed about the perfect wedding, the dress, the vows, the happily ever after. But let's ask the most important question. Before you say I do, are you truly ready for the lifelong commitment that comes after the honeymoon period fades? Bernard Ngosi's groundbreaking ebook, Are You Marriage Ready?, is the ultimate guide to building a successful, lasting marriage. This isn't just another relationship book, it's a heart-to-heart conversation that prepares you for one of life's biggest decisions, getting married. Are you choosing love or just infatuation? Are you building a marriage or just planning a wedding day?
Reading this book was a game changer. I realized I wasn't as ready as I thought, but now I'm on the right path.
Don't wait until it's too late. Invest in your future. Download Are You Marriage Ready today. Link in the description below. Your future spouse deserves the best. Are you ready?
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye
Tonight, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, a lot is taking place so fast. Therefore, everybody must work hard to stay on the cutting edge as far as making sense of our politics is concerned, and of course, remaining on top of all matters. Tonight, this is Sound Candy Talk Live. 72 people have cast their vote already, and only 42 have liked the video. Justified. So from the look of things, the majority of Kenyans think the government need to up. They are glad to report we are back on the main channel as well, and therefore we are asking everybody to join from wherever you are. Sound Candy Talk Live YouTube channel, and we are also live on X as well as extended to Facebook.
You are watching Sound Candy Talk Live.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back for another amazing episode, another amazing moment, another amazing hour, amazing minute, whereby we're going to have a discussion on our political open forum show. Tonight, I don't have much, but all the little that I have, we're going to share together and have a discussion over it and have a conversation over it so that we can amend our nation together. One of the things that happened tonight, a lot has happened even during the day, where some people are still looking for justice, others are still wondering where to get the justice. But we are here tonight to make sure that everything goes by amends and everything rides on it and everything comes to the place. So tonight I'll be hosting your show tonight, and I'm a host tonight, Shivizo, and I'll also be joining with other panelists and other people who will be having the discussion tonight together on this platform tonight. So if it's the first time coming across the platform, please consider subscribing, sharing, and also give it a thumbs up if you like it. And also there's a poll question. Please participate in it by voting and giving your opinions too. Also in the comment section, you're free to add your comment too, so that we can also get you. So what I want to ask you is, please let us up the game, let us consider it, and let us move on swiftly together and having the conversation together. What I want to ask you, welcome somebody, don't just watch alone and leave alone without getting an implication or adding up for the nation or being too patriotic. So I'll not tire with much, but tonight we're checking out what's the headline. I'm sorry with my vocal. We'll be checking out the topping story over the night. We'll be checking out the standing story out, and we'll be checking out what has happened throughout the day. One of the things that has happened out through the day is the story of one Albert Ojwang, who was being taken today home, and this journey to Albert Ojwang's home started as today. And also, as we are checking out Albert Ojwang's journey to home, we also be checking it out today's president speaking out about taking people that who are condemning other things. Also, President today standing up to condemn other things. Also, DP Kindiki this is standing out and taking giving out, cashing out money today. He had some millions up, which he went and giving it out. Also, still seeing other families that are seeking for justice. And the families that are seeking for justice, we have seen for other family like for the one Gen Z who was killed during the protest. Also, other families are still raising up, declaring that the family they want justice. Ruto attending after debate 2025 forum in London. Also be checking the updates on that. Another one is about the one and only person seeking to be the leader of the police that is being asked to come back to the office and continue moving on with the office. And also, apart from that, I'll be checking about the rights groups Murkomen overshot to kill orders. Murkomen has given short to kill orders, and then the people standing up to condemn is those that also the many groups standing up to condemn also the same thing, which is something that we'll be also checking what's it. Did Murkomen did good or did he do bad? Also, those are the things that we'll be having the conversation over tonight. Also, the other side, we are still moving on with the panelists for the Gen Zs. And I know to moving on softly on the other side of the studio, we're having the Gen Z panelists that is going on X. So please also, we can visit also that other side so that we also get it and also continue listening to it. As even we are moving on swiftly. I'll be giving you more updates as even we are continuing, as we are moving on. And for those who are still watching us and also who still standing us for right to make sure that we are moving on swiftly. I welcome you all. Feel free and feel part and parcel of this. Yesterday, we are sorry for the hiccup. Yesterday, we didn't have the electricity. We were on a blackout, and this electricity come today also late. But I thank for those who are patient. So please, before we even begin to roll, let us do so that we cannot get ourselves in the same mistake that we did yesterday, so that we didn't have the show yesterday. Let us do support the channel so that we don't get in such a like yesterday incident. We support the channel through the the till number, which is 516575, or the Venus number. Let us support. Let us come up together so that we can buy up something for the backup, so that we don't get in such a like calamities. So I want you to tell me, what do you feel that you can buy for the backup, and also get the money so that we can buy, even if it is generator, or we decided between a solar panel that can sustain the studio for the whole night when even the electricity is not there, so that we can move on swiftly without the hiccups. So I want to welcome you. Feel free and feel part and parcel of this. This is Open Political Forum show. A show that gives you the opportunity to share your views and give your opinions too. But tonight we'll begin up on a higher note, whereby we begin with the memorials which we are holding today of one and only Albert Ojwang, which will be opening up from us even mourn with the family together. Let us mourn with the family together. Like
from the government following his brutal murder while in police custody. During an emotional memorial service at Ridgeway's Baptist Church, family members, the clergy, and leaders called for accountability from law enforcement agencies over surge in killings, abductions, kidnappings, and forced disappearances of young Kenyans. Seth Olale with the highlights from the service.
Out at the Ridgeway's Baptist Church as the body of the late Albert Omondi Ojwang was ushered in for his memorial service. His family, led by his grieving father Meshach, mother Yukabeth, widow Nevinina, and their young son, was surrounded by friends, clergy, and human rights defenders who gathered to honor a life cut short too soon. Through tears and broken voices, the family vowed not to rest until they find justice. They are demanding answers from the government. What led to Albert's arrest, and why was he brutally murdered while in police custody?
Watabaki na utajiri na sifa za aina yote, lakini hawatakuwa na amani katika maisha yao.
Albert, usilale Albert.
His last words were, "I love you, see you soon." So seeing him soon here, or even in the mortuary, it really broke me.
The government, through the National Police Service, stands accused of silencing dissent among the youth through orchestrated killings, abductions, and enforced disappearances.
How about Albert's mother? How about Albert's father? And several others who could not and cannot have the opportunity of getting to the highest office in the land. This is the result.
Regulate Mama Mandaman. That's something we want to assure the Kenyans that we as the members of parliament, we're not going to accept it to see the day.
It is well. Ojwang's family thanked Kenyans of goodwill for their unwavering support during this deeply difficult time.
Kenyans generally, who gave them in the form of 1 shilling, 10 shillings, 100 shillings, 1,000 shillings.
The late Albert Ojwang, remembered as loving, kind, generous, and outspoken man, will be laid to rest on Friday, 5th July, at his father's homestead in Kakot Village, Homa Bay County.
The late Albert Miles Omondi Ojwang, who was picked from his father's homestead and made to travel for hundreds of kilometers to Nairobi, now returns back to his father's homestead in a coffin. His family wants Kenyans of goodwill to remember him through the virtues he stood for, including good governance, fight against corruption, and justice. Seth Olale, Citizen TV, Kiambu County.
This is what has happened in Kiambu County today during the memorial service of one Albert Ojwang. As we were checking also the story of Albert Ojwang, this is so sad because Albert left home well and sound and promising that I'm coming back. But when he went, he didn't manage to come back. That is so sad and that's so abruptly. Now also, as we are checking out the story of Albert Ojwang with the family, we still check about the different parts or different people mourning also about that. And let us stand up with the family and let us continue moving, pushing on and on until Ojwang is buried. And keep on the vibrating that's going on and on. So I want to welcome you all. Feel free and feel being part and parcel of this as you know having the discussion. Okay, tonight the link to join up with the studio is on the comment section. Somebody's asking the link. Okay, the link is there in the comment section. Thank you for joining, and thank you for those who are still joining up. The numbers who are watching is still low. Please let us up the game. Also, team Facebook squeeze tumesindia sana. Team YouTube tuko chini sana. Team SoundCloud Talk tuko chini. SoundCloud Talk live we are still low. We haven't reached even 50. We haven't reached our 50 and above. We need to reach at least 300 people watching. So make sure we invite at least 10 people. Share at least to at least 10 groups so that we can have the conversation together as even we are moving on swiftly and having this discussion tonight. Okay. The story of Ojwang opens the forum tonight because a lot has happened because of that story of Ojwang. And one of the headline hitters that we'll be speaking all today is the story of one and only Murkomen. Murkomen is hitting the last time we spoke about also Murkomen, where people give their different opinions, saying that Murkomen is not disturbed he's supposed to be removed from the office because he didn't do something that was good. And also still see people still raising up the argument and still raising up the concern that Murkomen should leave the office. Murkomen should leave the office. So what is your opinion about that? Do you feel like the campaign should be continue or Murkomen takai? Because wanasema Murkomen hatoke kwa office. Let us watch out this.
Institute have filed a petition at the Milimani High Court seeking to have Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen declared unfit to hold public office over his remarks on the use of lethal force during anti-government demonstrations. The organizations want Murkomen to publicly retract his shoot-to-kill order, accusing him of constitutional violation and encouraging police impunity. They warned that his statements made in the aftermath of June 25th Gen Z-led demonstrations could fuel a rise in extrajudicial killings in the country. Stephen Leto begins our coverage tonight with the following report.
Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has been dragged to court by civil society groups, Katiba Institute, the Kenya Human Rights Commission, and the Independent Medical Legal Unit, accusing the CS of overstepping his mandate by issuing policing statements that they claim incite unlawful violence, misrepresent the law, and undermine the Constitution. The three organizations now want the High Court to call the CS to order. According to court papers, Murkomen's shoot-on-sight directive is likely to trigger a surge in extrajudicial executions and widespread violence, resulting in loss of lives and serious human rights abuses. The lobby groups further urged the court to declare that Murkomen violated his constitutional duties by inciting police officers, telling them that the guns in their custody are not toys, and directing them to shoot anyone approaching a police station or allegedly endangering an officer's life. The human rights groups say the Interior CS has contravened Clause 1 of Article 75C and has demeaned the office of the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Interior and National Administration.
Tumeambia polisi mtu yoyote mwenye atakaribia police station piga yeye risasi.
Murkomen has been facing backlash over the directive, which he made a day after Gen Z protests led to mayhem and destruction across the country. The CS has since sought to clarify his remarks, insisting it was not a shoot-to-kill order and that police officers fully understand the legal limits on the use of force.
I think it's important for citizens to appreciate that our police officers are very professional and they know the circumstances under which, when they are in danger, they're trying to protect themselves or protecting lives, they have to use force to the extent that is necessary. But that does not mean that we are telling our police officers to become reckless. These are law-abiding citizens.
The three lobby groups now want a public clarification and have urged the court to issue an order compelling Murkomen to issue a written retraction published in a newspaper of national circulation at his own expense, fully withdrawing his comments and clearly outlining the legal limits of the use of force and firearms by police. The human rights groups also want a similar retraction aired on a television station with nationwide coverage at Murkomen's personal expense, fully withdrawing his comments and clarifying the legal circumstances under which police may use lethal force. The Interior CS is further required to convene a press briefing to issue the same clarifications publicly. Stephen Leto, Citizen TV.
Oh, that's how things are on happened with the story of Murkomen. Anajaribu Murkomen is trying to withdraw the words, thinking that the words can be reversible. Na amesahau kwamba maji yakimwagika hayazoleki. Please, I ask you, please let us join up the show. And for those asking the link is on the comment section. Please, David, click it. The one that follows your comment before and after your comment. Just click it, and then it will configure your camera and your video too. And then we'll get inside the studio so that you can be part and parcel of this beautiful conversation of building up the next society. Okay, Murkomen is trying to defend himself, trying to say that I didn't mean so. He meant something different from what the TV media broadcasted, and yet they broadcasted the direct words from Murkomen. So I wonder, what does it? what do Murkomen want? Okay, or what was he meaning by saying that if anyone comes to the police station, should be shot? And then we know that the police station nasemanga ni utumishi kwa wote, because tunatoka kwa ile form ulikuwa nasema kwamba ya police nini, making sure that the police is changing. So if we are changing up the police, and then now you begin telling them that, hey, now if somebody comes closer to police station, we'll be shot. Meaning, where do we want to take our reports? Where we would want to report? When do you want us to go and report? Meaning that the things are changing. Sasa ya tuko kwa kupeana report kwa police station, ni wewe ujue shida zako unasuluhisha aje. Ni hivyo Murkomen na maamua. I strength with those statements saying that he didn't mean so. You know, our police are well educated. They know where to defend themselves. They know where to use firearms. I bring up a lot of story. Yet they can't cancel what he said. Now, people are standing firm to say that Murkomen should leave the office. What do you feel? Do you feel Murkomen should leave the office immediately? I would say Rice is still being silent on it. Yesterday, today I've been watching earlier another podcast whereby one man said that if you know or you feel, watch another podcast, and then one man said, if you feel that you are incompetent, or you're feeling that this office, that I'm not feeling that I'm fitting to this office, or I'm seeing that I'm doing a lot of mess in this office, the only simple way you will just resign off, get out of the office, and tell people like, okay, and I'm seeing like I can't handle this office. I thought I will, but I feel like I can't handle the office, so I'm leaving it a little bit, so later another person steps in. But in the Kenya, it's different. I'm feeling like I'm making the office to crumble, I'm making the facility to go down, but I'm still sticking to the office, just wanting to make sure that everything should believe it's working, and yet you are making someday all of it collapse. So I don't know if the leaders or the problem with the seats, or what's the problem with it. I'm saying Bernard has joined us in the studio from diaspora, but we can't see Bernard well. We're just seeing only nose. I don't know why. How are you, Bernard?
Yes, good. Is it good day to everyone? It's a new day in Nairobi, Kenya.
Yes, it's a new day.
Glad to see all of you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share with us in this conversation. Murkomen and his madness has caught up with him. He has to pay for the same. He cannot come to tell us the policemen are a professional, they know what to do. If that is the case, why was he talking to them? Why was he directing them on what to do when they are professional and they know what to do? That's question number one. Question number two, what he's being asked to do is what he needs to own up his mistake, apologize to Kenyans, retract his statement. not for him to clarify his statement. No, clarification for the statement, that's clear, it's an order given. So Murkomen should stop playing with our minds and own up this mistake, and he should be out of that office. That office is for people with the whatever, great understanding of human life, great understanding of public wisdom, and people that are sensitive. They can maneuver within different whatever interests, balance with a balance, not recklessly. So Murkomen is too reckless for that office, and he seems to be incompetent. He's reacting instead of initiating a proper procedure of the working of the law enforcement officers. Secondly, there is no law that requires that a policeman should shoot to kill. That is not part of our Kenyan constitution. And so anybody directing that is violating the law. The police are meant to shoot so that they can enforce arrest. Where the arrest is being resisted and the person is running away, then they can shoot the leg of the person, the foot of the person, to catch him so that he's delivered before the judge. Any aspect of shoot to kill is neither here or there. And Murkomen being a lawyer, he needs to understand that better than any other Kenyan. And so he should not come to explain to us what he meant, what he said. He said what he said, he meant what he said, and let him face up to the consequences thereof. That is all I can say. And so he needs to appear before the court to defend himself, and is found culpable, vacate office. There are better Kenyans that can do that job.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. I hope we are still moving on. So I want to welcome also other people who are still joining up. I see some people are having difficulty, but for those who can join up using the link, please let us do so, and so that we can have this conversation together, and even we are moving on swiftly to discuss what is moving on, because Murkomen is saying that nyinyi mnamsingizia ya kusema hivyo, ya alisema vingine. Trying to skip it up, and the problem is hakuna kitu mbaya unataka kudanganya watu na kinyo ulisema kinaonekana. Today I've been watching all the discussion that has been going on this evening, where one Jay-Z say that hakuna kitu mbaya kujifanya kwamba unataka kufanya watu kuonekana wajinga, na ila hali wewe unajua kwamba umekosea na utaki kukubali kwamba umekosea. Unataka kutudanganya kwamba uko sawa na ila hali umekosea. Na akasisitiza kwamba kama umekosea, kubali umekosea na urekebishe. Na kino wa Kenya, viongozi wa Kenya hawataki kukubali wamekosea na wataki kurekebisha, wanataka kulazimisha wa Kenya mkubali makosa yao, ama mkubali kile wamewasindikizia kwamba ni hikyo, na nyinyi mkubali tu mfuate, msiulize maswali, mnyamaze. Bena nikuulize, hata kama wewe ni kiongozi, sifai kukuuliza maswali kama naona tunaenda kwa shimo? Bena, can you get me?
Yes, I'm here.
Nauliza kama
I was
kiongozi.
sending the link to Unduman.
Okay. I was asking. I've seen that there's this culprit in Kenya whereby you find even a leader, when you ask a leader a question, he don't respond to the questions. He tries to give he just try to play around and give different opinions and try to just avoiding the questions. And is it allowed that even if you are my leader and I'm seeing we are going inside a ditch and then telling you like, hey, my brother, we are falling down inside a ditch. Am I not allowed to tell you that we are falling inside a ditch? Just be silent, watch as we even withdraw.
We say in the church world that if God wants to lift you, He'll put a good man near you, and when the devil wants to finish you, he'll put the wrong man around you. So whether it's the devil or God, they uses people. And our village proverb say, "Let him that sets the trap wrongly set." In other words, not everybody can rescue somebody when they are headed in the wrong direction, especially with the level of psychophancy that we have in our politics and in our leaders. At times, it is even the leaders who don't want to be told the truth. They don't want to be shown that they are wrong. So they need psychophants around them to massage their ego and tell them that they are okay, everything is all right. But at the end of the day, they are headed in the wrong direction, and the consequences will be the same, because the wrong road will never take you to the right destination, no matter how long you travel on that particular road. And so it is right when a leader makes a mistake to own up the mistake and correct it. We saw this over and over with Uhuru Kenyatta. Whenever the public will come forcefully and demand, Uhuru will listen and change the tag where necessary, and of course try and find a middle, ground for the harmony to continue being there. And so the stubbornness to resist what is necessary to be changed is a huge letdown, and I think is the greatest unmaking of the Ruto administration. The more they don't listen, the more they don't heed to the demands of the people, the worse their government becomes, and the worse it becomes for them in their perpetuating to be in power. And so Murkomen is doing nothing new. We know this, and he will avoid owning up his mistake, because the premise upon which he was ordering the police to shoot anybody who comes to the police station was that there was a coup that the police had aborted, that had been arranged to take place on the 25th. That was the premise. And they wanted to play in the gallery in the name that they are so angry, that they are so bitter, that they are so worked up because somebody can imagine and work out a program to overthrow the government. And so the police has done a good job. They have not violated the law in any way. So all the people killed were killed in order. Those school children who were shot in the head were shot in order, according to Murkomen. That is what he said, and that's the background upon which he spoke. And so he should not come out and begin now to change. He should tell us, has he now established there was no coup? Has he now established that the coup he said was a lie, was a pretentious, pretentious ground to legalize what is illegal in the country, or encouraging the police to do the wrong thing? And so Murkomen, being a constitutional lawyer, it's embarrassing to have that come from him. And now he still wanted to make it worse by now recanting. Instead of recanting what he said, he's now looking for a better interpretation for the justification of the same. There is no justification of the same. Murkomen should own up his msalaba, na kutolewa kwa hiyo ofisi hiyo ndio inafaa. Kama yeye ndio anaendelea kuwa minister wa interior, sisi tunakuja sabasaba, okay? Na hakuna lugha atatumia ambayo itamuokoa kwa haya, kwa sababu sheria ni ile ile. Yeah? Chochote utakachokisema tutakitumia kinyume na wewe katika kwa mujibu wa sheria katika koti. So he has already spoken. He cannot take back his words until he owns up and repents, and therefore he's cooked. That's all I can say for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard, for that contribution. I see On the Money is in the building. On the Money, shikamo.
Habari ya studio.
Tupo salama, labda kwako?
Kwangu tuko salama, tunaendelea mzuri.
Nashukuru Mungu. Tuende nayo. Ndivyo vijana wasema.
Asante. Sasa Murkomen amelewa na power imemlewesha. Hata anaona hii serikali kumutoka na natumia saa ya milioni sijui ngapi. Kila kitu yake ni ya milioni. Sasa anaona hiyo milioni inaweza poponyoka. Sasa ndiye anaona ya kwamba hao JNC wanaweza kupindua hii serikali. Na wakipindua hii serikali, kufaa shati ya milioni itakoma. Kufaa shati ya saa ya milioni itakoma. Kutembea na viatu ya milioni itakoma. So amelewa na power, anamelewa na power. Na hii power iko temporary. Murkomen ajue hii power iko temporary. Hii power ilikuwa na Moi. Na alikuwa na nguvu sana hata kuliko hao bwana ni Murkomen. Murkomen ajue kwamba Moi alikuwa total money, alikuwa Biwote alikuwa na sasa hivi Biwote yako wapi? Biwote yako kaburini. Hiyo ni makapi, imekuwa makapi, iko kaburini, hiyo ni makapi. So hii vitu anajipiga nao kifua, hii power anajipiga nao kifua, hiyo ni takataka. Hiyo ni makapi. Biblia inasema hiyo ni makapi ya peperushwa na upepo. Kwa vile Bwana anajua njia mwenye haki. Sisi ni wenye haki, Wakenya ni wenye haki. Bali njia ya wasio haki itapotea. Njia yao katika serikali inapotea. Wanajaribu kufanya hii inapotea, njia itapotea, na itapotea mpaka mwisho. So yeye aende polepole, uwanja ni mdogo. Haende polepole. Hawa JNC wanapigania haki yao. Hiyo ni haki yao yenye mababa zao walinyang'anya mababa zao. Hiyo ni haki yenye Moi alinyang'anya sisi. Hiyo haki Moi alinyang'anya sisi. Moi hawezi nyang'anya sisi, alafu watoto wa Moi wakuje pia wanyang'anye sisi. Itawezekana? Tutatoa tu hiyo vitu, tutatoa hiyo nyama kwa mdomo yao. Na wakome na kiburi yao hiyo, wanajifanya kwamba wanajificha nyuma ya polisi. Wanajificha nyuma ya polisi. Wanajificha nyuma ya polisi. Polisi wawachieko tu nafasi uone vile raia watawararua nani, ndugu yangu. Raia watawararua. Hao wanajikinga, wanasema piga risasi kwa sababu wako nyuma ya polisi. Wamejificha nyuma ya polisi. Lakini polisi wakiwaachia na wakiwachako tu nafasi kidogo, ndugu yangu, hao watu hakuna Murkomen. Murkomen anaongea kwa sababu ako na police inspector general wako hapo, DCIO wako hapo, ndiye anakuwa na kiburi anaongea. Lakini aongelee kukubali hao watu hakuna, aongelee kumali security hakuna. Haone vile watu watamumeza. So hii uongozi hii iko temporary. Wasijipige kifua, ndugu yangu, anajipiga kifua, wanasema piga risasi. Tuliona wangapi walipigwa risasi, lakini mabadiliko ilibadilika na ndugu yangu. Mabadiliko tulipata mabadiliko. Watu walikufa, lakini tulipata mabadiliko. So hawa JNC vile watapigania haki yao watapata. Hawatakuamia haki yao kwa muda. Akiua ataua wote, watabaki. Na wale wanabaki tunapata ile mabadiliko ndugu yangu. So Murkomen awache kujipiga kifua. Alafu ya pili nimeona ya kwamba huyu inspector general, sijui inspector deputy inspector general, koti imemwachilia, amesema hana makosa. Hana makosa namna gani? Nani alituma hawa CID mpaka huko Homa Bay kuchukua Ojwang? Nani aliwatuma? So huyo inspector general ndiye aliwatuma. Wakaenda kuchukua Ojwang. Ojwang akamuuia ndani ya cell. Sasa koti inatoa mamlaka namna gani ya kusema atiana harudi kazini hatiana kesi? So koti ni ya watu matajiri. Koti si ya watu maskini. Si maskini ana haki, maskini ana haki. Tajiri ndiye ana haki. Lakini siku moja itakuja kufika, Bernard au ndugu zangu, ya kwamba hii inji tunaenda kubadilisha. Wapende wasipende, tutabadilisha inji. Tutabadilisha mustakabali wa hii inji, Bernard. Tutabadilisha mustakabali wa hii inji, kwa sababu hii koti imekuwa koti ya watu matajiri. Koti si ya watu maskini. Maskini hana haki. Baada ya Ojwang amezikwa, hiyo watakuwa wamesahau namna hiyo. Koti itakuwa imesahau namna hiyo. Hatapata haki. Baba ya Ojwang hatapata haki kwa hii Kenya hii. Hatapata. Mimi nina hakika. Kama nani anaitwa nani, Robert huko hakupata haki. Huyo mwingine akina JM Karaoke hakupata haki. Sasa ndio Robert atapata haki wakati hii. Robert atapata haki. Naomba tu Mungu aweke roho yake mahali pema peponi, na Mungu afanye namna gani, atulize baba ya Ojwang. Lakini Kenya hii mnyonge hana haki. Na unyonge, kama haki yetu ni kwa barabara huko Bernard, ndugu yangu, haki yetu ni kwa barabara. Haki yetu tutapata kotini, haki yetu tutapata kwa bunge, haki yetu tutapata State House, haki yetu tutapata kwa kufanya maandamano. Hapo ndo haki yetu itapatikana. Lakini tukifikiria haki yetu itapatikana kotini, hakuna. Haki yetu itapatikana State House, hakuna. Haki yetu iwezi kupatikana hata kwa bunge huko hakuna haki. Hapo hiyo sehemu yote hakuna haki. Haki yetu tutapata kwa kwenda kwa barabara kufanya maandamano. Haki yetu tutapata kwa mdomo ya bunduki. Haki yetu tutapata kwa mdomo ya risasi. Hiyo ndio haki yetu tutapata. Lakini tukifikiria haki yetu tutapata kotini, hii hakuna. Koti huko ni kizungu mingi huko kotini, alafu hiyo vizungu yote inakwisha Bernard, ndugu yangu. So hata hii watu ya ODM wameingia kwa serikali, wamenyamaza au hata waongei. Mimi niliona Esther Passaris analeta ati anapeleka mjadala gani anapeleka, alafu anakuja anataka kulimit hao watu wa maandamano. Hati maandamano tutafanya sehemu fulani. Hao wamesahau ya kwamba hao ndio walifunza sisi maandamano. ODM ndio ilifunza sisi maandamano ya kukaa kwa barabara. ODM ndio ilifunza sisi maandamano ya kutupa mawe. ODM ndio ilifunza sisi. Hiyo watu walimu wetu wako katika bunge sahi, wako katika serikali. Walimu wetu wenye walitufunza kutupa mawe, kukaa kwa barabara, kusema msilipe mshwari, wako sahi kwa serikali. Wamesahau ya kwamba hii serikali iko na wafinya, sasa wameingia kule. So tunasema namna hii tena.
Dakika moja tu. Samahani kwa kukatiza, lakini nataka tu nikuulize swali moja uongeze ukituelezea hapo. Sasa kama nikuulize, kama Esther Passaris anakataza kwamba watu usiandamane tukienda bungeni, niulize, na inasemekana kwamba tukiandamana tunapeleka miswada yetu wapi? Tunapeleka bungeni miswada yetu wenyewe. Na anatukataza tusiandamane tukienda bungeni. Hii miswada mnataka tupeleke wapi? Tuandamane tukipeleka wapi?
Sasa unajua wakati tunaandamana, hiyo tunaitanga namna gani? Tunaitanga petition unapeleka kwa bunge, petition unaweza peleka State House, petition unaweza kupeleka kwa ministry yoyote, na iko town kule. So akizuia sisi kwenda town, hiyo ni maandamano aina gani? Ndio nilikuwa nasema, Biblia inasema mwanamke astahili kuongea mbele ya wanaume. Akiwa na swali aulize bwana yake nyumbani. Aulize bwana yake nyumbani. Hapana tu wanawake kuingia kwa bunge huko na kutoa midomo mama, kupiga kelele kwa bunge na hakuna kitu wanafanya. Hakuna hata hii women rep itolewe kabisa, hakuna kitu wanachangia kule kwa bunge. Kama ndio wanawake sample ya kina Passaris watakuwa na hiyo akili, na ndio Biblia ikasema ya kwamba enyi wana wa Israeli na mweke vitanda yenu kuwa safi. Kuweka vitanda yenu kuwa safi ni midomo yenu kuwa safi. Ndio Biblia inasema enyi wanawake wa Israeli, enyi wabindi wa Israeli, mweke vitanda yenu kuwa safi. Vitanda kuwa safi. Vitanda ni midomo. Midomo yao ikuwe safi. Chochote inatoka katika midomo yao ikuwe safi. So akipeleka hiyo mjadala kwa bunge pale, ana limit sisi kuenda kufanya maandamano. Na hao ndio walikuwa walimu wetu. Hao katika ODM ndio walikuwa walimu wetu. Nani alifunza hao watoto kutupa mawe? Ni ODM. Nani alifunza hao watoto kupigana na polisi, kutupia polisi mawe? Ni ODM. Sasa kama mwalimu ameingia kwa serikali, anataka mwanafunzi aseme afanye nini? Mwanafunzi atafanya ile maneno mwalimu alimfunza. Na headmaster hiyo maneno ya kutupa mawe ni Raila Odinga. Huyo ndiye headmaster. Headmaster wa kutupa mawe. Headmaster ya kukaa kwa barabara. Na alifunza hao watoto wetu kufanya hiyo vitu. Sasa wanataka hao watoto wetu kufanya nini? Wawapatie haki yao. Vile wamepatia wa ODM haki yao, wameingia katika serikali, wamegawana madaraka. So hao watoto vijana wenye wako pia wapewe haki yao. Na wakikosa kupewa haki yao, hiyo supu watamwaga mchanga. Hiyo supu wanakunywa hiyo supu wakifurahia katika serikali, hao vijana watamwaga mchanga. Na mimi naunga hao vijana mkono 100%. Naunga vijana 100% mkono. Wawapatie vijana haki yao, wawapatie kazi, waliwapatie elimu, wawapatie kila kitu. Lakini kama wezi kufanya hivyo, ati wanatumia DCI sijui DCI kuanza kunyanyasa vijana hati na kuua. Tuliona Moi aliua wangapi, lakini ako kaburini, amelala kaburini. Alikuwa na wakifikiria kwamba inji ni ya Kenya ni yao. Inji ya Kenya si ya mtu. Hata katika uongozi watatoka katika uongozi Bernard. Kama watatoka katika uongozi, watatoka kifo itakuwa imewapata kifo. Vile Ojwang anaenda kuzikwa na ndio vile watazikwa. Hawatakwepa jeneza. Hawatakwepa jeneza hata wakiweka mamilioni ya pesa, wakiiba, wakienda kujenga Dubai, wakienda kufanya nini. Yote hiyo tunasemanga hiyo ni makapi, hiyo ni takataka. Hiyo ni takataka. Wakienda kujenga Dubai, wakiibia wa Kenya, wakienda kujenga Dubai, wakienda kuweka pesa huko ng'ambo. Hizo zote Biblia inasema hiyo ni takataka. Hiyo ni makapi ya peperushwa na upepo. Kwa vile Bwana anajua njia mwenye haki. Njia mwenye haki ni wa Kenya. Njia mwenye haki haipatikani State House. Njia mwenye haki haipatikani kwa bunge. Hiyo njia mwenye haki, njia sio haki itapotea. Hiyo njia sio haki itapotea. Kwa sababu tunataka hii Kenya itoshe sisi wote, isitoshe wengine, wanatumia bunduki. Sasa hawa bunge, hao viongozi wakubwa wamefanya tumekuwa adui na polisi. Tukiona polisi tunaona kama ni adui. Hata watoto wetu hawezi kucheza na watoto ya polisi. Hata watoto wetu hawezi kusoma na watoto ya polisi. Wanaona watoto ya polisi ni adui. So hao viongozi wamefanya sisi wananchi tumechukia polisi. Tunaona polisi ni kama adui, sio mtumishi wa wote. Kwa maana kama ni mtumishi wa wote, huwezi kusema ya kwamba wakati watu wanaenda police station wapigwe risasi. Ndio risasi inanunuliwa na ushuru wao. Hao wameshindwa kuua jambazi, kuua Al-Shabaab huko, wanasema wanataka kuua sisi raia, wanataka kuua vijana yetu. Na wajue ya kwamba hao pia wanazaa, wako na watoto, hao pia wanakuwa na watoto. Na Biblia inasema chochote unatumia upanga kuua ndugu yako au kuua na ndugu yako, hiyo upanga ndio itatumiwa kwako. Hiyo ndio upanga itatumiwa kwako. So hao viongozi wabadilishe nia, wabadilishe roho yao, iwarudie wa Kenya. Kwa maana roho yao imekuwa mbali na wa Kenya. So wabadilishe mioyo yao. Naomba Mungu wabadilishe mioyo yao, iwarudie wa Kenya. Wakati inawarudia wa Kenya, wafanye kitu ile wa Kenya wanataka. Lakini wasipofanya, wanatumia polisi. Hata polisi wamechoka. Polisi wamechoka kupigwa mawe. Polisi wamechoka kwa sababu huwezi kupigana na maraia. Serikali huwezi pigana na raia. Na serikali sijipige kifua ati inaweza kupigana na raia. Raia anaheshimu serikali. Unajua kuheshimu na kupigana iko tofauti. So mwananchi anaogopa sheria, lakini haogopi vita mwananchi. Mwananchi anaogopa sheria. So wasifanye polisi wakakuwa adui ya raia. Hao ndio adui yetu. Polisi si adui yetu. Wale adui yetu ni wale wa bunge. Adui yetu ni wale wa bunge wanatengeneza sheria huko kwa bunge. Hao ndio adui yetu namba 1. Namba 2, hao ni rais. Na rais ndio adui yetu. Namba ya 2. So hatutakubali kunyanyaswa. Mambo ya kunyanyaswa iliisha. Hii inji wache itutoshe wote. Tusitumie mambo ya bunduki, kunyamasisha wa Kenya. Tusitumie polisi kuzima wa Kenya. So hawa wajasoma lesson, bado wanafanya ufisadi, wanaona watatumia polisi, watatumia nini, vyombo vya sheria kunyanyasa mwananchi. Lakini tunajua ya kwamba hawataweza vita ya mwananchi na serikali. Serikali haishindangi vita. Mwananchi akiamua, serikali haishindangi vita. Mwananchi ndiye anashindanga vita, si serikali. Mwananchi ndiye anaheshimu tu sheria. Sheria ndio tunaheshimu. Lakini si hatuwezi heshimu hiyo serikali. Hatuheshimu serikali, lakini tunaheshimu sheria ile imewekwa. Hiyo sheria imewekwa ndio tunaheshimu. Lakini serikali wafanye namna gani? Waheshimu mwananchi. Mwananchi ndiye ameweka serikali kwa madaraka. Mwananchi ndiye anatoa ushuru. So serikali iheshimu mwananchi. Serikali iheshimu mwananchi. Mwananchi ndiye anawapatia hiyo pesa, wanafanya ufisadi. Mwananchi ndiye anatoa hiyo pesa ya kununua bunduki. Mwananchi ndiye anatoa hiyo pesa ya kulipa askari. So ukiua hao wananchi, utatoa wapi hiyo pesa? Utakuwa unatawala nani? utatawala mawe au utatawala watu. Ukisema we ni president ya Republic of Kenya, Republic of Kenya maiti au wale walio hai. So inatakana ukuwe rais ya wale walio hai, si wale waliokufa. Si wale waliokufa. Inatakana mtu akuwe mbunge kwa wale watu walio hai. Hapana wale mbunge kwa wale watu waliokufa. Hapana. Tunataka kulipa ushuru kwa wale watu tuko hai, si wale watu tuliokufa. So serikali inatakana iheshimu maslahi ya mwananchi. Once ikiheshimu maslahi ya mwananchi, tutakaa na amani na polisi. Tutaona hiyo polisi ni kama ndugu zetu, tutaona polisi ni kama dada zetu. Lakini sisi wananchi hatuna shida na polisi. Polisi hatuna shida na polisi. Tuna shida na viongozi. Hao viongozi ndio wamejificha nyuma ya polisi. Lakini wakati polisi watatoka kutu kidogo Bernard, polisi tu wakitoka kutu kidogo, hao watu tumewanyorosha. So wanakujua tu wanajificha kwa polisi. Lakini polisi wakiwatoka mtu tunawanyorosha Bernard. So tunataka heshima ipatikane kwa kiongozi na ipatikane kwa mwananchi. Ndio hii nchi itatutosha wote. Lakini wasifikiria kwamba hii nchi itawatosha hao peke yao. Hii itawatosha peke yao Bernard. Ndio wanasema ya kwamba atunatoa hiyo sheria ya kwamba tukifanya maandamano tukae mbali na koti. Hiyo koti ndio inanyanyasa sisi. Tukae mbali na bunge. Hiyo bunge ndio inanyanyasa sisi. Tukae mbali na State House. Hiyo State House ndio inanyanyasa sisi. So tutakaa wapi mbali napo? Huko ndio tutaenda. Huko ndio tutaenda. Wasiseme tukae mbali na hapo. Huko tu ndio tutaenda. Huko ndio tutaenda. Na 2027 wahesabu kura yetu mzuri. Wasipohesabu kura yetu mzuri, hakuna amani watapata. Amani hakuna. Hakuna amani ile watapata. Wakitaka wapate amani, waweke kila mtu nchi itutoshe wote. Itutoshe wote. Si wengine wasunguke na masubaru, wanasunguka na masubaru kutishatisha watu na masubaru. Kutishatisha watu na masubaru. So ndio tunasema ya kwamba polisi akuje ashike mtu na uniform na akuwe na kibali. Akuwe na kibali sahihi. Akuwe na kibali ya kwamba natoka police station fulani uko na uniform yako mzuri, basi alafu tutakupatia yule mtu unahitaji. Tutakupatia huyo mtu na tutakupatia na mwingine na msindikiza mpaka police station. Na aandikishwe kwa OB na huyo bwana apewe OB ingine. Lakini vitu ya kuzunguka na sisi na Subaru, sisi hatutaki civilian yoyote ako na Subaru akuje ati akamate mtu. Saa hii polisi hawezi kukamata mtu, anakuja tu hata anakamata mtu ofyo ofyo. Akuje na bunduki aina gani? Hata akuje na guruneti aina gani? Saa hii sisi wananchi tuko macho, tuko gangari. Polisi akikuja kukushika akuje na uniform. Asikuje na civilian. Akikuja na civilian, huyo ni muisi, tunaweka moto. Tunachoma. Tunachoma kwa sababu huyo ni muisi. Mwenye anakuja bila uniform, huyo ni muisi. Huyo ni mkora. So tunataka polisi afae uniform ndio akuja arrest mtu ya kwamba nimetoka police station fulani, nimepewa kibali ya kukamata. Na huyo mtu utapetea polisi, ataenda peke yake mpaka aende na mwingine. Hakikisha amefika police station, kwa sababu imekuwa ukora hapa katikati. Sasa hivi ile kotini iko anataka jaji anataka mtu fulani huyo alipotea apatikane. Aidha apatikane kama ako mzima au kama amekufa. Polisi walimpeleka wapi? Halafu sasa polisi ndiye akuje kwetu, atakuja na civilian. Hakuna sahi civilian. Ukikuja polisi, ukuje na polisi atakuwa na kibali, lakini uko umevaa uniform. Kama hakuna kibali, hakuna kutoka na mtu yetu. Hakuna kutoka na mtu yetu na tutakupatia. So serikali imeweka sisi wananchi kukua adui ya polisi. Na polisi walikuwa marafiki yetu zamani, Bernard. So saa hii tunaona polisi ni kama adui. Tumeona polisi ni kama adui. Na kumbe wabunge hao ndio adui. Wabunge ndio adui namba moja. Wabunge ndio adui namba moja. Adui ya pili ni kotini. Koti ni adui ya pili. Adui ya tatu ni polisi. So sisi wananchi hatuna mali ya kukimbilia. Hatuna mali ya kukimbilia, ni sisi tu. So Murkomen akisema polisi wapige watu risasi kwa polisi huko, hata polisi sasa apige wewe risasi kwa barabara. Kama unatembea tu anakupiga wewe risasi. Sasa tutakuwa namna gani na usalama wetu? Usalama wetu mpaka tutafute vile tunaweza kujikinga usalama wetu. Usalama wetu sasa tutaweka serikali itulinde, kwa sababu serikali imeshindwa kutulinda sisi. Serikali ndio imekuwa jambazi ya kukamata sisi kwa nyumba na kwenda kunyonga sisi. So mpaka tujiami kwa sababu serikali haiwezi kuchunga sisi. Sisi mpaka tujiami, tuone sisi wenyewe tumejilinda. kwa sababu hiyo serikali tunapatia ushuru haiwezi kutulinda, maslahi yetu haiwezi kutulinda, inalinda wakubwa. Serikali inalinda wakubwa, sisi wadogo hatuna mtu ya kutulinda. So mpaka tukue na rungu yetu kwa nyumba, tukue na silaha yetu ili tutajilinda wenyewe, kwa sababu serikali haina mamlaka ya kutulinda. Sasa sisi hii serikali tunangoja tuisafishe iende nyumbani 2027, hata 2027 itafika, waende nyumbani. Bernard, asante.
Asante Ndumani. Kabla lete Bernard, nataka kitu moja, nataka tu tuule kutufahamisha mtazamaji kile tunaendelea.
Ilikuwa naomba nilainishe kitu. Ndumani, umeingilia kina mama. Kina mama wanateta sana. Sheria mbaya haitokani na kina mama. Sheria mbaya inatokana na watu wasiotumia akili vizuri, wawe wanawake kama wanaume. So hiyo suala la Pasaris sioni liko tofauti na vile wabunge wanafikiria na kina Murkomen vile wanafikiria, kwa kujaribu kuharamisha maandamano. Wanaona maandamano ndio adui, sio sababu za maandamano. Badala washughulikie sababu za maandamano, hao wanataka kufanya maandamano yasiwe ya kufana, yasiwe ya kulenga lengo fulani. Kama wabunge ndio wametukosea, sisi tutaenda kuandamana bungeni. Kama ni rais ametukosea, tunaenda State House. Kama ni Murkomen ametukosea, tunaenda kwa ofisi ya Murkomen. So huwezi kusema tutakuwa na maandamano sisi vile walikuwa wanafanya vile nani anasema nani huyo Sakaja ati wa hawkers wale watu wanauza vitu rejareja town waende kuuzia Kangundo Road. So angalia kule town iko na kule Kangundo Road iko, na unaambie tukienda kupeleka hawkers Kangundo Road nani atatoka town aende Kangundo Road kununua bidhaa za watu? So kuna vile ambavyo wanataka sasa kufanya maandamano yawe sisi tuende kwa Nyayo Stadium tukae huko tupige kelele, au wakiendelea kufanya vile wanavyotaka. Hiyo sio sheria. So hiyo ni kuhujumu haki, na Esther Pasaris na wote ambao wanafikiria hivyo ni kwa sababu wamepungukiwa na maarifa. Si eti ni kina mama ama ni kina baba, ni kupungukiwa na maarifa na kutojali wananchi.
Bernard, nitaongezea hapo, iko wanawake wengine wakipata madaraka, wachana ina wanawake eti ya nyumbani, hawa wenyewe wanao madaraka. Hawa wanawake wenye hawana madaraka wako na heshima sana Bernard, lakini wale wanawake wenye wako na madaraka, hata wanawako na madaraka hata ya kushinda mabwana zao Bernard. Na ndio Biblia inasema enyi wana wa Israeli, si enyi wanawake wa Kenya, wale wako wanaandikwa kasi kubwa kubwa, waweke vitanda yao kuwa safi, waweke vitanda kuwa safi, waweke mdomo yao inyoroke, mdomo yao kuwe safi Bernard. Lakini hii wanawake hawana madaraka, hawana kazi hawa.
Udumani, wewe fanya hivi, tutafanya show na wewe hii masuala ya kina mama, kwa sababu inaonekana uko na ujumbe kwa kina mama ambao sisi hatujashika. Lakini kwa sasa hivi tunaomba hivi,
niko na ujumbe sana,
kila mtu ahukumiwe kwa makosa yake. Si wanawake wote, si kina mama wote. Yule mama amefanya makosa ashughulikiwe kwa hayo makosa. Tukiwaweka wote grupu moja, sasa itakuwa ni shida.
Sasa unaona Bernard, Biblia inasema enyi wanawake wa Israeli, enyi wanawake wa Israeli, mweke vitanda yenu kuwa safi, mweke vitanda kuwa safi. Enyi, kwa sababu hii tabia ilikuwa Israeli, na hii tabia imetoka Israeli imekuja hapa Kenya. So yao wanawake wanaweka na midomo, waweke vitanda yao safi. Kama Pasaris aweke kitanda yake safi, isiwe kitanda ile inanuka, isiwe kitanda ile inavunda, iweke kitanda yake kuwa safi.
Sawa, asante Udumani. Tatizo kazi kwako.
That is when Ndumani has speak about the police commissioner, and this is what's happening with the police commissioner. Mambo imechemuka, that's how people say, and this is what happened before we roll down, bring other things to the alignment. This is what happened with the police commission.
General of Police Eliud Lagat from accessing his office unperforming his duties, or using any facility of the National Police Service has been withdrawn. The application, which was linked to the ongoing investigations into the death of blogger Albert Ojwang while in police custody, was withdrawn after the court was informed that the matter had been overtaken by events following Lagat's declaration that he had stepped aside. Lawyer Ndego Wanjiru, representing the petitioner, told the court that they would be seeking leave to amend the petition to reflect the change in circumstances. Justice Kavedza allowed the withdrawal of the application and set the matter for mention on the 10th for directions on the main petition. The crackdown on individuals and politics.
Moving on swiftly. Maaskari wako na mashida sahi. Hakuna news inaisha bila maaskari. Every news comes with the maaskari. Wamefanya, maaskari wamefanya. Maaskari wamefanya, maaskari wamefanya. Maaskari nao wanajitetea, sisi tumetumwa. Orders from above, orders from above. We don't know what can we tell our police so that we can have a peaceful nation and bring everything to alignment. Because if things continues moving to this direction, kidogo, if you have been asked, okay, you are even released, but we are still asking you, who sent you? You don't want to say who sent you. Now you want to cover it up, make other junior police to pay for your sins, and then you just cover the story up and then say that nothing happened. Mimi nataka mnisaidie, mnieleze kama umeshikwa kwa sababu ya kitu fulani, haujapeana mwelekeo halisi. Swali ambalo aliuliza ya kwanza ni kwa nani alifanya, nani alikuwa ametumani. Ukasema ni mkubwa wa polisi alikuwa amefanya nini, ametumanisha afanye nini. Na akaulizwa akiwa sel nini ilifanyika, hamtaki kusema. Now you don't want to be accountable, yet you are being released. Na mimi najuanga hata kama ni let me give example na simu ya wizi. Ukiiba simu na mimi nilipatikana nayo, nikapewa Bernard akapewa Ondomani akapatikana na simu. Ondomani atoe Bernard sipo nitoa, yeye ndo anabeba mzigo. So how comes that you police ameshindwa kwa be accountable na wanamrelease saying that is free? Is not accountable. Hebu mnisaidie kuelewa hapo.
Our police service is a hideout of criminology. The kind of evils being committed by the police and covered up are innumerable. And you see the way things are now happening, the courts and everything. They want to defeat justice and hinder the pursuit for the justice by frustrating the case. How do you frustrate the case? By destroying the evidence and ensuring that credible witnesses are not arraigned in court. So that when it goes to hearing and determination, you are left without, the case is weak because you don't have eyewitnesses, and the closest people to the case are now not guilty. And so it is a matter of defeating justice, and it's all because the law is no longer an item to use to stop evil. The law in Kenya is an instrument you use to facilitate evil. Polisi akikushika ukidrive kwa pavement, anakupatianga tu maswala ni mawili, nikupeleka kotini itakuwa 10,000. Tufanyeje? Kipiga yeye hiyo ngirimbiri, hiyo story imeisha. So aliyekusaidia na hiyo maswala ya kuhepa kwenda kotini ni nani? Si yule polisi. So ni ili swala tulikuwa tunafikiria liko kwa traffic peke yake, lakini sasa liko kila mahali. Si kwa bangi, si kwa mauaji, si kwa ubakaji. They defeat the case by destroying the evidence. So ili swala la Langat, sahi sasa hana hatia, hakuhusika kwa masuala ya Albert, yeye ni mlalamishi tu. Alipolalamika ni amini aliyejitolea mhanga akafuel gari likakwenda mpaka Homa Bay kutafuta Albert kwa sababu wametusi mkubwa wao. At the end of the day, the case is going to be thrown out as not having sufficient grounds to prosecute the liable people. Well, this is all I can say to the police officers and all that are participating into the ills that they are committing in the name of being in power and in the name that they can defeat the cases. Mtakwepa koti ya Kenya, mtakwepa koti ya Madam Hot Air, mtakwepa koti zote injini, lakini kuna sehemu ambayo mtafikishwa mbele ya hukumu ya Mungu. Hapo hakuna mtu wa kuona kando. Hapo hakuna kutoa evidence kulingana na polisi aliyehusika. Mambo yako yote utajibu. Kwa hivyo saa hii mama yake Albert will go home and be cold and suffer in pain because the big people are untouchables. The big people cannot be prosecuted. The big people are above the law. That is as much as it goes. But one of these fine days, there will be a day called a day of reckoning. Ndio record zitawekwa sawa sawa. Sasa hivi fanyeni vile mnavyotaka. Nimemalizia hapo.
Asante bwana, waje msikize Ndumani.
Mimi nitasema namna hii. Sheria iko ya kwamba kama umeona mtu amekukosea anakuchafulia jina, sheria iko ya kwamba unapeleka yeye kotini, unashtaki yeye. Koti ndio inahukumu yeye. Hapana wewe uweke gari mafuta, uende utume wadogo yako, uende mpaka uchukue mtu huko Homa Bay, ukuje uwie katika police station. Inamaanisha ya kwamba uko above the law. Uko na sheria hiyo yako inaonesa kuua hata mtu. Nani ndugu zangu? So kama alijua huyo Ojwang amemkosea, Ojwang amemchafulia jina, angechukua yeye vile ilikuwa afanye namna gani? Hata huko Homa Bay iko koti, angeshtakia yeye huko Homa Bay huko koti, yujue ya kwamba huyu bwana ako na nini, huyu bwana ako na kesi ya kujibu. Lakini kuchukua mtoto ya wenyewe unachukua unaenda kutoa kwa sababu uko na power. Uko na power. Hii power iko temporary tu. Hata mmoja alikuwa na power, lakini sasa yako wapi? Hako kaburini. Mifupa iko kaburini. Wanarembesa hiyo kaburi tu, wanarembesa na kupaka mafuta na kupaka maua, lakini ndani imeosa, ndani iko uvundo. Ndani huko iko uvundo. Ndani iko takataka uvundo. So hii power iko temporary. Hii power iko temporary. Kesho utakufa ukiwa kwa power, temporary utakufa ukiwa kwa power. That's why unaona watu saa hii mwananchi hana heshima na polisi, hana heshima na kiraoni. Kiraoni saa hii raia hana heshima na kiraoni, hana heshima na hiyo uniform. Hata hiyo uniform wakipiga saluti, hiyo saluti ni mafi. Hiyo saluti watu waheshimu hiyo saluti, waheshimu uniform, waheshimu kiraoni. Wanaona tu mtu akifaa kiraoni ni mkora. Wakiona mtu anafaa kiraoni ni muuaji, ni muuaji. So ile heshima ya kiraoni imeanguka. Ile heshima ya uniform imeanguka. That's why unaona mtu anafahamia police station anachoma moto. Kwa sababu hiyo heshima hakuna. Hiyo heshima hakuna. Ukiona raia anashambulia police station na anachoma, hiyo heshima ya police station hakuna. Ukiona raia anaingia mpaka kotini anachoma kotini, anajua ya kwamba nikichoma hii koti hakuna haki. Hii koti haifanyi haki. Hii koti haifanyi haki. That's why koti inawekwa moto. Iko police station haina haki. That's why mwananchi anafanya namna gani? Anachoma police station. Lakini wakati tutakuwa na haki, tunaheshimu sheria, tutaheshimu police station, tutaheshimu na mahakama. Lakini sasa hawa wakubwa ndio wamekosa kuheshimu mahakama. Hawa wakubwa ndio wamekosa kuheshimu sheria. So sheria gani unaenda kuchukua mtu mnyonge, alafu wewe unakuja unanyonga, unaua mtu. Alafu the same hiyo koti inasema ya kwamba huyu bwana hana hatia. Na hatia alitumwa wadogo yake. Alitumwa huko wadogo wake. wadogo wake waende wakamilishe hiyo shughuli alituma. Lakini Biblia inasema ya kwamba atakuja na ujira wake mkononi. Katika Ufunuo wa Yohana 22 anasema ya kwamba atakuja na ujira wake mkononi, kumulipa kila mwanadamu kulingana na matendo yake. Mwanadamu hata kama umevaa uniform, mwanadamu hata kama ni president, hata mwanadamu hata kama ni mbunge, atakuja na hiyo ujira wake mkononi, kumulipa kila mwanadamu. Kila mwanadamu ni yule anavaa uniform, ni yule mwanadamu avai uniform, ni yule mwanadamu hapo kotini, hapo katika bunge, katika state house, katika traffic. Huyo ni mwanadamu, na Biblia hii inasema ya kwamba atakuja na ujira wake kumulipa kila mwanadamu kulingana na matendo yake. Na akasema hapo nje kuna wezi, kuna wauaji wako. Hata muuaji anakuwa katika uniform, ni muuaji. Biblia inasema katika Ufunuo wa Yohana ni muuaji, hata akiwa katika uniform ni muuaji. Akiwa rais ni muuaji, akiwa hapo katika bunge ni muuaji, akiwa katika traffic kwa barabara ni muuaji. Ndio Ufunuo wa Yohana inasema namna hiyo. Na atakuja na hiyo ujira, na hiyo ujira ni mkali sana. Wanafikiria kwamba hii inji wakati wanafurahia mazuri ya hii inji, wakinyonga watu, wakiua watu kwa sababu ya riziki yao. Lakini Biblia inasema ole wao watakuja kulia na kusiaga meno. Watakuja kulia na kusiaga meno. So yeye anatengeneza hiyo. Ndio unaona polisi, watoto wa polisi wamepata na wako na laana kwa sababu baba yao hako na damu ya mwanadamu, hako na damu kwa mikono yake. Hiyo damu kwa mikono yake, hako na damu. Na Biblia hii inasema ya kwamba yeye atakuja na hiyo ujira kumlipa kila mwanadamu kulingana na matendo yake. So hiyo matendo isipolipiwa hapa duniani na koti, matendo hii isipolipiwa hapa duniani na koti, italipiwa mbinguni. So hapa kama wamekosa kupatia Ojwang haki yake, wamekosa kumpatia haki yake, basi haki yake atapata mbinguni. Na yule mwenye alifanya hiyo kitendo atalipwa, ataanza kuchomeka kama atapata shida kabla hajafika mbinguni. Ndio unaona kama mtu hata akiwa na pesa namna gani, wakati anataka kukufa, hana kufa mpaka yani anateseka dakika ya mwisho. Mimi niliona commissioner ule alikuwa former commissioner, police commissioner huko Nyanza. Wale walienda kumchukua Robert huko. Wakaenda kuua. Mtu aliara tu alikuwa anafaishwa Pampers hizi, mtu mzee tu mkubwa anafaishwa Pampers. Hiyo ni laana. Hiyo ni laana ya mauaji, hiyo ni damu ya mauaji iko katika mikono yako. So huyo bwana alikufa vibaya sana. Asante.
Asante Ndumani kwa kututamanishia kwa kishindo sana, na nataka tupande ngazi za kisiasa kidogo. Tumuone na rais na naibu wake hapo wanatupa usemi ambao unafuata na kuyaweza kuyaongelea masuala mengi ambayo yanakumba nchi yetu. Leo hii rais aliongea kwa London, na pia naibu wake leo naye akakuwa amesema ametumwa na rais kwenda kusomesha miradi. Ngoja tazame hizi video mbili kisha tutaweza kujadiliana. Na nawasihi tafadhali tujiunge pamoja, tuweze kujadiliana pamoja, tuweze kuzungumza wote pamoja, maana hii ni nyumbani ya kila mmoja, na hili masuala na sehemu moja yanakuguza, inaweza kosa kuwa yanakufikia moja kwa moja, lakini kuna sehemu ambayo yanakufikia. Kwa hivyo jitokeze, tuzungumze, tuweze kuhakikisha nchi yetu inaenda mbele vizuri. Ngoja tazama hizi video mbili kisha tuendelee na ongea.
President William Ruto says Africa will continue investing in primary sectors such as manufacturing and agriculture to create jobs and guarantee food security, while acknowledging that the future of global economic competitiveness lies in investing in services, technology, and human capacity to innovate. Developing nations cannot fully adopt that, as the primary sectors are still the main drivers of economic contributing 40% of the gross domestic product in sub-Saharan Africa. The head of state made the remarks during a forum dubbed Africa Debate 2025 in London.
Africa's growth path cannot be either or proposition. We cannot choose strictly between investing in services or supporting our primary industries. That would be a counterproductive and false dichotomy. We must do both simultaneously. Our experience suggests that while investing in services sector is necessary, it is not sufficient to address the urgent challenges of poverty reduction and unemployment while achieving meaningful economic growth. Investing in agriculture-led industrialization can enhance domestic food resilience and food security. According to estimates by the Africa Development Bank, FAO, and McKinsey, Africa's agribusiness market could grow from $300 billion in 2010 to $1 trillion in 5 years.
Deputy President Professor Kithure Kindiki has today came to the defense frequent phrases that have been dubbed as empowerment drives, saying they are part of the promise made by President William Ruto. Speaking in the county of Tana River, Kindiki said the fundraisers were not done in isolation, outlining the construction of modern markets as part of efforts to uplift those in the lower income bracket. Leaders in the company of the Deputy President also called on locals in the coast region to shun divisive politics.
The country must develop equally, and Tana River and other parts of coast, other parts of Kenya, which sometimes have been left behind. We must make sure that we now walk shoulder to shoulder, all the 47 counties, as brothers and sisters accessing equal development.
Wewe DG ulipatiwa deputy president. Cha msingi ulikuwa ukisema nini watu wa Tana River mna share? Nini watu wa Kosi mna share? Oh, kila siku mountain. Oh, kila siku mountain. It is about the Republic of Kenya. It is not about one area.
Uongozi wa William Samoei Ruto ni uongozi wa kutuma viongozi kwa ground. Umeelewa? Sasa mimi nataka niwaambie, nitarudi hapa tena na tena na tena, kwa sababu niko na instructions kali sana za kuboresha mambo ya uvuvi, mambo ya madini, mambo ya blue economy, fishing, shipping and maritime affairs.
Hapa sehemu hii mnapenda ukabila ama mpendi? Yule mkabila ashindwe, yule mkabila apotee, na ukabila yake ndogo ndogo na milima ambayo iko na mashimu.
Former Interior CS Dr.
Ndivyo mambo imezidi kuchemuka. Unasema kwamba uongozi wa Rais William Ruto ni uongozi wa kufanya kazi kwa ground, na hiyo kugawa pesa ama kwenda kwa michango ya rambe ilikuwa sehemu ya yake. Utanisikiza ndumani.
Ndugu yangu, hizo wanasemanga hizo sarakasi za abunwasi. Sarakasi za abunwasi. Hiyo maneno rais anasema huko Amerika, huko ngambo, ni maneno mazuri sana. Lakini kwake anafanya hivyo? Kwake iko vijana wanaandamana wana kazi ya kufanya. So hiyo viwanda anatangaza huko Amerika, angekuja aziweke hapa, afanye zikionekana. Maneno ile anaongea Amerika ni mzuri. Lakini afanye hapa Kenya. Na ndio tunasema nani ndugu yangu ya kwamba hii maneno anaongea Amerika ni makapi. Hizo ni takataka anaongea huko. Hizo ni takataka kwa sababu hazimsaidii. Hiyo maneno anaongea haimsaidii. So ile maneno unaongea haikusaidii, hiyo tunasema ya nini? Hizo ni makapi. Hizo ni makapi, hizo peperushano upepo. Hizo ni makapi. So atakuja na hizo takataka zake kule kutoka ng'ambo huko, akikuja hapa hizo makapi atakuja nazo hapa Kenya. Akishakuja na hapa Kenya, hizo makapi hazitamsaidia, bali vijana watakuwa bado kwa barabara. Hii maneno empowerment hii, wanaiba pesa ya serikali, ananunua generator, ananunua TC car wash, wananunua mitungi, wananunua hizi mitungi ya maji, drums, wananunua sijui vitu ile ya watu kufanyia biashara vijana. Hiyo vitu unawasaidia vijana hiyo kufanyia nini? Hiyo pesa hiyo wachange hiyo pesa, wafungue Nzoia, wafungue Kikomi, wafungue kule Mombasa, zile factories zilikwisha Mombasa kule, zifunguliwe. Zikishafunguliwa basi hivi vijana wote waende wafanye huko kazi. Lakini mimi naona Joe huko anapiga tu kelele tu huko Mombasa. Anapiga tu kelele tu, hakuna kitu hilo anafanya. Walifanya tu wasted years hiyo wakati ya ODM. na wameingia kwa hii serikali ile yenye hata iwezi kusaidia. Tangu yeye Joe aipewe hiyo ministry, amesaidia mtu gani huko kasi hata kupata kazi? Hakuna kitu amesaidia huko coast. Hata huyu makamu wa rais yeye anasunguka tu, wanasunguka na pesa ya raia, wanasunguka na pesa ya serikali. Kwa nini ya kuweka hiyo pesa ifanye kazi? Sisi tutaka watu wanasunguka na randa, wanafanya kazi saa ngapi? Watu kazi yao ni kuranda juu ya magari, kuranda. Hiyo sauti imekuwa tu rekiji. Hata unaona mwanamke anaamka tu anaanza kutusi mwanamume mwenzake. Mwanaume yule ako na bwana, naye mwenyewe labda ana bwana. Ndio wale wanawake wanatoanga matusi kwa midomo yao, hata kama ni viongozi wako na wanatoa matusi kwa midomo yao, wanatusi mwanaume. Ukipiga tu akili mzuri huko nyuma hana bwana. Lakini mwanamke yule ako na bwana, ako na heshima, hawezi enda kushambulia bwana mwenzake bwana kwa umati ya watu. Hawezi enda kushambulia. Hii wanawake wenye wanatupanga midomo wanashambulia wanaume kwa midomo kwa mikutano. Ukiangalia hawa wameoa tu wanaume ya wengine, hawana mabwana. Lakini ule mwanamke ako na bwana, ako na heshima wakati anaenda kuongea na mwanaume. Hata kama mwanaume anapiga siasa namna gani, unaongea na huyo mwanaume kwa njia ile ya heshima vile bibi yake anaongea naye kwa nyumba, ndio wewe naye uongee naye kwa heshima. Lakini wale wanawake wako katika siasa hawana mabwana, ndio wanaongea na matusi, wanaongea kila kitu, na ndio Biblia inasema enyi wana unanipata?
Unakupata, twende.
Kenya hii viongozi hawana heshima. Hii viongozi mtu achukue kama anakuja ati maneno ya empowerment hapa Busia, wakuja waweke kiwanda hapa Busia. Kiwanda hiyo itasaidia vijana wetu hapa Busia. Vitu anakuja kufanya empowerment car wash inasaidia nini? Car wash mtu atikuosha wao unaweka atunapatia mtoto mashini ya kuosha gari. Hii ya saloon ya nini? Kwa uweke viwanda hapa Busia, waweke Kakamega, waweke wapi viwanda, vijana waende wafanye kule vibarua. Kama ile kiwanda ilikuwa ya Raiply kule Eldoret, wakati mimi nilimaliza form 4 kule, ndio nilienda kufanya kibarua ya kuweka hizo plywood kwa trailer, na at the end of the day ninalipwa. Mimi naenda kwangu nyumbani, nimechoka, mimi nalala, hata siwezi kwenda kwa maneno ya maandamano, mwili imechoka. Nafikiria kupumzika, kuenda kufanya kazi nyingine kesho. Lakini hawa serikali imeweka vijana wamekuwa idle. Alafu mtu anasema anatoka hapa anaenda ng'ambo huko, kusungumuza maneno ya viwanda namna gani, na viwanda imemshinda hapa Kenya. Wewe unawezaje enda ng'ambo kuongea maneno ya viwanda na wewe mwenyewe una hiyo kiwanda? Ni kama unaambia watu mjenge choo na wewe mwenyewe atakuwa kwa hauna choo. Wewe unakunia msituni. Na wewe una choo na unaambia watu ya kwamba mchimbe choo. Tunataka kuweka viwanda hapa Kenya. Mweke viwanda na nyinyi hamuna hiyo viwanda. Hiyo viwanda ndio mnauza usiku na mchana. Hiyo viwanda ndio mnafanya ufisadi. Na ndio watu wanakosa kazi. Na ndio vijana wanakosa kazi. Na hao vijana watakuwa na nyinyi bamba tu bamba. Muwaue, muwafanyie nini? Muwatege nyara, watakuwa nao bamba tu bamba. Kwa sababu wakiua mmoja hawataua wote. Wakiua 100 hawataua wote. Bado watatoka kama nzige. Biblia inasema watatoka kama nzige. So ni hao kukaa chini na kuona vile wanaweza kusaidia vijana wetu kubuni nafasi ya kazi. Hapana kutembea juu ya magari, kutembea huku na huku. Wakae katika maofisi yao, wapange mipango ya Kenya, wapange mipango vile vijana wanaweza kupata kazi, vile wanaweza kubadilisha nchi, ya Kenya. Hapana hii nchi ina watu wanalia, kila mtu analia. Mzuri. na hakuna vile kiongozi atakaa mzuri na huyo mdogo akae mbaya. Washukuru sana polisi ndio inawasaidia, lakini kama si polisi wai maisha imewashinda watu, maisha imekuwa ngumu. Na hivi viongozi wajue ya kwamba maisha imekuboresha inji, tusisaidiane kubomoa inji. Unajua wanasema tunataka amani, na wenyewe hawana amani. Hao wenyewe wanafanya ufisadi, hao ni ufisadi tu wanafanya. Ndio wanasema tuweke amani. Tuani kwa mtu mwenye hana kazi, anasema inji yetu ipende inji yetu, tuipende inji yetu kwa sababu, alafu kila siku nasema tupende inji yetu, tusiharibu inji yetu. Sasa mwenye unaambia tusiharibu inji yetu, tusichome inji yetu, huyu bwana hana kazi, hana kitu ya kufanya, hana chakula, hana sabuni, alafu wewe unaoga katika ufisadi, unavaa suti katika ufisadi, alafu unasema ya kwamba tupende inji yetu. Tutapendaje inji yetu na hatuko sawa? Hatuko na usawa katika inji, tutaipenda namna gani? Hatuwezi kuweka amani na wewe kule minofu. Hauwezi weka amani alafu wewe unatembelea gari kubwa, unafanya ufisadi. Tuweke hiyo amani, yani tuwekenge amani, tufinyikenge amani, na wewe unatembelea gari kubwa, unaenda katika hoteli kubwa, unaenda kufanya chakula, unakula minofu, alafu wewe unaambia sisi hii inji tupende amani. Amani inapatikananga kwa watu wale inji iko na usawa. Amani inapatikana mahali inji iko na usawa. Lakini si amani iwezi kupatikana kwa inji yenye hakuna usawa. Hakuna inji inapatikana amani kama inji hakuna usawa. Tukuwe na usawa katika elimu, tukuwe na usawa katika kazi, nafasi za kazi, tukuwe na usawa katika mabarabara, tukuwe na usawa katika kila kitu, tukuwe na usawa. Hapo ndio amani itapatikana. Lakini nyinyi mwezi kuogelea, hawa kubwa mwezi kuogelea kwa ile wimbi ya pesa, wanasunguka na pesa ya Kenya wakitoa tu empowerment. Empowerment ndio kitu gani? Empowerment wewe patia mtu factory. Kama ni Busia hapa, weka factory. Bungoma weka factory. Huko Kakamega weka factory. Ukishaweka factory, hii iko sawa. Upeleka hao vijana wanafanya kazi pale. Hiyo ndio itakuwa usawa. Hiyo ndio itakuwa empowerment. Lakini hapana empowerment ile yenye unasaidia wachache. Katika hiyo constituency wamesaidia wachache, si wote. So vitu ya kutuambia maneno ya kusunguka, au vice president anasunguka, rais anasunguka, nenda ngambo, akae chini afanyie Wakenya kazi. Hawafanyie Wakenya kazi na akuwe na mipangilio. Lakini wakikosa mipangilio, hii inji inaenda mrama. Inaenda mrama kwa sababu hatutakaa na wale watu wanatunyanyasa. Walitunyanyasa wakati tulikuwa wadogo, ndio tumekuwa wanasema vijana ni viongozi ya kesho. Mimi nilikuwa naambiwa viongozi ya kesho, sasa niko na mwaka 56, 56 years bado hata sijakuwa viongozi ya kesho bado. Tena hiyo wanakuja kwa watoto wetu wanasema viongozi wa kesho, na hao wanakula minofu. Viongozi ya kesho, hivi vitu ya kusema viongozi ya kesho, hiyo vitu hatutaki. Tunataka kuwa kiongozi ya saa hii, ya leo saa hii, hapana ya kesho. So serikali wabadilishe nia, wabadilishe katika bunge, wabadilishe style katika bunge. Huko State House wabadilishe nia, katika judiciary wabadilishe kuhudumia mwananchi. Bunge wabadilisha kuhudumia mwananchi. Hata huko State House, hiyo nyumba hiyo wanasema ati hiyo nyumba ati msiende kwa hiyo nyumba. Hiyo nyumba ilijengwa na ushuru wa Wakenya, na mtu mwenye alijenga nyumba yake mpaka aende angalie hiyo nyumba inakaa namna gani. Tumepea mtu nyumba huko, tumempea nyumba kwa miaka 5. Sasa wale watu walimpatia hiyo nyumba kwa miaka 5, ati wasikanyage huko. Utakosaje kukanyaga kwa hiyo nyumba yako? Mtu anaishi, umempatia miaka 5, anaishi pale, alafu namwambia ati 100 meters. 100 meters ni nyumba ni yako, ulijeka na ushuru ya Wakenya. Hiyo State House ni nyumba yetu, bunge hiyo ni nyumba yetu, kotini ni nyumba yetu, kwa police station hiyo ni nyumba ya Wakenya. Mkenya ako na wakati wowote wa kwenda kutembelea hizo nyumba, si nyumba ya mtu. Police station si nyumba ya mtu, hiyo ni nyumba ya Wakenya. Hiyo ni nyumba ya Wakenya. Mkenya ana wakati yoyote ya kwenda kutembelea hiyo nyumba. Kotini huko, koti huko ni koti ya Wakenya. Mkenya ana uwezo na uninia kwenda kutembelea ile nyumba, hata huko State House. So wasitusemee sisi ati mkifanya maandamano msiende State House. Watu wanafanya maandamano ukienda kwa ile nyumba ile walijenga na ushuru yao. Huwezi kuwakataza. So hao viongozi wasiwe na tamaa ya uongozi, wakuwe na hiyo uwezo ya kuhudumia mwananchi, lakini wasitumie polisi kutunyanyasa. Wajue polisi ya kwamba ni ndugu zetu, polisi ni dada zetu. So wanatakana wakuwa watumishi kwa wote. Watumishi, unajua mtumishi afanye maneno ya kutega nyara. Mtu mwenye anatega nyara ndiye ni mtumishi, sio mtumishi. Huyo ni mkora. Sio mtumishi. So tunataka kama ni Inspector General akuwe mtumishi kwa watu wote, akuwe mtumishi kwa wananchi wa Kenya. Kama ni Deputy Inspector ya polisi akuwe ni mtumishi. Kama ni rais akuwe ni mtumishi wa Kenya. Kama ni bunge kule wakuwe watumishi kwa sisi wa Kenya. Lakini wasiwe vibaraka kwetu, wasitutawale kiimla. Wasitutawale kiimla. So sisi tunataka ile heshima wakati wanatawala wa Kenya, wakatawala Kenya na heshima. Wasione wamevaa uniform kama bunduki, anafikiria yeye ako juu ya sheria. Anafikiria yeye anaweza chukua maisha ya mtu wakati yoyote. Hiyo itawezekana. Hii ni Kenya na tupeane heshima kwa kila mtu yule anaishi Kenya. Wanasemanga hii Kenya itutoshe wote. Itutoshe wote. Na tunaona hii Kenya yote inatosha wengine tumesukumwa kwa kona, tunajibana kwa kona. Hii matajiri wamesukuma sisi au viongozi wamesukuma sisi, tunajibana kama ile nyumba kama cell. Hiyo seli nimejaa watu wanasimama, ndio serikali imetubana. So tunataka hii inji itutoshe wote. Mtoto yangu akikuwa kwa shule, akiona mtoto ya polisi, amuone kama mtumishi ya watu. Asione kama baba yake ni muuaji. Wameweka hiyo vitu mpaka kwa shule, wameweka hiyo vitu mpaka kwa soko. Mtu akiona hata polisi anaona polisi kama adui. Na walikuwa marafiki zetu. Hata hawa wabunge hao wamekuwa adui. Hakuna mbunge yule anayeenda mahali hawajakuwa na mwananchi, itakuwa mzuri. Wakiwa na mwananchi itakuwa mzuri, lakini wakikosa kuwa na mwananchi then mambo itakuwa ni mbaya. So hii Kenya tuweke Kenya hii tutoshe wote. Asanteni.
Asante Ndumani kwa maoni mazuri. Wacha tumsikize Bernard. Unmute Bernard, atukupati.
Thank you. Undumani wewe, tutakutana nyuma ya tent na masuala ya kina mama. Wewe maneno ya group kina mama alafu unaweka kwa kikapu kimoja, hiyo kazi itashughulikia kibiblia na kihistoria na kiafrika. Lakini tutasema hivi, swala la anaitwa nani, Kindiki na Faruk kuzunguka na mfuko wa pesa ati wanafanya empowerment, hiyo ni wizi wa mali ya umma, na ni kufanya sheria isikuwe na nafasi katika mgawa wa nchi. Mgawa wa nchi inamaanisha idara ama inaitwa idara, institution ambayo imesimamia masuala ya kugawa hela vile zitakavyotumika katika nchi ni bunge. Sio Faruk, sio Kindiki na sio Ruto. Hela yeyote ambayo inaenda sehemu fulani katika kazi ya serikali ambayo haijapitishwa na bunge, hiyo ni wizi. Hiyo ndio ufisadi. So kile Kindiki na Faruk na wote ambao wanasupport maneno ya empowerment kwa masuala ya kubeba pesa kwa magunia wakipelekea kina mama ati wanapelekea youth, hao ndio wafisadi wa kwanza, na hao ndio wanahujumu maendeleo ya nchi. Kwa nini? Nchi inapaswa kuendelea katika kikatiba. Kulikuwa time ya Moi, wale mnakumbuka kulikuwa na kitu ilikuwa a district for rural development, something like that. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa sampuli ya devolution, na pesa zote ambazo zilikuwa zinatumika katika district development ilikuwa inapitishiwa hapo. So hii ya kando kando ndio ya wizi. Mtu amechallenge Kindiki, kabla hatoe hiyo hela atupatie kopi ya cheki, account ile hiyo pesa imetolewa, na anasema hii ni yangu binafsi, si ya serikali. Kama hawatoi hiyo, basi ni kweli kwamba hiyo pesa wanayotembea nayo ni ile ile yetu ya ushuru, na wanatembea nayo kisiasa. Kile wanafanya sio empowerment, ile wanafanya ni kuiba mioyo za Wakenya ama kuhadaa Wakenya waamini tena, kwa sababu wanajua hawaaminiki. So Kindiki na Faruk na wote ambao wanahusika, hao ndio vibaraka wa William Ruto kwenda kuhadaa Wakenya kwamba hata kama mmefinyika kidogo, tumewaletea kitu kidogo. Hata kama serikali inakaa kama kwamba haiko sawa, lakini sisi ndio ndio wale tumekuja kuwa boost hapa na pale. Hiyo hela yote iko kinyume na sheria. Hiyo hela ni ya ufisadi, na wale wanaohusika nayo ni wafisadi. Na cha muhimu hapa, yule anayeongoza hilo kundi ni mfisadi number 1. Na hiyo hela haiwezi kusaidia yeyote, kwa sababu hela inawekwa kwa kikundi. Kuna sehemu nilikuwa nakaa, ukawa na kulikuwa na hela ilikuwa wanapeana kwa groups. So kuna group moja ikatengenezwa hapo wakatengeneza mpaka wakatengeneza ofisi nini, si wakapewa 1,000,000. 1,000,000 ilipofika hivi ilikuwa sijui ya youth empowerment. Haya, viongozi wa hiyo kikundi wakapotea na hela, kikundi kikasambaratika. Utaenda kudai nani? So the same thing they did with Hustler Fund that has stalled is the same thing they are doing now on a high scale, and it's all destructive. This is what is destroying the economy. This is what is making Kenyans not able to support themselves. Why? Because the money meant for medicine is going around the country kwa magunia in the name of empowerment. Money meant for BCG, the vaccination for children who are born, is going to be roaming around with Kindiki in the name of empowering women. This is madness. This is madness. I was watching a video of what Traore has established as a free tech university, free tech, ambayo unajileta tu, chakula utapewa, pakulala utapewa, laptop utapewa ya bure, masomo ni ya bure. Na hii university unaingia kwa sababu uko na interest na computers, hauhitaji masomo ya class 1, uhitaji certificate yoyote. Wewe kuja onyesha talanta yako, unakuwa admitted, unaanza masomo. Hii ni nchi ambayo imekuwa baadhi ya nchi ambazo ni maskini sana. Kenya iko mbele yake. Tulipromise watoto wa nursery school free laptop, umeziona? Kwa nini? Watu wanazurura na magunia ya pesa. So William Ruto, Faruk, Kindiki, wote wanapaswa kuwa investigated for where this money is coming from, why this money is being given irregularly. The money is supposed to be given through parliament, not outside parliament. If it is being given outside of the provision of the constitution, then that is a violation. They should be arrested and prosecuted for the same. Will that make any difference? It will not. Let William Ruto pay the contractors. Contractors will go to Mama Mboga and buy mboga, and Mama Mboga business will thrive. Not for him to roam around with money in the name of he's going to empower women and empower wherever the youth. Let, like Kundumani said, build an industry. Hii maneno ya affordable housing is not necessary. Cancel affordable housing, go and build an industry in each and every county. Let us see how many young people will stay in Nairobi when there are jobs in Kakamega, there are jobs in Busia, there are jobs in Murang'a, there are jobs in Isiolo. Who will be coming to Nairobi kujaza Nairobi? Kama kazi iko nyumbani? So we need to have thinkers in this country, that the policy formulators in the country understand the dynamics of the country and lay out a plan that makes the country to thrive by itself. What William Ruto and Kindiki are doing is they want to make themselves necessary. They want to prove to Kenyans that nothing will go on without them. They must be danced for, they must be clapped for, and then they will drop something for Kenyans. We are not beggars. We are in our own country. This country is supposed to be operating on a predictable system where we know where we're coming from and where we are going. Not for us to wait for 7 months to see Ruto come, and another 7 months to see Kindiki come with a bag of stolen money. This is not it. And so Kenyans of goodwill, let's reject everything that is outside the law, outside the constitution. Hata hiyo mnaona sasa sadaka ilikataliwa. Kwa sababu sadaka ilikataliwa ndio wakafungua hii sasa empowerment. Ili kwa ile ilikuwa ya kununua makanisa, ndio hii sasa inaenda kununua wamama na kwenda kununua vijana. Yani hao watu wako hell bent to operate outside the law, to operate outside the constitution. Kwa nini? Hawataki kufuata sheria kwa sababu wamechagua wawezi na kuendeleza masuala ambayo hayafai. Hii nchi inahitaji ukombozi, na huo ukombozi unapaswa kushinikizwa na kila Mkenya. We need a country that is operating on a predictable system, not this benevolence, goodwill, siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. Let's forget that madness and get back to working out a country that is able to raise its people, defend its people, feed its people, treat its people without complaining. Burkina Faso is performing miracles. Wamefungua maji is a landlocked country. Wamefungua maji ambayo inasambazwa kila mahali. Barabara ndio hizo zinatengenezwa na wali aongezi ushuru. Traore amefutilia mbali ushuru wa aina yote. Anasema kama wewe ni investor, kuja na hela yako, weka industry. Hakuna haja ya maneno tutakuwa taxed. No taxes. And the country is thriving. Yasi tuko hapa, we are taxing everything. Oxygen, mouthpiece, earpiece, anything, mask, anything is being taxed. Yet, we don't have enough to take care of the people. Hakuna. So Kindiki na Faruku wanapaswa kukamatwa wakifika na hiyo furushi ya hela. Na wale ambao wanasifia hii maswala ni kana kwamba hawajasoma historia ama hawaelewi ni kipi kinachoendelea. Moya amefanya hii miaka 24. Tulikuwa na barabara kama ulimi wa umbwa. Kutoka Nairobi kwenda Kakamega ilikuwa inateka 12 hours kwa Akamba bus. Unaingia saa 12 hapa, utafika na Kakamega saa 12. No infrastructure development, nothing. Kwa nini? Moya anatembea na magunia akisema tingiza harambe ndio imesababisha inji hii kubaki mahali imebaki. Hatuwezi kurudisha harambe. Kibaki alibadilisha inji hii in less than 5 years kwa kufutilia mbali harambe. Sisi tunarudisha harambe kwa nini? Faida ya harambe ni nini? Wacha nimalizie hapa. So Kindiki, Faruku na genge lake wote wako nje ya sheria na wanapaswa kukamatwa.
Thank you Bernard. Kwa haya maoni mazuri, natumai Wakenya wameyapata na wameyasikia vyema, na nazidi kuwapongeza kwa wale wote ambao wanazidi kujiunga na sisi, na wale wote wanazidi kutazama, na wale wote ambao wanazidi kuita wengine ili waweze kujiunga na sisi na tuweze kusonga mbele pamoja. Manake siku zote hapa ndipo maana wa kila mmoja na kila mmoja ameruhusiwa kutoa maoni yako, kwamba ili tuweze kuyasikia na tuweze kuyafuata pia, na tujue kwamba pia na wewe yako ni yapi kulisana na nchi yetu. Tunapozidi kuzidi kusonga mbele, kuna kipindi cha pili ambacho nakuja nacho, lakini nataka tutamatishe hiki kipindi then tukuje na kipindi kingine. Niwache nianze na Ondomani kabla nirudi kwa Bernard. Ondomani, naomba utupe mawaidha kufungasha kama Wakenya kwa yale yote yametokea, yale tumeongea na yale ambayo tujaongea, ungependa kwamba tuyaweke sawa kama Wakenya.
Tukiwa Wakenya, naanza na viongozi. Viongozi wakuwa waaminifu. Once wakiwa waaminifu, inji itaenda mbele. Lakini wakiwa wakora, inji itasambaratika. Kwa sababu tunaona huko Ikulu waseme ukweli, bunge waseme ukweli, kotini huko waseme ukweli, polisi waseme ukweli. So kama inji iko na watu wakora, inji iko na watu wa wash, inji iko na watu wale hawaongei maneno ya ukweli, wanaongea tu maneno ya uongo, na ni wesi namba moja, inji wesi kusonga mbele. Lakini kama inji inataka kusonga mbele, wakati unauko katika hiyo kiti ya serikali, ujue hii kiti ni ya serikali, na hii kiti wakati hii umepewa hiyo ofisi inatakana uhudumie kila mtu, akiwa mwenda simu, akiwa si mwenda simu, inatakana uhudumie mtu, uhudumie Mkenya, umpee huduma. Kwa bunge inatakana wapee Wakenya huduma. Huko State House inatakana wapee Wakenya huduma. Kotini huko inatakana wapee Wakenya huduma. Huduma ndio tunataka. Hata kwa polisi tunataka huduma peke yake. Hautaona vijana wako kwa barabara kufanya maandamano. Hiyo maandamano wataona. So serikali, ni jukumu ya serikali kupatia Wakenya mustakabali, ili wajue Wakenya wanaelekea wapi. Vile Bernard amesema kule Burkina Faso, huko Burkina Faso si ati miujiza. Hii vitu iko Kenya hapa, ndio iko tu Burkina Faso. Wakibadilisha tu mbinu, wafunge mwanya ya ufisadi. Wakishafunga mambo ya ufisadi, alafu kila mtu afanye kazi kulingana na sheria. Na hii sheria inatakana ianzie kwa rais. Rais akivunja sheria, hata polisi atavunja sheria, hata wabunge watavunja sheria. Lakini rais akiwa ni mtu wa msimamo, hawezi kuvunja sheria, then kule chini watavunja sheria. Kwa sababu hivi vitu yote ikiharibika, ule mtu tunalaumu ni serikali. Huyo ni rais. Hii mtu tunalaumu yote, hii maneno yote, kama jinsi kukufa tunalaumu rais. Kama watu kukosa ajira tunalaumu rais. Kama ni watu kwenda maandamano tunalaumu rais. Hiyo yote, mambo yote inakuja kwa rais. Haitakuja kwa amiri jeshi, haitakuja kwa inspector general, haitakuja kwa DCIO, haitakuja kwa judges. Lawama yote tunaweka kwa nani? Kwa rais yule tulimpigia kura. Hatukumpigia inspector general kura. Hatukumpigia judge kura. Hatukupigia inspector wa kituo ya polisi kura. Tulipigia rais. So rais, wakati tunampigia hiyo rais kura, aweke hiyo nyumba yake mzuri, aweke hiyo kitanda yake mzuri, atandike hiyo kitanda yake mzuri. Hiyo kitanda ikuwe na manukato, Once ikuwe na manukato, utaona watu kwa barabara wanafanya maandamano. Ikiwa na manukato, utaona watu wanalia njaa. Ikiwa na manukato, utaona watu wanakosa kazi. So hii vitu yote tunalaumu nani? Tunalaumu rais. Hii yote iko kwa rais. So tunataka kila mtu afuate sheria. Rais afuate sheria, hawa kubwa wote wafuate sheria, na kila mtu afanye kazi yake. Afanye kazi, sio ufisadi. Tukipata pesa ya kutoka kule ng'ambo, hiyo pesa ikuje itengeneze viwanda. Ikishatengeneza viwanda, hao vijana wataenda kufanya kazi. Na mtu akifanya kazi, akichoka saa 10 anaingia kwa nyumba yake kulala, kwa sababu amechoka, hawezi enda kufanya mambo mengine. Lakini hivi vijana tukiwaacha hiyo ni bomu. Hiyo ni bomu, ile italipuka siku moja, hawatakosa mali ya kuenda. Watakaa kule bunge, watakaa wapi? Hakuna biashara itatendeka kwa nchi. Hivi vijana wakiamua kufunga nchi, watafunga nchi, hata polisi watachoka. So ni hayo tu ndio mambo yangu na usia yangu kwa serikali, na wasiniletee Subaru.
Asante sana, ndio maana amesema siletee Subaru. Tusikize Bernard.
Haya, unaogopa Subaru? Sawa, kabla wafiki utakuwa umevuka mpaka. Wewe uko na serikali mbili. Uko safe.
Unaona Bernard? Bernard. Bernard ya kuwa salama hapa. Wateza kuwa kama Besigye huko wanakamata tu na kurudisha pande hii.
Ukifika huko unakuwa na majina yako. Unajifanya camouflage. Unaongea wewe ni Mkongolizi. Unaenda kwa nini? Sawa sawa. Now, my take is we need to get our country in order, and the people in leadership should take their responsibility serious. We are sick and tired of for people fighting to stay in office, but doing nothing in terms of fulfilling their responsibilities. There is no need of anybody fighting to stay in an office if he's not doing what that office requires him to do. And that includes the president's office, the deputy president's office, the parliament, the judiciary, and the rest of the people in leadership. Stay in office, do what that office requires you to do. Not for you to stay in office for you only to draw a salary, mismanage the public resources, and end up making life worse for Kenyans by refusing to leave office. When you are in that office, you're not doing what you're supposed to do. Kwa nini unang'ang'ania kukaa kwa ofisi na tukikwambia ufanye kile unapaswa kufanya utaki? Unang'ang'ania kukaa jikoni. Tuambia tuasikia njaa, ambia nyamazeni. Jikoni achia yule anaweza kupika, pike tukule tunyamaze. So masuala ya maandamano, masuala ya extrajudicial killings na vile tunashughulikia masuala ya uvunjaji wa sheria katika nchi hii, sisi ndio tunafanya nchi inakaa mbaya na tunafanya maisha ya Wakenya yanakuwa mbaya kwa sababu hatutaki kufuata matakwa ya katiba. Katiba ndio mkataba wetu na wananchi. Tukiweka katiba kando, hakuna rais, hakuna bunge, hakuna judiciary, hakuna wananchi wa Kenya. Mkataba wetu na yeyote yule katika nchi hii uko katika katiba. So wakati tunaweka katiba kando, eti katiba hailindi matakwa ya chama chetu, ama unaona kile Kindiki anasema ati anatembea na gunia la pesa kwa sababu Ruto alipromise wa Kenya kwamba atajenga markets, ataempower kina mama. Ahadi za Ruto haziko kwa katiba na tutaki nchi iongozwe nje ya katiba. So ahadi za Ruto, hiyo ni mzigo wa Ruto. Hauhitaji kutumia pela ambazo zinatoka wapi? Ni za Wakenya, alafu zinatumika kinyume na sheria wakati bunge halijapitisha. There is no parliament allocation, and then you are running around with money because you want to fulfill a promise that was made by Ruto. No. Let Ruto operate within the constitution. So should Kindiki, and so should every other Kenyan, especially those in place of responsibility. Lastly, for the police officers, remember your responsibility. Bunduki uliopewa ni ya kulinda wa Kenya, sio kuua wa Kenya. Na una ruhusa ya kuua yeyote, hata yule mhalifu kabisa, yule mpata akivunja bank. Jukumu lenu ni kuhakikisha kwamba anakuwa arrested, produce the person before the judge. You don't have the capacity to prosecute and execute any Kenyan. So hii masuala ya kusema goons, infiltration of criminals and all that, there is no criminal that should be killed by police. Police is supposed to arrest the criminal, produce the criminal to the judge. The judge is the one to sentence the criminal. So this mentality of concluding that every person you think is a criminal, any person you suspect to be a criminal is a criminal, is a fallacy that must end. And you police officers, munaona wale polisi walienda kuua Pepe Pendo wako kizimbani. Siku yenu inakuja. Usifikirie mnaua kwa jina la serikali, sijui jina la UDA ama jina la Kenya Kwanza. Hawata kusimama na wewe wakati uko kizimbani, unapaswa kujibu maswali. Kwa nini Ojwang aliwawa? Kwa nini Msando aliwawa? Kwa nini hawa watu wote ambao wamewawa mikononi mwa polisi? Siku yenu inakuja. Kama utaki kuwa kwa hii list, tumia punduki ipasavyo, tumia akili ipasavyo, tumia mamlaka uliopewa ipasavyo. Asante.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, everyone, for those who have made it to this time. But I want to ask you one thing as even we are concluding. We started with this, and then I also want to end up with this. Nimeuliza tu kwamba if you're feeling that you can want to be part and parcel of this. I'm sorry, yesterday we didn't have the show because of some a little bit technicality we have with the electricity, but today we have managed to get over it, and then we are here tonight. So I need we support it so that we can ease technicalities. Kama easy, we have a backup plan and also other plans. So unaweza cheza kiwewe. If you are in Kenya, you can use the till number, which is 516575, or you can use the Bernard's number is down there, and God will bless you. Please let us just take a minute or two. Let us do so. Cheza kiwewe too. We are watching a lot of us. We are watching many of us. We don't want this show stops because of 1 or 2 years substance that are not adding up. So let us just come up together. Let us support the Sound Candy Talk, and it will be good via M-Pesa number. The M-Pesa number is +254 718 454 585, and it will be good. For those who are in Kenya, your till number is 52686575. It will be good also. I want to get the response from you so that we can be able to make the channel be vibrant. We can be able to make sure everything runs smoothly without staggering, also without even dragging, and having a good, great conversation together. Because when we are having the good conversation like this is things that affect our nation so much, and it will be good. But before we go, Aki, kitu moja tunataka muniambie hii inamaanisha nini kabla tufumukane kabisa. Is this something that Matiang'i said today? Let us just watch this and then muniambie nasema nini before we go, please. Just hii moja tu.
Fred Matiang'i has called for a public inquest into the unresolved murders in the country, including Raila bodies, saying he had nothing to do with the killings of 36 Kenyans whose bodies were retrieved from the river. And despite President William Ruto disbanding a DCI unit called the Special Service Unit, SSU, linked to the deaths, another unit is said to be in operation and has been linked to the recent spate of abductions and extrajudicial killings in the country. Here's Emmanuel Toh.
They remain one of the most controversial killings in Kenya, as the country was treated to weeks of shocking retrieval of mutilated bodies from River Yala County in 2021. To date, the murders are still unresolved.
I, William Samoei Ruto.
President William Ruto had before and after assuming power termed the deaths as state-sponsored, with the name of the former Interior CS, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, coming up whenever the topic is brought up.
Thanks for asking me that question.
Tuesday, the former CS, in an exclusive interview with Citizen TV, breaking his silence on the matter, giving fresh details of the events before and after the bodies were discovered, dumped in the infamous river, with a DCI team dispatched to the scene.
The DCI spent some time there with a team from the DCI. When they came back, we asked for an inquest.
Matiang'i calling for an open public inquiry into the mysterious murders.
We go face the inquest, and I'm ready to go before magistrate or a judge, whoever it is going to preside over that inquest, and say what I know about it.
The former super CS in retired President Kenyatta's government also defending himself over any involvement.
What happened with the file? I didn't live with the file. The minister, by dint of even the law itself, you cannot be part and parcel of the operations. We are not saying the minister is in charge. When the bodies were traced out there last week, I didn't hear anybody saying Kipchumba Murkomen is dumping bodies at River and so on.
According to a report released by the Missing Voices organization in 2022, 12 bodies had head injuries, 2 abdominal and chest injuries, 1 drowning, 1 head and chest injury, 3 strangulation, 1 peritonitis, while 5 were undetermined. However, it is the abduction, disappearance, and subsequent murder of a Kenyan taxi driver and 2 Indian nationals, Zaid Kidwain and Zulfikar Ahmed Khan, by a suspected killer squad from the DCI dubbed Special Service Unit SSU that became the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. The lives of the 2 Indian nationals 2 weeks to the August 2022 general election ruthlessly ended. A month after taking over power, President Ruto made this pledge.
Mimi nimeamurisha juzi ivunjwe ile ilikuwa inaitwa special sijui nini ya police ambayo ilikuwa inaua wa Kenya kiholela.
4 years since the operation of the killer squad were exposed, and 2 years after a promise to end its operations, it seems the unit may have just mutated to a different one.
So Operation Support Unit is the one which replaced SSU, and it is doing exactly what SSU used to do.
The recent abduction of blogger Thiang'wi Kinyagia, who is still missing after being picked up by individuals alleged to be DCI officers, adding to the list of abductions. Emmanuel Cho, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Justice Chacha Mwita has extended all.
Hii imeguza roho yangu, ndo nikasema kabla tuende tu tuiongelee kifupi ndo tuishi tuende. Acha nianze na Undumani.
Nani, unajua ndugu yangu, kama umesoma literature hii unajua tu Biblia inasema ya kwamba kile kilifichwa kwa giza kitaonekana wazi peupe. Ukificha vitu kwa giza itaonekana. So nani anafanya nani anateka watu nyara sai? Sasa wanatega wakati ile walikuwa wanachukua watu usiku, au wanatega kisirisiri. Sasa vile waliingia kwa madaraka, wanachukua sasa hadharani, mchana peupe. Sasa hapo iko nyota ile unaweza kusoma kweli. Hii watu walikuwa wanatupwa kwa Nzoia ni ile tu serikali ene hii tu serikali hii tu. Kwa sababu hiyo vitu walikuwa wanafanya kama wanaficha. Sasa vile walikuwa wanafanya vile wanaficha, saa hii imekuwa hadharani. So sisi tunasema namna hii, mimi nasema namna hii. Hapo itakani ile ati kusoma ya sayari, hapana. Kusoma ya sayari pale hakuna. Kama yalivunja hiyo, na hiyo ndio ilikuwa inaleta inaua watu, akaleta hii ingine sasa ndio inafanya hadharani kama tunaona na macho nani ndugu yangu. So wasiingilia hapo Matiang'i ako mweupe kama pamba. Tunajua ya kwamba Matiang'i amekuwa katika education, amekuwa katika hizi ministry zingine, ndio Uhuru akaona ya kwamba kwa hizi ministry zingine zote anafanya kazi mzuri, amlete katika interior. So wakati walimlete Matiang'i katika interior, ndio hiyo vitu aliingia katika interior kama hivi vitu imetendeka kitambo. So hii vitu ilikuwa inatendeka kitambo, wanafunika. Sasa hii ndio wanafanya hadharani. Hii wanafanya sasa hii mchana peupe, lakini ile ilikuwa inafanywa kwa giza. Sasa hii inafanywa kwa peupe. So sisi tunajua mambo ya Matiang'i, waache Matiang'i ako mweupe kama pamba. Wasiweke dosari kwa sababu anataka kupigania kiti ya urais. Hii sisi hatutakubali matope ipakwe. Ile mafi walikunia mpaka mtu mwenyewe afanye namna gani aipanguse. Kwa sababu nasema ya kwamba yule alikunia alisahau. Yule alikunia alisahau. Na yule alikanyaga hakusahau. So huwa ya kwamba wako ndani ya hiyo serikali. Lakini tunajua kutoa ile inaitwa namna gani? Chafu kwa wimbi. Unajua wakati unataka kutoa chafu kwa wimbi, unapepeta na unatingiza na mnaita chafu inajitoa kando. So hao wanajijua wenyewe. Wasione ya kwamba Matiang'i anataka kusimama kiti ya urais, alafu anaweka yeye madoadoa. Matiang'i amesema mzuri. Yeye akiitwa atatoboa kila kitu. Atasema kila kitu. Na tunataka wakati wanaanza kusema hii maneno hii, mpaka maneno ya Msando. Tunataka kuona nani aliua Msando. Hiyo yote hiyo maneno ya nyuma hiyo. Akifungua hii kidonda hii, wakifungua hii kidonda, wafungue ile ya Jacob Juma, wafungue ile ya Msando, wafungue ile zingine tu, zile za Kinanga Saitoti yote wafungue. Ndio tujue ni nani alifanya hiyo. Hata mpaka hii ya ule mwenye alianguka na ndege huyu alikuwa jemedari wa jeshi. Mpaka hiyo iletwe, wakifungua yote hiyo. So hawa kama umeshindwa na siasa, waseme wameshindwa na siasa. Lakini wasiseme Matiang'i alikuwa anatupa watu River Yala. River Yala iko na wenyewe. Na wenyewe ndio hawa tu wenye wanafanya abduction. Hao ndio wenyewe. Hawa hakuna tofauti na River Yala. Hawa hawako tofauti na River Yala. So nyani ya hiyo ni kundule, inaona kundule ya mwingine. So hakuna tofauti ndugu yangu. Ni hayo tu.
Haya, wacha Benada tufungie basi.
I'm happy that Matiang'i has spoken on the matter, and you see that there was more that was happening in the government operatives or security operatives that are not necessarily decisions by the ministers. That's why kuna ile masuala ni tunasema serikali inaitwa siri kali. Kuna masuala ya siri ambayo yanafanywa, hiyo inaitwanga deep state, na hiyo nini inafanyikanga parallel na serikali, but it's not within the system. Hao watu wanatekeleza hao maovu, kuna vile wamelindwa, lakini kuna mtu muovu ambaye anawasimamia katika serikali, na wamepewa kasumba ya kwamba mlao kubwa ni kulinda serikali. Na katika hiyo kujaribu kulinda serikali ama kujitolea kulinda serikali ni kukamata wote ambao wanapinga serikali ama wana maoni tofauti na yale ya serikali. Na hiyo masuala yote inahusika na insecure leaders. Tuulize tu swali kwa hilo tukimalizia kabisa. Saa hii Matiang'i yako kwa cabinet? Hapana. Na si tumekuwa na mili Kware? Tumekuwa na mili wapi? Danzela alipatikana wapi? Kwa inaitwa nini? Dam. Tumekuwa na 30 over 60 killed in 2024 kwa Gen Z protest. Tumekuwa na hapa wanasema kuna 32, kuna 19 different figures. Hii ilikuwa ya juzi. Hao ndio Matiang'i amewaua. So inamaanisha yule alikuwa anaua watu bado ako kwa serikali, na sio Matiang'i ama wale wengine walikuwa kwa nini wako nje ya serikali. Yule mtu alikuwa anaua watu ama yule alikuwa anapeana order watu wauawe yuko kwa serikali. That is why watu wanaendelea kuuawa, watu wanaendelea kushikwa, watu wanaendelea kuchukuliwa, na serikali ilibadilishwa. So if the person that was behind the kidnaps, the killings, has left government, the government will be operating differently. Now that we have the same things happening like they were happening previously, who was in both of these governments?
Yeah, ndo man. Haya, tumewachwa na maswali ya kujibu na tumewachwa na maswali ya kuweza kuyaangazia pia, na nazidi kuwashukuru wote ambao mmefanikisha haya makala siku ya leo, manake mmezidi kuyafanya kwa bora zaidi, na nazidi kuomba tu tuache tupatane kwa kipindi ambacho kinakuja kiufupi tu kwa dakika 5 hivi, tutakuwa tumerejea. Usibanduke, tunarejea na kipindi cha pili, na wasi tu kwamba kama hujabonyeza kidole cha subscribe basi bonyeza, ili ukawe mmoja wapo wa hii familia ya kuweka mambo sawa nchini. Sina la ziada, nitafungasha. Mimi jina langu ni Shadizo, tupatane baadaye.
You are watching Sound Candy Talk live.
Marriage is one of life's most monumental decisions. It's not just about the wedding day or the ring. It's about committing your heart, mind, and soul to a lifelong partnership. But here's the big question. Are you really ready? Introducing Are You Marriage Ready? By Bernard Ngozi, a transformative ebook designed to guide you in building a successful and fulfilling union. This essential resource delves deep into personal growth, compatibility assessment, and the true meaning of marriage beyond the fairy tale. Learn how to reflect on your values, develop emotional resilience, and evaluate your relationship to ensure compatibility. This book opened my eyes to areas I needed to work on and helped me see my relationship in a new light. Jessica M. Available now for just $5, Are You Marriage Ready? Is accessible on all major platforms. Don't miss this opportunity to prepare yourself for one of life's most beautiful journeys. Follow the link in the description below to download your copy now. Empower your future. Embrace a fulfilling marriage now.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye
Tonight, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, a lot is taking place so fast. Therefore, everybody must work hard to stay on the cutting edge as far as making sense of our politics is concerned, and of course, remaining on top of all matters. Tonight, this is Sound Candy Talk Live. 72 people have cast their vote already, and only 42 have liked the video, justified. So from the look of things, the majority of Kenyans think the government need to up. They are glad to report we are back on the main channel as well, and therefore we are asking everybody to join from wherever you are. Sound Candy Talk Live YouTube channel, and we are also live on X as well as extended to Facebook.
You are watching Sound Candy Talk live.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another amazing moment, another amazing time, another amazing hour. Every day we normally say Sound Can Talk is the place to be. And for tonight, we are having an amazing time together. And tonight I'm not alone, as you can see. It has been quite a while since we'll be with Bernard on the show together. He normally hides from the diaspora, but today we have decided to get him so that we can have tonight the bulletin together and also share the live to everyone. So what I ask you is, please share the live, invite somebody, be part and parcel of this, because we are here until the late hours or the next day that we're having the great conversation together and analyzing what has happened today, because today's have been the hottest day ever in Kenyans, trying to mourn up and trying to figure out for the things that happened today. And one of the things that we'll be checking out more, that the bulletin tonight will be checking about the story about the Maandamano today, what considered it up. Today we saw Kalonzo spoke also. Babu Wino joined the Gen Zs on the field. Also the protest, the government closing the internet for the TVs, the streaming, telling them, hamutaonesha watu nini inaendelea. Apart from that one, also seeing about by the way, the Kitengela has been one of the prominent in this Maandamano. Also, what also happened back then in June. Also, it has repeated the same also today in Kitengela. They still stand firm to condemn the bad behaviors. Also, be checking up the updates from every corner, from Mombasa, from Kakamega, and today Kakamega also represented in the building. Walivunja rekodi for the second time. The other time walisema kumbe mnajuaga kuandamana tu ni vile. So today Kakamega also breaks the records again today, and we're also checking that also with many more things that are moving on. But before I bring in Bernard, tonight our poll question goes all around, which is on our Sound Can Talk channel, also on our Sound Can Talk live channel too. Was it necessary for the government to close the TVs to not broadcast the Maandamano? Was it right? So I would like to also hear your opinions too. Also, you can share your opinions on the comment section. And also for those who would like to join us on the studio, we'll be bringing in the link briefly on the comment section so that you can use it to climb and join us inside the studio. Team TikTok, I really love you and I really appreciate you. I would really like to see how we'll get the Team TikTokers to read their comments, but I'll try my level best to get out to you so that I can also read the Team TikTokers comments. Kwa sababu wanaongeanga mambo ya kutusaidia kusonga mbele. I will not to make you tired with that much, but first know that as right now we have lost 8 people. And 400 were injured now, and also we say there are 61 people arrested, but they say up right now Saini almost hiding to Saine, but we still have other people who are not yet been reached with the Jafikisha police station. This is so serious, because if I was arrested in Mchana and up right now I've been to Jafikisha police station, it's so scary with Kenyans, with what is going on in Kenya right now. It's so scary. So I will bring up Bernard, who will be taking us to the next level later there. To tell us also what has he prepared for us. He's our expert on political front.
When did I become that? Thank you for the good intro, and thank you for a great show tonight. Even as we look on the happenings of the day, it is a sad day in our country, whereby we witness that the more things change, the more things remain the same. And it appears that KANU has not gone anywhere, and the draconian rules of the past that were used to oppress, suppress, and hinder the progress of this nation are back in place without the support of the Constitution. And so it is a sad day generally, seeing how the government is behaving in this very straightforward matter. The Gen Z victims, their families have not been given the justice. And today they were only doing memorial service. They were tear gassed. I can't help but see great fear and panic from the government side, of which I fail to understand. Why should they be afraid? Why should they not be, understand the country, understand the people, and be able to govern the people other than rule the people? It is like William Ruto is obsessed with ruling, that he can't see the difference between ruling and governing. I don't think you can rule Kenya. Where Kenya has reached, it is impossible to rule Kenya. You can only govern, and the governance requires negotiation, give and take, great depth of wisdom, understanding of situations, and weighing everything in a balance. So whatever William Ruto is attempting to do, it is not possible at this point in time. The earlier he learns that and appreciates it, the better. But our hearts and prayers go out for the families that are affected by this maandamano, especially those that have lost their loved ones. And those that are injured, we pray for their quick recovery. And to the police, to the general public, this is our country. We must take good care of it. We should not fold our hands and see it being led astray. So whatever it takes, we must have a Kenya for all Kenyans, a free country where every Kenyan can thrive and excel. That we cannot negotiate. So let's stay and do what we must do. Welcome.
Okay, thank you for those who are still joining up, and I really appreciate for the Kenyans who are joining up to this team TikTokers. I know you're doing good work. Also team Facebook, team YouTube. I also appreciate for the doing of work that you're doing. It's so great. So what I want to ask you today, we are here and we're not going anywhere. Mpaka tujenge Kenya. We'll do everything to build up this nation. I used to have one of my brother used to say that it doesn't matter what we fix, but lazima tujenge nchi. So tonight we are here to build up, also to help to mourn with those who mourn. And today we managed to see some few changes or some few updates from every side. And leo diona vile watu walijitokeza. And I was surprised to see one Andoni Maraga. Hey.
Chief Justice Emeritus. Yes.
I on the street today, this was so amazing. Also, Kalonzo on field today, this was also amazing because they showed up that we are here and we know what is being moving on. Also, the opposition leaders came throughout in bigger numbers. They were in town, they were hindered to get through the parliament. But one Jinsi girl said, I will not be. She decided to go over.
Alisema hawezi kungoja kura. Nataka kura ihesabiwe akiwa ndani ya bunge.
She said that I will not be hindered to not go inside the parliament. I will go. It doesn't matter you like it or not. I will enter. Hata mweke zile was today. By the way, today is the first time. You know what? It was on Monday when I started about that kind of faith. And then today they were applied down.
So you must be the chief advisor. Are you with the IG Kanja?
And so it was like, okay, it was like a video, it was a drama, but the Gen Z did everything to make sure that they get the point or they take the message home. So tonight I want the floor, but we'll open this floor with one of the stories that has hit the Nini so much about the TVs and Nini and the TVs to be closed with the wave. Why should they feel like they should close the TVs? This is something serious because they're saying that they are going against the law of the media.
Who is the judge? If I'm breaking the law, this is how the Constitution expects us to work. If I'm breaking the law, the police officer needs to arrest me, take me to the police cell, then go and take me to the judge and tell the judge he caught me stealing mangoes. Okay, then produce evidence to that effect. Then the judge will look into what the police officer has said and into what I am saying. Then at the end of the day, he's the only one to tell us which law has been broken and which has not been broken. So it is not in the power of the chairman of the, is he called chairman or director of the communication authority to interpret the law and apply the law. So this is a blatant abuse of power. And like I said, these people are in panic mode. And I can only tell from far that that is a response to a phone call, not a response to the law.
To the law, yeah.
It's a phone call, which of those things, okay? But it is not law. I don't think even the Attorney General was consulted on this matter. And that is why that High Court judge has dismissed the whole thing. It's all, ordinary gimmicks of stamping authority you don't have. And then, of course, showing off that you are the one in power and they should understand who is in control by beginning to force everything to play according to what you wish. Was the broadcasting of the protest the one judging up the protest? I don't think so. Kenyans have a point. There is a reason why they are in this. Until that reason is addressed, there is no amount of switching off or switching on that will stop the protest. And so let Ruto and team stop pretending and appreciate that we are in a different time. And this time, it has to be done the way it should be done, no matter how long it takes.
Okay, before we continue, I want to check out this. Then tuone vile kulifanyika Limuru, because this happened in the Limuru satellites.
Serikali hii leo imekashifiwa vikali kwa kuamrisha vituo vya habari nchini kusitisha matangazo mubashara. Kupitia barua ya mamlaka ya mawasiliano nchini CA, serikali ile kwa matangazo hayo yalikuwa yanakiuka katiba. Kama alivyotuarifu Wambui, CA ilizima mawimbi ya KTN na NTV, huku wanahabari na mashirika wanaharakati yakitaja hatua hiyo kuwa ya kihuni.
Maelfu ya waandamanaji walitiririka jijini Nairobi pamoja na miji mengine nchini kuadhimisha mwaka mmoja tangu vijana kuuawa. Matukio ambayo yalipeperushwa na vituo vyote vya habari nchini hadi mwendo wa mchana, ambapo barua ya mamlaka ya mawasiliano ilipoamrisha wasitishe matangazo hayo mara moja. Taarifa hiyo ya Communications Authority ikinukuu vipengee vya katiba 33 sehemu ya pili na ya 34 sehemu ya kwanza pamoja na kipengee cha 46 sehemu ya kwanza ya sheria ya taarifa na mawasiliano ya mwaka 1998. Muda mfupi baada ya taarifa hiyo kutolewa, maafisa kutoka mamlaka hiyo walielekea Limuru, ambapo walizima mitandao inayopeperusha mawimbi ya matangazo. Mawimbi ya NTV na KTN kwa sasa hayapo kwenye ADN na Signet. Baraza la wanahariri nchini KEG limekashifu vikali hatua hii, ikisema kuwa Communications Authority imetafsiri sheria visivyo. Muungano wa mawakili nchini LSK, ule wa madaktari KMA na mashirika mengine yakionya kuwa hatua hiyo inaathiri usalama wa umma. Baraza la wanahabari nchini MCK limesalia kimya.
Na habari za hivi punde kuhusu swala hilo ni kwamba chama cha mawakili nchini LSK kimeelekea mahakamani kupinga amri hiyo ya CA, na mahakama kuu imetoa amri na kusema imesitisha mara moja amri hiyo ya CA ya kuzima mawimbi ya vituo hivyo vya televisheni na redio, na kusema kwamba vituo hivyo virejeshewe mawimbi hayo na yaweze kuendelea na matangazo yao hadi kesi iliyowasilishwa isikizwe na kuamuliwa. Amri hiyo imetolewa muda mfupi uliopita tume ya chama cha mawakili nchini LSK ilielekea mahakamani kupinga uamuzi huo wa CA wa kuzima mawimbi ya vituo vya televisheni vya KTN na NTV na kuamrisha kwamba mawimbi hayo yarudishwe mara moja hadi kesi iliyowasilishwa itakaposikizwa na kuamuliwa.
Hivyo ndivyo kumejiri na mama kuzima ili msionekane na msipeleke ujumbe mahali, mbaki nayo ninyi wenyewe kwa wenyewe.
Now, this is very primitive, I would say. And look the way it's being done. It's being done so unprocedurally, because at least they would have, given the order a day before, or they seek like they seek a court order. Okay. Now that they're anticipating the Gen Z protests, and they are going to come on 25th of June, they would have gone to court if they don't want the live stream
for the protest.
Yes, and substantiate their claim on how the live streaming is going to cause problem for them or for the country. And the judge will have given that order so that now media houses are served with a court order that there will be no live streaming. But we cannot be in the middle of the live streaming.
Then
you go, you call the director of wherever, the chairman. Naona akona jina ya kwetu Mukonyi. Jakonya sina. Mukonyi apigiwe simu azime vitu. So this panic and is uncalled for. It smells bad. And it shows on how much we don't appreciate following the law. We don't appreciate following the law. William Ruto wants to show the country or the world that he's a law-abiding leader or politician, but from the look of things, no, he's not. He's not. He's a user of the law. And the law that favors him, he will want it enforced. The law that goes against him, he wants it ignored. That's not how to provide leadership. And so, hapa ni kubaya, lakini lazima tazoea.
Okay, we are seeing it. He tries to make sure that he frames everything so that it can go according to what he plans. Because when you see earlier, the young men are saying that we didn't came to protest, but we just came to make the service to go on. But they didn't allow us because we were playing football. And then before we were waiting for others to come, then we begin the procession. But the police decided to do it together. That's when they triggered off that the atmosphere for protesting. And all of these, that's what now it comes now at midday. That's when the story of closing the channels came up. Meaning, if they couldn't do that, if the police couldn't react, meaning they could allow it to be streamed.
Yes, I think the really thing that could have caused the panic, they expected the protest to be Nairobi. Okay. So they in fact, Kakamega did not break the record except for the other one you will talk about. The people that broke the record of huge numbers in the starting of the protest were Mombasa.
Mombasa, yeah.
They were full and they started early and they were peaceful and they did the procession very well. And so they saw Mombasa Imeja, okay? And Ruto was in Kilifi. So Mombasa is showing that is in these demos. Then, of course, now the other parts, Nyeri, Karatina, Olekalau, the other parts. So the country is in protest. So when they saw widespread coverage of different parts and they are full house. Then they discovered this thing we underestimated for Nairobi. Kumbe, it's everywhere.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. We made everything happen. More so, today was the first time to see all Kalau on Mandamano, and they responded in a higher key whereby until somebody was shot in all Kalau. It's where we experienced the first, also the death. And I think those are the ones that they triggered the government feel like, say, hey, let us close this thing down because they feel like. But I'm asking, okay, what is the intent by closing the channel on the main webs, but not closing on social media? They were live on X, they were live on Twitter, they were live on YouTube, they were live on other platforms.
You know, you did not grow up during Moi's time, huh?
Yeah.
Moi's time, there was only there were only 2 TV channels. That is KTN and KBC. And KBC was everything. And it was, of course, still a government parastatal. And so everything was controlled. Like we have this organization, I think it's still on. It's called Kenya News Agents. Okay. So Kenya News Agents were the ones collecting the news. And then the news had to be reviewed at the State House approved. And then it goes to be read, and it must begin by Mutukufu, Rice, Daniel, Toroitich, Arap Moi.
That's the same thing they wanted to read about the church. They're saying that you are supposed to submit the message to the parliament, to the government first, so that it will be on Sunday.
So if there is anything that will cause a panic in the country, KBC will be switched off. Okay? The country will either go in the dark, ama KBC will be on, lakini itakuwa tunaimba nyimbo. Full time. Okay? No news, no nothing until the news has been found. So there is that now a way where now one of the reasons why Moi ruled 24 years, because he had a grip on managing information. Every information going out there had to be censured, had to be sieved and chosen specifically. And it must be pro-government. Anything opposition, like there's a funny story. The head of CID, is it?
DCI.
There was the DCI before it became DCI, was called CID.
CID, yeah.
Yes. So CID, we had a very long-serving CID officer who was, I think, was called Kinyoti, and was a Kikuyu. And he was diligent into the process. He was worked in that docket for long because he's a police officer. So there was something that happened after the multi-party being introduced. That is in 1992. The introduction of multi-party. And then Kibaki leaves KANU because kila mtu alikuwa kwa KANU. And then Kibaki now goes to launch DP. Okay. And then Moi learns about it on TV, on KTN.
Not before.
Not before.
Yeah.
So he picks the phone and calls Kinyot. Kinyot. Okay. Were you aware that Kibaki is going to launch his political party? He said yes. And you did not tell me because he's a Kikuyu and I'm not a Kikuyu. And that was the day he was sacked
from the office.
From the office.
Yeah.
Now, I wanted to see that, that if you did not inform Moi, it was disaster. And so so that's what is at play here, where Ruto wants to be on the grip of everything, decide for us what to think, decide for us what to say, decide for us what to see and what not to see. And that is passed with time. So amechelewa.
Kenya kuna waka moto. We say that the mountain's on fire I used to say today we have the new vibes and the new press because Kenya mliamua kwa uhenga na wenguzi. Gachagua said the other time Kuzos, and then he went out and said that don't touch Mlima, and then you say that uko na brother. So this now we have not touched Mlima. The Mlima is on fire, and we have seen every part that everything is getting hot. But before we continue, I just want to play one video so that everyone can get to the clear point that to see that what's going on and what's happening. This was how the police versus the waandamanaji in CBD today.
Tukiendelea mbele ni kwa polisi walitumia vitoa machozi kuwatawanya waandamanaji, huku baadhi yao wakitumia mazungumzo ya maelewano kati yao na hao waandamanaji. Hata hivyo, licha ya kuwa mamia waandamanaji walijeruhiwa, maafisa wa polisi pia ni kati walioachwa na majeraha. Lakini kama anavyotuarifu Seth Olale, baadhi ya polisi na waandamanaji walijaribu kuzungumziana wakati wa maandamano.
Kama ilivyotarajiwa, maafisa wa usalama walijihami na vitoa machozi, malori ya maji ya gesi, helikopta na hata farasi ili kukabiliana na waandamanaji katika maeneo mbalimbali nchini. Aidha, baadhi ya maafisa wa usalama hawakutumia vitoa machozi kutawanya waandamanaji, bali walizungumza nao. Tazama kwenye picha hii ambapo afisa wa polisi alijeruhiwa kwenye purukushani, lakini wanaomsaidia hapa ni wanaharakati waliokuwa barabarani kuandamana.
Yes. What are reply?
Katika kaunti ya Meru, hata hivyo, ilimlazimu kamanda wa polisi wa Imenti Kaskazini, Ambrose Chalo, kushirikiana na waandamanaji kama njia ya kuwadhibiti vijana. Kufikia Jumatano jioni, maafisa wa usalama walikabiliana na waandamanaji ili kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna yeyote anakubaliwa kuingia katikati mwa jiji la Nairobi. Seth Olale, runinga ya Citizen katika kaunti ya Nairobi.
Thank you. This is how things are going on. I would like to hear from you. I like also to hear from your side too. Please tell me where you're watching me from and tell me your opinions too. Leo ilikuwa mbio mbio. I remember they became this word during the maandamano in
By the way, we miss Kimbi. Where was he today?
Kimbi is around. We'll see how we get to Kimbi. Kimbi once said, making me kama dogi. So today I remember it, and I said, okay, where is Kimbi down today? Okay, he was today in maandamano. Ndio lazima ange back nyuma. He was in CBD, and we still move on. But let me shout out to people in the comment section before we get back to the discussion. The first comment section nasema leo ni leo, and then it comes say Ruto. It says Ruto Kamuni. Ruto has gotten Ruto. Aha, nani na mtu anajiita Anson anasema kwamba hi Bernard, hi
Igavata we.
Leo in the building.
Anderson, karibu sana. Igavata.
Now, Esther, it's always be the number ones on the comments. on and it's anasema kwamba good evening Bernard and all of you. I'll still be reading your comments too and give it a shout out for those who are watching. Please tell me your opinions too and tell me your votes too. Let us continue sharing. I see on the poll questions they are still doing good, and most of people have voted for the second option, which has the 78 minute votes. When they're still moving on swiftly, I'd like them to continue sharing and also commenting, so that I can be able to give it out and tell them to see what their response to what's it. We have seen the hiccups or the duty of the day. But before we come back for the discussion, I'll also play another one video that describes of the story about the murder cases that have been raising up in the during the analysis of the day, whereby they were saying that we have confirmed 8 people are dead, dead, kuft kabisa, which we are not sure, because first we were saying 6, but later before 8 p.m. it confirmed that they say that we now have more than 8 people dead and 400 people who were injured. Some have been treated and they decided they have been discharged, but others, they have not been discharged because they have been saying that they are badly injured. This is so sad, because somebody came from home knowing that I'm going just to the protest and then I'm coming back. Then yesterday you could feel the tension, whereby mtu anasema kwamba tuna feel kwenda, but I'm feeling that somebody's gonna lose their life. Okay, we didn't pray for somebody, anyone to lose their life, but for the 8 people who have lost their life, we still stand and mourn with them, so that we try to ask the government, please do something about that. Not allow this to continue again. Also, let us give the reality statistics, because before even tomorrow, we also get more information about people who are dead, because we can think that there are 2 or there are 1, but we find that there are many people dead that they don't want to reveal out the numbers. And it is good if they reveal the numbers, so that Kenyans can be contented with the true numbers, but not lying to Kenyans just to cover it. Ndo tusionekane kwamba kuna watu wamekufa, msijue, msifanye nini, bado tutajua, because kama huyu alikufa, huyu amekufa, we will still know. Na tumeona kwamba many people are saying that these numbers of people are dying, they are the one that causing even for the people to go back to maandamano. That's why that's where the people nasikia kusema kwamba mimi nitarudi maandamano, nitaandamana mpaka vile nitapata justice, because they feeling like this the cries that they're not being heard, the sound that they're not being even renewed since the first person died on the maandamano, since we lost them, and then we are here to just mourn them also again. The same thing repeats. Whereby you heard Kalonzo also said earlier that about this, we have to make a special day for every year to make sure that we celebrate these people who died on this day, on this month, because now when the government is doing it, they think that they are doing it like on a purpose. Also, we're taking also the speech, we listen to him, because alisema hivyo leo asubuhi akiwa in CVD, and that shows that kweli kuna vile kidogo mambo ya Ruto ionekane vizuri. Okay, this is how things are on the ground, and for the first time mimi kuona Machakos iko na maandamano.
No. Mali Machakos have been on the forefront. Hakuna maandamano wamekosa kutoka ya Azimio mpaka ya Gen Z.
Juzi walipigana kwa their MCS were
forget about those are politicians. But that, especially that area of Mali, they have been leading, and also we've had several deaths there. You remember during the Azimio demos, I think the Azimio team went there for funeral. There was a funeral that Uhuru Kenyatta attended or something like that. Yeah. So the whole country is not at rest, and it's all because somebody doesn't want to follow the law in ensuring that what happens to this country is within the framework of the provision of our constitution as well as the respect for human life. Respect for human life. I don't think being in power warrants deaths. And I don't see any blessing in having people's innocent blood crying after you every day. So wale ambao wamejitolea wanasema wanalinda serikali ama wanalinda urais, wana haki yao ya kulinda urais, lakini wanalindia nani urais? Ili urais ufanye nini? Kama nilikuwa nafikiria akasema kuna haki ya Wakenya na hakuna mtu ako na haki ya kuwa rais. Kukuwa rais sio haki. Kukuwa rais ni privilege. Umepewa nafasi ya kuwa number one kwa watu wengi ambao wanahitaji kuongozwa. Lakini huwezi kusema ni haki yangu kukuwa rais. Kwa hivyo lazima nipiganie kukuwa rais. Na lazima nilinde hiyo urais kwa sababu ni haki yangu. So I think there's a mix in this whole thing where the people in power think it's their right to be in power, which is not true. The Kenyans have a right to picket, have a right to demonstrate, have a right to express themselves. It's a constitutional right. But there is no constitutional right to say it is my right to be president, and so I must be president by force or by all means. The way we are fighting for the freedom of Kenya and for the liberties of Kenyans and for the justice of Kenyans, those are rights. And those rights are enforceable. But you cannot force that I am the president and you're not respecting me. So I go to court to enforce that I must be respected as president. That is a law you apply in your life. You don't apply it by general demands. But I love the video where there is coordination between the protesters and the police. These police are not strangers. They are our brothers, they are our uncles, they are a part of our family as Kenya. And so there shouldn't be this animosity. In fact, the animosity between the police and the public is too dangerous for the country. And so those police officers that are trying to be as peaceful as possible and as friendly as possible to the public is I think is the way to go. It's the way to go. And like we said here, the purpose of the police is to ensure that there is no lawlessness and there is no breaking into people's businesses. There is no violation of any kind. That's the whole essence of the police. But when the police go out to stop the protest, they go out to frustrate the protest. That's now where they cross the line, and that results into what we are experiencing: those deaths, those injuries, and those disappearances. And you talked about the number of the dead. We will get to that as time goes, because as at now, all the records are not yet. Like you noted, there are people who are arrested and they are not booked. And so the booking may take place later. Then there are also those that may have lost their life or got injured, but they were not taken to wherever, a healthy institution. So those records are yet to be put together. But what we're experiencing, in my opinion, is uncalled for. We just need a mature administration that knows how to work within the constitution. the William Ruto administration has a problem with the 2010 constitution from the word go. In relation to the media, they have a problem. In relation to the Gen Z and the protests, they have a problem. In relation to judiciary, they have a problem. So if you have a problem with everybody, then you must be the problem. You cannot have a problem with everybody and not be the problem. Yes.
Okay. As you're taking out every problem everywhere, wanasema ukijikosa wendo ukijikuta unakosana na kila mtu wendo wana tatizo, sio watu wana tatizo. And then you have spoken something that reminds me of one day you spoke about as a father that doesn't want to provide, and then he complains, mbona watoto wangu waniiti baba. This is what you experience with our government. They want to be called, to be called father. When the father would say characteristics they don't do.
You don't need to remind people you are the father. You just be the father and you will be respected. Mama Selina, your gadget has a problem. If you can get me, fix it, restart your gadget before you come in. You seem to be either umetupiwa kale kakitu kakuzuia, lakini zima simu alafu uanzishe, itasaidia.
Okay. Before we're still waiting for other people to join, wacha tuone hii ni hivi kumekuwa leo. Leo kumekuwa kivumi.
Asante sana kwa kuendelea kuwa nasi. Maandamano ya leo pia yaliendelea katika sehemu mbalimbali nchini, huku watu 6 wakiwachwa na majeraha katika kaunti ya Narok. Baadhi ya kaunti kama vile Bungoma na hata Kericho zilinakili uharibifu, huku vijana katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu na Kakamega wakikabiliwa vilivyo. Laura Otieno anatueleza yaliyojiri katika sehemu hizi hii leo.
Ilikuwa mguuni ponye jijini Eldoret, kaunti ya Uasin Gishu. Polisi walirusha vitoa machozi kutawanya makundi mawili. Hii ni baada ya watu waliojihami kuvamia waandamanaji na kusababisha hali ya sintofahamu. Hata hivyo, baadhi yao walikamatwa na maandamano dhidi ya serikali kuendelea. Kaunti ya Kericho hata hivyo ilikuwa na uharibifu. Troli hii ambayo ni nembo ya chama cha UDA kilivunjwa kwenye mnara, huku wakazi wenye ghadhabu wakiivuta kuelezea kutoridhishwa na uongozi wa sasa. Baadaye waandamanaji waliwasha mishumaa kwa kumbukumbu ya wale waliosema ni mashujaa walioaga dunia mwaka jana wakati wa maandamano dhidi ya serikali. Katika kaunti ya Kakamega, polisi pia waliwatawanya kundi la vijana waliokuwa wamefunga barabara za mji huo na kulemaza shughuli za uchukuzi. Hata hivyo, barabara zilifunguliwa na mamia ya vijana kumiminika kwa kumbukumbu za waliofariki mwaka jana. Wakiwa na bendera ya Kenya, vijana hao aidha waliikashifu serikali kwa matumizi mabaya ya mamlaka na kusababisha majeraha na hata kifo kwa wale wanaokinzana na serikali. Maandamano pia yalifanyika katika kaunti za Bungoma na Narok, ambapo watu 6 wakiwemo maafisa wa polisi walijeruhiwa wakati wa maandamano hayo. Laura Otieno, runinga ya Citizen.
This is what is going on and on. Tunasikia leo kuna waka moto. Mama Selina, karibu ndani.
Hello.
Mami, unasikika kuonekana ndio ngoma. Kunaendaje?
Sijui, si mimi naona ninaonekana kwa upande ingine na upande ingine sionekane.
Sawa. So we shall see. I don't know what's up with your camera, but it seems to be sauti inaingia, hebu ingia tu alafu tutashughulikia hiyo mengine baadaye.
Naona maandamano imeendelea. Kuna sehemu vijana wameandamana, itakuwa na a lot of chaos, but at least today si kama kila siku, at least kuna hiyo kati ya police na wananchi. But again, Penat, ukweli ni kwamba kuna wale wanaenda kwa maandamano na kuna wale wa kawaida, wale wanataka kuharibu. Sababu naona sijui kama ni ukweli, kotini ya Isit Kiambu ama Katundu imechomwa, Olkalau police station, sijui wapi kuna vitu imefanyika kadhaa. Yes, kuna maofisa wa police, naona kuna mama hata moja, na kuna pia watu wameuawa, ingawa mnasema hatujapata the right numbers. Kama watu wangekuja kuweka maua na kwenda Penat, kama ilikuwa ni kukumbusha wale, but unajua maandamano ni maandamano. Maandamano ni inaishanga 6. So between 8 to 6 anything can happen. But Kenya ni yetu yote. Vijana inchi ni yao. So as we destroy ama kuloot, kuna watu wanaumia, kuna wafanyabiashara, kuna watu innocent mali yao imepotea hivyo kwa sababu ya maandamano. So the youth need their right. Serikali pia wajaribu kukasana, waone njia ingine ya kuweza kumaintain maandamano. But again, kama tutaenda hivi for another 2 or 3 years, every year, ni kumaanisha bado tuko na 3 other years ndiye tumalize hayo mambo ya maandamano. Hii serikali walichakua wenyewe. Ile tunaambiwa mtoto akililia wembe umpe, walililia wembe wakapatiwa. Hiyo wembe inawakata sasa. Shida tu imepata waliyekuwemo na wenye wakuwemo, because inchi yetu ni Kenya, ni yetu sisi wote. And again, for those leaders wale wana advocate kwa hii mambo ya vijana, now Penat, kwa sababu tutakuwa hapa tu after 2027, the new government or the same government. Wale wanafanya hivyo wanataka pia wakichukua uongozi watretiwe vile wanafanya, kwa sababu sasa it is fit for that. Serikali ya Uhuru ilifanyiwa hivyo, sasa ndio hii ingine yao wanafanya hivyo. But are we progressing as Kenyans? Yes, we are champions, atusikii, lakini watoto wenyu mtataka wasikie. Because Penat, don't tell me ile kitu wanasema Ruto, mwingine atakuja ni malaika atafanya kama vile Ruto amefanya. So I hope mwenye anajitayarisha kuwa rais ya Kenya, I wish atafuta kila mtu wale wako corrupt ama wale wameserve kwa hiyo government, and then they start in scratch. Ya mwisho Penat, kama watu wamechoka, tutoe hii serikali, tutoe hii watu yote, jeshi tusaidie kupanga inchi kidogo, ipatie everybody discipline, alafu tukirudi kwa uchaguzi, na wakati tutarudi kuchukua serikali, kila mtu atakuwa na hiyo uchungu ya kuchunga inchi. It cannot work like that, Penat. It cannot work like that. Haiwezi kuwa kila siku, hata bibi ila anachapwa mpaka anaamua siku moja aende kwao. na unamchapa ukifikiria atarudi. So it is high Kenyans tuangalie what we want. Wale wako kwa serikali warekebishe. Sisi wale tunataka viti, tunachochea, tujue what we want. And the easiest thing, kuna watu wenye hawana huruma na hiyo uchinga yote. Wachukue kama Ibrahim Toore, wanyoroshe wananchi na kutengeneza Kenya. Kwa sababu mnaongea Ibrahim Toore kila siku. Hakupigiwa kura. Alikuja with coup. So wacha tupate hiyo wanajeshi wenye watakuja simamia nchi. Na hiyo watu yote waende nyumbani wote, kutoka kila mtu, unajua usuri ami ikichukua hakuna polisi. Kitu ya kwanza polisi ni raia. Alafu raia sasa hakuna hizo cha kafana, cha MP, sijui, sisi wote nyumbani. Wewe Bernard unaenda kukaa huko Kakamega ukichipanga. Mpaka tuone faida ya uongozi ni kitu gani kwa Kenya. Mahali imefika Kenya penalty, it cannot come back. It cannot. Hiyo vijana wanaendelea hivyo. Wanahitaji haki yao. Kuna wale wasuri. Kuna wale wengi wa kuinsight. The best thing. Munasema, mwingine anasema ukimwaka unga na mimi nitamwaka maji. Kwa hivyo Ruto mali alipo. Wakenya wakimwaka maji, mwaka unga. Wacha sisi wote tutoshane. Nje tukue na akili, kotini tujue. Kwa sababu kama unachoma mpaka court, unachoma police station yenye unataka kesho ikusaidie. Umechapa ndio. Leo police wachaua vile wanakuanga kama kila siku, kama ile ya chusi. Walikuta ile kijana amejisimamisha na kuuza mask. Na kweli akapikwa risasi bila kutulumu mtu. Albert aliletwa kwa mama yake, akakuja kuuawa bila kutulumu mtu. Hakutupa mawe, hakukua kwa maandamano. So the best thing penalty. Ndiye kila mtu, ndiye vijana wapate hii kazi. Kwa sababu hakuna vile watapata hiyo makazi. Ndiye hii corruption iishe kwa Kenya. Ndiye sababu ya makazi. Shareholders imeisha. Tuko na mchezo ya cousins. Wacha sisi wote turudi nyumbani. Alafu the real cousins lete tuone sasa vile tutajipanga. Thank you.
So, mami wewe unaona hii maandamano ni uchochezi, sio watu wanatafuta haki?
Penat, kuna mahali, kwa hii maandamano yote, kuna sehemu vijana umeona wamekuwa na mamiti, wamekuwa na inaitwa nini, matawi, wameandamana, wamekaa chini, wamewakisha candles, wakaimba, wakasunguka, wakaenda nyumbani. Ni ukweli. Kuna counties wamefanya vizuri. Kuna na huko kuna mahali nimeona hata mkubwa ya jeshu ama polisi anaandamana na raia na vijana wakiimba, na wote wakaenda wakafanya mambo yao. So I'm saying Bernard, kuna haki lakini uchochezi imekuwa too much. Na kuchochea ni wale wanataka uongozi. Vijana wanatumika, walikuwa na haki yao, walikuwa na lengo yao, lakini it has been achieved. This is not a Raila time, ila anaona Kenya ni kubwa kuliko yeye. Everybody is not Raila. Si Raila ila ikiumana anakuwa na huruma, anasema oi Kenya, sisi mahali imefika tuende wote. Abraham Toore aingilie kati. Abraham Toore ya Kenya, tuko nayo wanajeshi wazuri Penat. We have good soldiers. They can handle our country for 3 months. Kama wewe Penat tunataka tuendelee na kupigana na kulia na kuwawa na kuharibu mali, wacha kila mtu arudi nyumbani. Wacha tumwake hii kiteteo. Naitwa nini? Kiteo. Wacha
tumwake kitoweo.
Kiteo bas. Wacha tumwake, mpunge akose, MCA akose, rais akose, gavana akose, mwenye siasa ula anataka kiti akose. Tufanane, tuanze. Tulisema tulinyeshea wa wapi? Tuanze mpya. Hiyo ndio solution itasaidia Kenya.
Hiyo peke yake ndio solution. Hatuwezi kuwa na dialogue, tukubali keti chini tuzungumze.
Dialogue kani? Raila ametuambia dialogue miaka ngapi? Dialogue ni hiyo Kalonzo alikuja. Mbona ile ya Raila walikuwa naenda viongozi yote na watu? Hii yenye walijificha, mtu niliona at least alikuwa kwa hiyo maandamano ni Babu Owino. Ingine ni senator ya Kakamega. Wewe unakuja kumwaka tu, kuweka tu maua na kutoroka. Si uende na wananchi. Vijana, I support the youth. But the youth wametumika. So wacha tumwake hii kiteoyo yote, tuanze fresh.
Okay, thank you, Mami. We'll be looking on that. We appreciate your input. Ladies and gentlemen, as you continue to engage, please invite somebody. Don't watch the show alone. And of course, we need your input on the matters at hand. Also, give us some updates if you have some information that we would help us, like the injured people. Is there anybody injured around you? Where you live, lost anybody? Let's just interact on the same, so that we are keen on what is happening. Like Mama said, we had peaceful demonstration in some parts, others turned violent, and the ones for violent that went violent had some provocation and then confrontation. Some were responses to some of the things that were done either by the police or by the protesters against the police. And so all those things will be looked at extensively. But for now, our country needs to be governed in a way that safeguards each and every individual, without it being governed in the interest of the people in leadership, while ignoring the plight of the majority of Kenyans. Kenyans, I don't think, are hard to please. We may have 2 or 3 that are not satisfied with whatever that is given, but generally, when Kenyans are taken care of and they are able to get medication, they are able to go to school, they are able to earn a living, they are not problematic for the few years we've been around. They really outcry, and this, outbreak of protest is usually out of negligence. Negligence whereby we were eating, you took away the plate of the food. Then you told us to keep working. Okay. And while we were still asking where the plate of food was, you also came for the cup of the tea that we were taking. I was working in some place, and the boss had gone to see somebody along Kenyatta Avenue, and something happened. He was in his car. He has left his laptop on this passenger seat, and this far left with a tablet. Knew he had just come from America, and he wasn't familiar with Nairobi, so somebody knocked behind his car, and he stopped.
to now go ask who is this who's on the jam, huh? Not knowing that they knocked so that he can open the door. So when he stopped to open the door, the boys opened and disappeared and disappeared with the tablet. So he doesn't know whether he should run after them or should stop the car, and he's on the jam. So he came back in the office, furious, angry, and he arrived at the time when people were taking tea with bread. And you know how staff members behave, huh?
Yes.
So mtu amepaka blue band yake vizuri, ameshika sawa sawa. Na bosi ameingia amekasirika, amepoteza mali. You know what happened? He banned tea. There will be no more taking tea in this office. There will be no more taking bread in this office. In fact, you people don't do anything in this place.
And then you have been working with this way.
So we have some actions that we do that provoke whatever that happens, and refusing to listen to the plight of the people, despite our political differences, is a huge problem in the country. And looking the country across, from Garissa all the way to Mombasa, Western, Eastern, Central, the unrest is as a result of limited resources that we are all scrambling over, especially Storia job. Okay, these young people are. It's one very sad video. Maybe we'll get time to play it, where this girl talks about if I die, if I go and die tomorrow, this and this and this and this. So the outcry is not all because of somebody telling you to go and cry. It is a cry that you have had on an individual basis. Then somebody, you found another person who was crying the same. So mkashikana kwa matanga. Mkaamua mwanze kulia kwa pamoja. Lakini tukishasema hivyo, ningependa kusisitiza kwamba leo polisi walifanya kazi sehemu fulani ambayo inafurahisha. Okay? Wakati walikuwa wanashirikiana na waandamanaji, wanazungumza, wanasikilizana. Lakini kuna sehemu ambazo walifanya mambo ambayo hayafai katika kuchokoza wale ambao wamesimama tu kando. Okay? Kwa mkuta watu wamesimama, you tear gas them. Like wale wa mama walikuwa wameshikana na Maraga, wanakwenda wapi? Kuweka maua. Alafu unawatupia tear gas. Hiyo sasa ndio policing, ama Maraga alikuwa anaenda kuchukua state house.
Pengine Maraga alikuwa anaenda kuchukua state house. So ujui, akizungumzia haya, wacha tutazame hii video, because this is how things are cooking. Things are hot. Mambo ni mengi, masaa ndio machache Kenya. But somebody said recently, what Kenyans cannot do does not exist. This is how things happen in one of these places. Check out Thika Road and this work. But let us begin with Kitengela, then we'll see what happened on Thika Road after Academy.
Ya polisi na waandamanaji alishuhudiwa katika mji wa Kitengela kwa takriban kutwa nzima, polisi wakitumia vitoa machozi na hata risasi kuwatawanya waandamanaji waliofika kwa wingi na kufunga barabara ya kuelekea Namanga. Na kama anavyotuarifu Willy Lusige, baadhi ya maduka mjini humo yaliporwa, huku polisi wakionekana kulemewa na waandamanaji hao.
Ilikuwa mchezo wa paka na panya kati ya waandamanaji na polisi katika eneo la Kitengela kuanzia asubuhi hadi jioni. Baada ya kuzuia kufanya maandamano ya amani kuwakumbuka waliouawa na kujeruhiwa kwenye maandamano ya mwaka jana, waandamanaji walijawa na ghadhabu. Huku wakiimba nyimbo za kupinga serikali na kubeba bendera na mabango, waandamanaji walijaribu kwa kila njia kufunga barabara ya kuelekea Namanga, barabara inayounganisha Kenya na Tanzania. Polisi wakiwajibu kwa vitoa machozi, lakini hali ilipozidi kuwa tete, wakaanza kutumia risasi, mji ukageuka kuwa uwanja wa makabiliano, waandamanaji wakiwarushia mawe na kufunga barabara kwa mawe na miti pamoja na mioto na kusitisha shughuli za usafiri mchana kutwa, wakiapa kutositisha maandamano hadi serikali iwape nafasi ya kuwakumbuka waliouawa au kujeruhiwa mwaka jana. Baadhi ya waandamanaji wakavamia maduka na mikahawa na kupora kila walichoweza. Polisi walionekana kushindwa nguvu, huku wafanyabiashara wakikadiria hasara.
Vijana wakaingia wakaanza kuvunja, walianza na pale, wakavunja pale, ndio hao wenye walikuwa huko wakaingia wote. Wakazi wa Kitengela wakidai waporaji si waandamanaji halali bali wahuni waliochukua fursa hiyo kujinufaisha. Wamekunywa masoda zote, wamekula kila kitu, wamevunja, wamebeba mpaka viti.
Mji wa Kitengela umeendelea kuwa kitovu cha maandamano makali ya kupinga serikali na si mara ya kwanza hali kama hii kushuhudiwa tangu maandamano ya mwaka 2024.
Naomba tu rais wetu William Ruto utuangalie hata sisi, hata kama utatuita mahali tuongeleshe sisi jenzi. Tafadhali hiyo mambo ya maandamano tuomba tu ikome, kwa sababu kuna watu wanaumia sasa hivi.
Waandamanaji waliojitokeza leo wamesema hawatosita hadi haki iweze kutekelezwa dhidi ya waliouawa au kujeruhiwa katika maandamano ya kupinga serikali mwaka 2024 na maandamano ambayo yamefuata kupinga utendakazi wa serikali. Willy Lusige, runinga ya Citizen, Kitengela katika kaunti ya Kajiado.
That's in Kitengela. Let us check out what happened on Thika Road. This is Thika Road.
Tear gas canister ama ni mawe, but she fell in the streets, and thankfully the protesters carried her to the ambulance. We've just managed to perform the first aid on her. She's now stable according to the St. John's. They've told us that, and we are hoping that she'll be safe as she's taken to the hospital. Thank you, and wale wote mlitusaidia tukambeba tukamleta kwa ambulance, nasema asanteni sana. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Sasa gari hata tusindikizwe sababu gari inaenda. Umejua
You are watching Sound Candy Talk live.
This is how things are moving on, and there are a lot of things that are happening. Mama amezungumzia story ya vitu kuchomwa na maofisi kuchomwa. By the way, today some offices and some police stations were burned down because they triggered something that is beyond the limit of the people. In Kiambu County, also we have some offices which are being damaged too. Also, other parts of Kenya. I will be checking that shortly. And really appreciate for those who are watching, please invite somebody to continue being part and parcel of this. For those who are joining up the show, use the link on the comment section. Panda mapema ndio the Gen Z normally say mapema ndio best. So kuja mapema, usikae nje useme nimefungiwa nje, nimeshindwa kuingia. But before we check that, I want to play one video for the banning of the need before we come up to the speeches, and also we listen from other people. I see Mukanya Mukora in the bill.
That one first. You have already played 3.
This is just the last one, so that we can have the conference freely, because we have seen what has been carrying up. I'll play for the last one, and then we will have the conversation flowing, because we are still here mpaka morning. This is how things, this is why Mama Selene is speaking up when he's saying that kuna vitu zimechomwa. This is what happened today.
Ikiwemo mahakama ya Kikuyu, afisi za eneo bunge hilo na vituo vya polisi vya Kikuyu na Olkalau kwenye maandamano ya leo. Magari kadhaa ya polisi yamechomwa kwenye kizaazaa, huku pia maduka ya kibinafsi yakiharibiwa katika maeneo ya kati. Kama Mwangi anaangazia matukio haya katika maeneo ya kati hii leo.
Yalitajwa kuwa maandamano. You are watching Sound Candy Talk live.
Afisi kadhaa za serikali ikiwemo mahakama ya Kikuyu, afisi za eneo bunge hilo na vituo vya polisi vya Kikuyu na Olkalau zimeteketezwa kwenye maandamano ya leo. Magari kadhaa ya polisi yamechomwa kwenye kizaazaa, huku pia duka ya kibinafsi karibiwa katika maeneo ya kati. Kama Mwangi anaangazia matukio haya katika maeneo ya kati hii leo.
Yalitajwa kuwa maandamano ya amani, ila mwisho wa siku uharibifu mkubwa umeshuhudiwa eneo la kati. Waandamanaji kutoka afisi za serikali na maduka ya kibinafsi. Katika kaunti ya Kiambu, vituo vya polisi vya Kikuyu na
afisi kadhaa za serikali ikiwemo mahakama ya Kikuyu, afisi za eneo bunge hilo na vituo vya polisi vya Kikuyu na Olkalau.
My video has no audio, but I'll see how I'll do it so that it can have the audio, so that you can listen to it very clearly. There's some officers are being burned down, and the police station. After killing a young man in Olkalau, that's triggered one of the things that triggered the others who are meant to burn the police station down.
Yeah, like I said, there are many things that surround the behavior of the people, and the human nature is such that there is a limit on how much people can be pushed, especially when the whole essence of pushing them is try to intimidate them or scare them off. And so if we don't manage protest properly and manage people properly, we are bound to have those happenings. Like the video you played about Kitengela, the police tried to contain the people, and when the people could not be contained, now they resorted to use live bullets. And so decisions like that are, are reached without proper, I will say, if you mumewezwa, ni police, you call for enforcement or you resort to kill. You get that decision. That now where I find it very, very, inhuman, I would say, that we are few police officers and we are being overwhelmed by these protesters. And so can't we call for a ceasefire and call for enforcement other than resorting to shoot to kill? And then, of course, wananchi pia, there is how much you are required. I mean, don't lose the purpose of the protest by resorting to something you did not go. Kumbuka ulitoka kwa nyumba ukienda ku demonstrate kwa nini? What was the purpose of the demonstration? That should be kept within that framework of demonstrating. Let's not reach there. Tukaona sasa, like wanasema tumeenda kuwinda, tukaona swara, tulikuwa tunawinda swara. Wakati tumefuata hii swara, tukaona sungura. Naye anakaa tu hapa na tuangalia. Wacha swara iende turudi sasa kwa sungura. So we lose the big thing by responding to small things. I think as Kenyans, we should stop being opportunistic and just focus on the main thing. Ili eleweke kwamba tulikufa tukifanya maandamano ya kutafuta haki. Si eti tulikufa wakati tumeenda kuvunja duka la mtu, ama tulikufa tukipigana na polisi. Okay? Sababu ya hii maandamano ni kutafuta nini? Haki. Sio wewe kwenda kuonyesha vile unaweza mpiga polisi ama kumfanya polisi akuogope ama kuonyesha vile haumuogopi polisi. Let's keep everything within its proper work, and that also gives us a place to seek redress in case things go out of hand. Because kama wewe mwenyewe umevunja sheria, so itakuwaje ukienda kutafuta sasa haki? See, you are also guilty. And so it is important that we remind ourselves that. But so far, in having peaceful demonstrations, we don't have to resort into killing people. Killing people should not be part of the demonstration. Let there be maiming. Let there be, because you wanted to arrest somebody akakimbia, you shoot mguu ama mkono. Lakini story ya kushoot mtu mpaka afe, I mean, what is it for? It's not even self-defense in the aspect of law. Because self-defense, you're not supposed to use a weapon that the opponent, that is more than the one the opponent has. In law, if you attack with a knife, you can only self-defend with what? A knife or something similar to a knife. But if somebody is coming with a knife and you open your machine gun against the person, that is not self-defense. That is killing. Yes. So, tusiharibu mambo kwa kufanya mambo ambayo hayafai. Okay? Ni Wakenya tu ambao tunashughulika na ndugu zetu. So police officers, don't deal with people as if they are animals. Nyoka mmepata mnapiga kana kwamba ni nyoka, lazima muue. Hii mauaji hayafai. Wacha mtu aende hospitali atibiwe mguu, hiyo ni sawa. Lakini kwa kifua, kwa kichwa, that to me is not even containing the protest. It's just a mission to kill, and it doesn't sound good. Naomba tupatie muda nini. Huyu mkora huyu anakuanga kwa barabara. Hali vipi? Uko Thika Road ama umeingia Uhuru Highway? Unajua leo Uhuru Highway ilikuwa na barbed wire.
Kwa nini mnavunja sheria?
Barbed wire wewe ulifanya kwa agriculture. Barbed wire inapatikanaje katikati?
Tumepata kuna watu wanajua poll voting. Wewe sijui kama umeona kasichana fulani kamefanya poll voting pale LD, kakaruka ndani ya waya, kakaacha mapolisi hapo nje.
Sisi tulienda shule wakati shule ilikuwa shule.
Lakini hata unavunja sheria. Unajua tumeambiwa leo hatufai kufanya nini live shows.
No, hiyo nani Chacha ametusaidia. Mpaka kesi malizike tuendelee, tumepewa ruhusa.
No, but Bernard today, actually, with this maandamano, I was very interested on something which is very peculiar. Okay, hizi za kina huko kwingine mimi sijui venye zimeendelea tu, ni pole vote. Nimeona kuna watu wanajua wanakimbia na mtu anaruka pole vote, wanaacha polisi pande nyingine. Hiyo tu ndo nimeona, hiyo ya LD. Lakini ya Nairobi, now what I did, I didn't even sleep yesterday. There's a guy that I follow sana when I follow his videos because he goes live when there's maandamanos. He starts huko hivyo Thika Road coming down mapema. By 6 is the time that he was starting to come in. Na yukuja kaa anatembea. And the good thing I wanted to watch him so much is because he's one of those independent journalists that are allowed to be just with the police. So he works with them everywhere they go. And wako ndio Paul vote. What? We anaenda Olympics direct. Anyways. So I started following nione what happens with the police hapo hivi nyuma. Because him is interacting with the police. He can go inside, out, nini. They're allowed to be there. There's a couple of independent journalists zenye mimi hufuataga kwa hiyo kidogo, lakini sifuataga venye nilifuata jana. Nimeifuata yote mpaka wakakuja kuzima nini after waliambiwa waache ku stream. But what I realized is that in the morning, yes, kulikuwa na roadblock, wanakuja wanasimamishwa, wanasema si ni journalist, wanapita, there was no problem, taa ilikuwa imenyamaza. I mean, ilikuwa na watu here and there, streak of some people. And then sasa akaanza sasa kufuata mapolisi, and now people started coming. And Bernard, I saw something very peculiar today in Nairobi. Like I'm telling you, I followed the whole thing. I didn't sleep. Almost 5 or 6 hours just watching it. So once watu walianza kuingia, they were very nice with the police. Kwanza walikuwa wanatembea pamoja. Imagine hata niliona mmoja akipewa, I don't know if that's bribery, wanakuja wanampatia kafaibu, wanaenda ukunywe breakfast wewe. Wanacheka huko. Mwingine analetewa mpaka chapo, which then kana za chukua chapo tu kwa street, but na anachukua na wako poa and they are walking and everything is good. Now, when people started coming in, they came 2 factions. One that was coming from the Jogoo Road side, which is the Eastland side, and another one from the Ngong side. But again, tulikuwa tushaoneshwa side ya Ngong kule wamefungia, watu wanaachiwa na matatu huko, wanatembea all the way. Adams Arcade, nini, wengine wanatembea. And then those factions now, when the people started wakaanza kuwa wengi, there was actually 3 of them. One yenye imetoka ile side ingine imetoka hii side ingine, and then ingine yenye wako hapa hivi wamekuwa hapo tangu asubuhi, which is in the center. So the police started seeing people are becoming many, but they were not rowdy. All they wanted is to go wamit wote, they walk the streets. Actually walikuwa hata by the time Mtata akuje. And I'll tell you ya Mtata because I was watching it too. And it was, live. I don't know polisi nini waga shida yao akianza kuona watu wameanza kuwa wengi. They threw the first tear gas and it agitated the people wenye walikuwa nao. Hao wenye wako nao Sasa wakaanza kutoka, wakaanza kuenda ile side ingine. So now here comes wako na watu watatu, right, left na hawa wao sasa wenye walikuwa nao. Hapo ndio kizaazaa kikaanza. I saw it kabisa. Even by the time kina Mtata wakuja, that's the time sasa functions zote zilikuwa zimekuwa mingi. And I like how kina Mtata walikuwa wanatupiwa tear gas wasongi, wanatupiwa wasongi. Na, I guess watu Kenya washazoea tear gas. I think hiyo ni chakula. Hawashtukagi hiyo kitu bwana. It got so bad. Sasa ndio kuna tu vijana sasa tuliacha hizo functions zote mbili. And semi ni vijana ni, I mean ni bado the protesters, and they started getting agitated, kutupiwa tear gas. Wanakuja mpaka wanamwambia, we sisi tuko na nyinyi hapa hivi na bado mnatugonga tear gas, ni ya nini? Alafu kama mtu kanatoka huko kakarao fulani anatoka hapa, we anachapa hiyo tear gas pa. So now it became a party of tear gas, and that's what iliharibu to a point. Sasa wenye wako hapa katikati wakaanza kukimbiza the cops, because I was watching them from, unajua jamaa mwenye na watch live stream yake is with the cops. They started mpaka kuna wanakimbizwa, and then the first ile vita niliona yako, si vita, the thing that I didn't like ya kwanza niliona is those police, cause sasa ndio wanachokoza, wakakimbizwa. Na kukimbizwa, guess what? Wakaacha mama fulani polisi. Na vijana wamekasirika. Mama akaanguka. Akachapo, lakini the protesters ndio wenyewe walimuokoa, wakamchukua wakamuingiza kwa ambulance. The protesters in Nairobi today were not trying to fight the police. It was the police who were fighting them. Hata walikuwa wanakimbizwa wanaenda na huko, alafu wanakuja. But the funny thing is that the faction ya kutoka ile saidi ya juu na faction ya kutoka saidi ya chini, hao walikuwa wengi. Hao hapa katikati ndio tulikuwa nasema, kaeni huko tuachane na sisi tupatane, the two groups. Until to a point the police went and stood in front of katikati yao wote wawili. The police, I mean the guys from the left and the guys from the right. So that was the problem. That was the agitation, because the police would not let you guys mkuje mpatane na hakuna mtu anapiga mtu. Watu walikuwa wanakuja wakiimba, kwanza walikuwa wanaimba national anthem both sides. Wakikuja kwenda kupatana, polisi wanasema charge. And I'm telling you this because I watched it from the aspect of the police. Niliona through that guy until the directive came that nobody should be live streaming. And that guy, because he commentates his thing, and I could watch even others walikuwa wote huko hivyo. At that time is when they said, waka shut down. But I was also looking at the other side of the protesters, the ones, the journalists when walikuwa huko hivyo, and they were doing it live on internet. And I could see nothing, no protester fighting anyone or whatever. It's the police who kept agitating. But they didn't understand there was too many people. Same thing. I'll take you so that I can prove my point. Later on, I looked at the Thika Road. You see those guys hako wanapiga mtu, walikuwa tu wanataka kuja kujoin. Lakini wanashinda wakinyimwa kuingia. Ukishinda ukinyimwa, that's freedom of movement, unanyimwa. What are you going to do? Stay on the highway? Na hakuna magari mnakubalishwa ziingie ndani? You're walking all the way kutoka Allsops. Unafika hapa mbele unagonga tear gas hapo. Urudi. Hata inaweza kuwa ni mtu anaenda job. Utafanya? Si utajoin tu. But what if, Bernard, let me ask you a question. What if these guys continue doing what they started doing? Me, I'm talking about Nairobi, where they started to just even walk in with the guys, wako huko ndani, wengine wanaambiwa imba, sema Ruto must go. Anasema tu, what do you, ataambiwa sema one time, anasema kicheka. And they were just friendly, everything was going okay. What is this thing that police has to tawanya watu? Nani aliambia kuna mtu anakuja kuguza kitu ya mtu? And basically hata hawa wenye vijana walikuwa wanawachapa nini? mawe. Si kuona mmoja akigonga duka ya mtu. Walikuwa wanatupa kwa polisi. Kwanza hata the independent journalist that I'm talking about, hata hakuna mmoja alikuwa anagongwa. Huyo alikuwa anaenda anaangalia ile side nyingine, anapata wanagonga na hiyo, anaenda ile side nyingine, wanarudi tena side ya mapolisi. Hakuna citizen alikuwa anagongwa na mtu. But kwanza kuna kijana alinifurahisha sana. Yeye hata sidhani kama alikuwa kwa protest. He's a millennial, not a kijana Gen Z, because he was seeming very mature. He was just passing anaenda vitu zake, akachapwa viboko, akasimama akawatusi vitu zingine siwezi sema hapa, mpaka wao wenyewe akakuja wakamuomba msamaha. Na sio wanamuomba msamaha, kingine kanatoka huko ndani kanakuja kumchapa tena. Alisema hata sasa nimeacha kwenda kule, naenda sasa naingia maandamano. You see, that's the agitation that the police do not understand. It's not your duty to come and disperse people. Let people do whatever they do, as long as they're not auguzi kitu ya mtu. And the funny thing, Bernard, what you don't know, I don't know, maybe you know, hapa jioni, because I know some people that I know walikuwa huko Thika Road. You know the Thika Road guys that eventually wameingia town, na kuna wenye wamefika mpaka State House girls, wakakwamia hapo, wakasema hatuko wengi, acha turudi. But that's the agitation that the police actually agitates people. And then the government is also very dumb to even now tell people, don't live stream. And even turn the media off because like KTN refused. But then they had to shut it down. When you do that, what is it exactly that you want to do in the back? I mean, in the back of our head, in the back of the darkness. And eventually I hear at that time sasa ndio wameumiza watu, because at that time ambulances sasa zimeanza kuenda nini KNH. How do you throw a tear gas in a place where people are being treated and being given food? In a tent. Now that nini TV zimezimwa. The one thing I'll give kudos to the police today, or whoever was the head of them today, is that today, that's why I wanted to see it from the side of the police, is that we did not see the normal plainclothes, walikuwa wote uniformed, all of them. There's one that I saw was a security guard wa a media station, akaonekana na a pistol. Walimfuata mpaka kwa hiyo gari, wakamwambia tupatie ID. Hakumchapa, walimwambia tupatie ID ama tukuchapie hapa sasa. And I think that is the discipline that needs to be when it comes to protests and things like that. Not finding these other guys who come and just grab you from nowhere and you don't know who it is. So I think that one I'll give the police kudos today. Mali tu wamesema ni kuanza kuenda paka na panya na wananchi. I'm talking about Nairobi. Mi hiyo tu ndio najua, hiyo nimefuatilia all the way because I was very interested because that's the capital. And then kuna na hiyo kufungia watu huko juu na kufungia magari na kufungia watu kukuja ndani ya tao. I don't think that's necessary. Hata watu wenye walikuwa hivyo walikuwa sema tuendi hata mkitupa ngapi, you know. So Kenyans are just and just to finish, you see, Bernard, this thing, let's not talk about its tribal. This thing has changed from tribal from anywhere, because when you look at LD, they had theirs, Nakuru had theirs, Kikuyu sijui yao, whatever happened, I didn't follow that. Kitengela kwanza, what they did, they went and sat down on the highway na wakaanza kucheza ball. Even hata wanini walikuwa wanacheza ball Thika Road, because that where you gonna go. You see, the thing is that everybody has their own way of doing things, but this is not about either Kikuyu, Kalenjin, Kamba, anything. This is just generic. It's just Kenyans are fed with something. Because if it was not generic, Bernard, you wouldn't see so many people. And people who are menace, just you didn't see them in one place. Karao walikuwa wanapelekwa mara 3, wanarudishwa mpaka nini inaitwaje, at City Hall, wengine wanapelekwa Parliament, wengine wanatoka ile side nyingine wamerudi hivi mpaka wanaanza kuitana wakuja wote pamoja. 3 rows. So how do you get that in the same place? And also the outskirts. Zenyu sijui kama za Murembe pia nyinyi mmefanya, lakini I'm just saying, even Mombasa had theirs. I'm just saying this is generic, is just a citizenry that is tired about something. And that something has to be found. And like Mama Selina was saying, kama tumefika hapa hivi, because some of them are saying, hata mkita, kuna wengine wanasema hata wataende ingine kesho. You see, they are not tiring. You cannot wear out someone who has nothing to lose. So it's just Kenyans who are just tired about something. And if Ruto and them do not understand Kenyans are just sick and tired, I don't know what else can make them. Wacha nyamazia hapo Bernard, niko area kidogo.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Thank you. I support the police keeping law and order, working together with the wananchi. Where I don't read on the same page with police is where the necessity of killing somebody. Hiyo mimi janifikia mahali ambapo naona kwamba hapa lazima mtu afe. Mimi sijaona hata kama kuna kurushiana mawe, kuwe na kutusiana. Where does it come to a place that you have to shoot to kill? Hapo ndio mtanisaidia.
And the shooting, what I'm amazed by the shooting is that you don't, the way the people are explaining who are at the point, they are saying that the shooting is not all about that to shoot like you're aiming who you are, like you're shooting the person. It's just like the way people are crowded, they just decided to fire. Because there's this one man was shot at the stage ya kwenda Kawangware. We normally call it the KCB. This young man who was shot today there or at the head. So the man said that tulikuwa pale, tulikuwa tunangojea gari ya kuenda. Even they were not protesting. So one of them was shot on the head. And he lost the life at that point.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying the responsibility lies with the person who has the gun.
Yeah.
These are people, okay? And the gun, you can use it to scare away people if you don't want them to gather, of which Matwa may explain vizuri kwa nini unazuia watu kukutana. Hawajavunja sheria, hawajafanya chochote. And then hata kama una shoot, must you shoot to kill? Shoot to kill is kuna sehemu kwa anatomy of the man, okay, of a person, that you can shoot and the person dies, and there is where you can shoot and somebody will have an injury, but that injury is repairable. You can be treated. So as a police officer, where do you where does it warrant that you resort to shoot to kill? I think that is only in the, I'm not a police officer, I'm not a trained police officer, but from my understanding, it is only when your life is in danger. Your life is in danger, and what is coming against you is more than what you have. That's when now you will shoot carelessly. But this shooting anyhow, and aiming in places where you make sure that this person will not, survive. Isn't that an abuse of power and an abuse of whatever public order? Mami, sijui kama upo? Mama, unmute. We can't hear you.
Yeah, Bernard. Nakwambia hii mambo ni mangumu. shoot to kill, kuna kudefend, na ndiye nilikwambia maybe the training. Hii mambo itaanza saa hii Bernard. Hii ni mambo tumesoea, wamesoea, it has been like that. Leo wataua wanaisha, kesho maandamano itakuja inaisha, wanapiga kelele. That is why nilisema mara ya kwanza, kwa sababu hakuna mtu anaweza simama na kutusaidia wananchi na hao mapolisi. Tukirudi wote nyumbani, at least maybe something will happen. Kwa sababu wewe sasa polisi wameshikwa penalty, wako kotini, the whole lot 6, wengine 2 in 1 week wako jela. Haijasuia leo kuua tena, then watapelekwa jela. So mwenye amekutuma uende kazi, acha kuambia uende uue, na wewe uchataka kuwa discipline kama ule askari mwenzako. So how to train? Kuna train aina gani sasa? So the best thing, Bernard, watu wote wamekuwa kichwa ngumu. Unajua Kenya hatujaichua hii mashida. Shida yenye tunakuwa naye ni hiyo kidogo tu kidogo, alafu tunasahau, tunakula vizuri, tunalala. Kuna saa hii ni kama we are mocking God. Kuna nchi kama Israel na Iraq saa hii ile mamisail hata tunakufa. Hiyo moja ikirushwa Kenya, hata hii wanapigana, wote watakimbia, wote waseme tusaidiane. I don't think hata hiyo mapolisi ikikuja hiyo mamisail vile kama sinaenda huko, I don't think hata hawa kama watakuwa we are mocking. Tuko na amani, tuko na nchi mzuri. We are mocking God. Kuna watu wako na shida ile, unaona it is real shida. Sasa Kenya na police ndio. Sasa wewe, kuna mkubwa ya polisi amefutwa jana, ameresign. Wengine wako police. So now wenye wameua tena, kesho tutarudi maandamano, waende washikwe. Nimeona Iris Nairobi. Nimeona mtoto ya, hata nimekutumia, sijui wako hospitali, mtoto ya 19 years. Alikuwa natoka sijui shule, amepikwa risasi. Kuna mwingine wako hospitali, watu 4 saa hii. Mwingine anasema alikuwa kijana ya 19 years, alikuwa na mkubwa yake kwa uva, wamepikwa risasi. Wote wako hospitali. Na pena those are the people wako kwa maandamano, hata mtoto ya 19 years ama 16. So mimi nasema hivi, either it is a big devil inasunguka Kenya yenye sasa imekuwa ngumu. Unajua mkienda kulete vitu yanacha alafu wanataka damu, ina confuse wewe. Hata wewe askari mzuri, hata wewe pena mtu mzuri, utachikuta huko tu, kwa sababu hiyo madevils. Unaona vile Uganda inasurura na kuua watu damu. So mkienda kulete manyungu wenye inataka madamu ya wenyewe ya watoto, mambo ni ngumu. So kama hatutakuwa na solution penalty, I don't know kama batu unanisikia. Kama Kenya
yes, nakupata mami, endelea.
Okay, kama hatuwezi kuwa na solution ya kwamba enough is enough, tukienda maandamano tupatiwe nafasi tufanye maandamano yetu, tumalize na sisi twende nyumbani. Na nyinyi kama kuna group haitaki amani, mtengeneze maandamano yenye mutapigana na polisi, muachane na watoto yetu wale wameenda kwa roho safi, because now it is too much. Nilikuwa namefikiria hata huyu Kanja today, hii mambo yote imefanyika, baba ndiye atapepa responsibility. Nani ni baba ya polisi? Kanja. So hata hiyo kesi ya kwanza itaisha. Now from tomorrow tutaanza kujua watu wamekufa, wamefanyiwa nini. Who will take responsibility? The big police. Wale wadogo wameua, wanaingia chela. Now tell me, Penat, wewe ukienda tumia hiyo punduki kama askari, by tomorrow watoto yako kama umeoa wamelala njaa, kama ujaoa wasasi yako wamekosa hiyo chakula ulikuwa unawapatia. What are we doing in Kenya? Haya watoto asikia vijana Nakuru asubuhi, kuna wale walienda wakanunua masanduku wakalipa, kuna wale walienda mochari wakaenda kusema mimi Penat, hii hata mtu aongei. Ati kabisa kijana anasema asirudi, in case nikienda sitaki kuwapatia shida, anaenda nunua chenesa, wanaenda kwa mochari wanapuk. Huyu mtu ameenda kufanya kitu kama hiyo, atarudi kweli? Roho yake imemwambia nini? Hiyo hasira ya hiyo mtu ameenda mpaka, kwa sababu kifo ni kitu tulikuwa tunaokopa. Hata jirani kikukufa, we unataka kutoroka kwako na si kwako kumetokea kifo. Hii watoto ndio wanaenda mpaka mochari. Mtu anasema nikikufa niwekwe hapa. Mwingine wanasema wameenda kulipa sanduku. Penat. It's something not easy. Si mchezo. Kama unasema dialogue, kama ni dialogue, let a real church, let a real people. Wacha kutokee kwanza, apart from the government. Wacha itokee churches, waongee na vijana. Ijulikane what is the problem. How to we, kwa sababu sahi, wesi kutanisha watu wawili wametarauliana. This you today, hata Ruto afanye nini, ama hii serikali ifanye nini, they cannot see it. Na kuna kitu nimeona Matiang'i, na mimi nataka utatuwekea. He want to be, anaongea. Matiang'i amesahau yeye alikuwa interior minister, kina Baby Pendo, aliwaua watu kiasi gani. Ana mdomo ya kutoka nje na kuongea Matiang'i, kwa sababu anataka kuwa president. Pena tumaiiba, we ni mwisi, uliwachiliwa. Alafu ukiona mwisi ingine ameshikwa, unacheka na we unajua ulikuwa mwisi. I think, mimi kwangu, kama kuna watu ya kanisa, watafute dialogue na wananchi waelewe kwa nini tuko na kitu inaitwa serikali. And if we don't want a person, how do we remove this person? Huyu mwenye anasema leave Matiang'i alone. Matiang'i hakuua watu. Yeye ndiye alikuwa natoa polisi asubuhi akiwa kwa serikali ya Uhuru. Unless hamuna macho. Na bado tutafunga macho. The same Matiang'i atakuja, atafanya the same. That is why I was saying, Bernard, hawa walieko na wasiekueko, these all leaders wametufanyia hivyo. Mimi ile kitu naomba, tutafute makanisa tafadhali, wachue nini tumekosa. Maandamano itakuwa leo, watu unasikia vile watakuwa hospitali, watu watarudi kwa barabara. Police watu wataenda nyumbani, watu watakuja barabara na hiyo mapunduki sao. Tutatoa kanja, tutoe hii wakubwa yote. Wale police wata replace. Wanakuwa the same penalty. I need Kenya, we need to do something. Kuna makosa mahali penalty. Kama tunataka kutengeneza nchi, na kama hatutengenezi, wataturutisha mahali sisi yote tutalia. Hii vijana generation, nilikwambia, hii generation na nikirudi hiyo ya kwetu hiyo ninajua labda ni siku hiyo imefika. Pena tuone, wewe ni pastor, wewe kama mtumishi wa Mungu, tafuta watumishi, ongelesha hawa, tuone dialogue. What dialogue? Hatuwezi fanya dialogue na wanasiasa, hatuwezi fanya na hii serikali imeua watu, watoto wetu ndio hawa. So where do we go from there? Tutakimbilia nani? Tutakimbilia wanajeshi. Hiyo tu, hiyo ndiyo solution. Na utakuja kuniambia before 2027 kama tutaendelea hivi. Kuna wale wanasema hakuna election. Haya, kuna mtu nimesikia anasema kama vijana wanajitokezea saa hii mjaribu kurik election, what will happen? Haya, sawa Bernard.
Okay, so Mami, now just a moment. I get your point, but unajua wanasema penye nia pana njia. The dialogue is not a reconciliation or dialogue. It's in my opinion, a gathering of Kenyans to look into the Kenyan problems. And that should be cross-cutting, not politicians only, not educationalists only. It should be whole compassing, because we have very serious, dire issues that are touching to everyone within the country. And also the really issue is that the current administration seem not to be capable of addressing those issues. With every day they spend in office, it becomes clearer and clearer, especially to the young people, that hii promise tunapewa na hii ahadi tunapewa ni kama ni ile mama alikuwa anachemsha mawe akiambia watoto wangoje chakula. So wangoje, wakangoja mpaka wakala. So kuna ile hali ya kuwa na ile kukosa tumaini, na hilo tumaini linavunjwa kila siku na yale ambayo serikali iliyoko inafanya. Wanatuambia kuna pesa, lakini kila wiki kuna hii empowerment, wanaenda wakimwaga milioni. So tunashindwa, hakuna pesa lakini zinamwagwa. So na hizi zinamwagwa zinatokanga wapi? Hao ndio wako na geti ya mbinguni zinamwagikwa kwao peke yake. So there are so many things at hand. Issues with Matiang'i and every other person who want to be president. Hakuna sheria inapinga mtu akutaka kuwa president. Hiyo kufanyika president, sasa hapo ndio ngoma ipo. Lakini mtu kutaka, hiyo kwangu mimi yako na ruhusa ya kutaka. Na kukosoana pia hakuhitaji kukosa makosa ndio usione kosa. We are all human beings and we are not perfect in all our dealings, without necessarily looking for an excuse for anybody's mishandling of their offices and mishandling of their responsibility while they were in the office. My take is this country is in a problem, and the problem is huge, and that problem needs everybody to be concerned, including the good and the bad. Kabla Mkenya mkora ingie, nikumbushe tu Yesu akasema, ninyi mkiwa waovu mnajua kupeana zawadi nzuri kwa watoto wenu. Okay? We are bad, yes, but we know how to give good gifts to our children. So our being bad does not necessarily incapacitate us from seeing that kama ni mtoto wangu mpaka nimpatie kitu kizuri, nisimpatie kitu kibaya. So tusifike mahala ambapo hatuwezi kukubali kukosolewa na mtu kwa sababu ako na dosari, bila kuhalalisha hiyo dosari, bila kutafuta excuse. Tuwe katika ile hali ya kusema kama babangu alikuanga mlevi, lakini siku ile amekuja amelewa, ndio anakuanga na wisdom nzuri ya kupeana mawaidha.
Mnaweza shida na mzee siku mzima asemi chochote, hata advice, lakini akienda tu aonje kidogo, akirudi taanza kupanga vile ukioa unakaanga namna hii, unakaanga namna hii. So tungekuwa tunasema umekunywa, tusikii kile unasema. Mato, karibu.
Thank you. Shidi najua hajaongea sana, lakini let me just add on to what you know, umeileta vizuri sana. I wanted to say, I just wanted to add on what you guys are saying. Niseme, you see, Bernard, me personally, I'm a very realistic person. If something is white, is white. I don't know how to call it a shade of another color, you know, just to please. Bernard, let me ask you guys, how many dialogues have we had in this country? Rhetorical question. How many dialogues have we had in this country? Too much of everything is poisonous. So nobody's believing anything to talk about dialogue. Again, why do you think these kids or these young people, including myself, keep on saying saa zingine hata tutaenda kuiba watu wataiba nini kura za wazazi wao? Remember, these guys are educated and what to education are free. They're all educated. They wanakusomea katiba hapa mkiangaliana. Anakuambia chapter unaenda kuitafuta mwenyewe. Mwenyewe ndiye anakusomesha katiba ya kwako. These guys are very educated. They know that there's a lot of procrastination in Kenya and Africa in general. And there's also that privilege yenye umesema, hiyo pesa unaumbiwa, hakuna pesa na hakuna kazi na hakuna nini, na mtu anakuletea kazi na unajua anakuletea pesa mingi na kuna mshahara yake yenye tunajua. They know the constitutional amount of their salary. They know that dialogue has never worked in this country, all the dialogue that happens. And then again, just to add, and Bernard, I'm sorry, I know you're a good preacher. But even the church is the one that has also brought us into the same problem. Don't we remember? You see? And these guys never forget. So that is the problem. And also they're seeing bad governance and bad policing. So that bad policing, they're trying to change everything. And Bernard, sometimes, gari ikianza kusonga, ikikwama, lazima uisukume. Uwezi iombe itembe. Lazima usukume hiyo gari ukatokiombea ama uiambie enda. Unless you have the faith, you have faith as big of as small of a mustard seed.
Our own faith moves mountains. Wacha gari. Our own faith moves mountains.
Msema Bernard, ebu chukua saizi tu, anza kuomba na ulale. Usiwahi enda kukula, usienda kazi, usifanya nini, tuone utalast for how long. So now, guys are saying enough is enough, bwana. It has to be practical. So I don't like the killing. Of course, Bernard, it shouldn't even be like that. I wanted to give you an example of George Floyd. Remember, that city kuharibiwa. And not one police alishoot mtu. Na watu walikuwa na kugongwa ni kale ka kijana a civilian ndio alishoot. Those police never shot because that gun is not for shooting anyhow. Hiyo gun ukipewa hivi kwagi ya kushoot inakuanga ya when your life is in threat or somebody else's life is in threat. Mawe is not a threat. Na mawe tena mtatupiana tu. Hao walikuwa wanatupiwa mpaka nini wanatupiwa vitu zingine hata uelewi nini ametupiwa na bado they were okay. And that city got spoiled. But then you know what? They know how to hold themselves. And even in the US, in these countries that mispenangi kusema kujicompare na hizo country, because we need to follow our dear constitution and not adhere to other people's constitution or mimic other people's constitution. Even in our constitution, there's nowhere that tells you that you should be able to shoot someone. So that's unconstitutional. If you shoot someone, you go to jail. Ni kama pia mimi nikiwa na panga, I go to jail. Because huyo mtu hakuna, unless alikuwa threat and you can prove that he was a big threat, that's the time you can actually use that gun. Kuna vitu zinaitwa guns, kuna vitu zinaitwa hata hizo marungu wanakuanga wamebeba. And guess what? Wamebeba shield. Mimi hata ukinitupia mawe najua kuhatisha. No, by the way, they are very good kuhatisha hizo mawe. Nilikuwa naona zikikuja unaona anasonga tu kando. Na ameshika shield badala aigonge na shield ianguke. So I think that even our training has some issue. Anyway, sawa.
Sawa, thank you. And okay, the proposition for dialogue is just one of the, we are looking for how to get out of the hole where we are. We can get out of that hole by either digging steps and climbing out of the same, or we can get out of that hole by beginning to agree. You know, is this aspect where watu wamekataa kukubaliana, wengine wakaachwa kwa room wakafungiwa. So njia moja tu yao kutoka kwa hiyo room ni kukubaliana. So tusipoanza kuongea kuhusu kwa nini tuko hapa na kwa nini tutatokaje, we may just continue persisting in the problem. So it is not even a church issue. This is whole compassing the religious community, the traditional community, the students, all the bodies that exist. And this is not dialogue like we have had, in my opinion. It's not a dialogue for politics or a dialogue for political settlement. This is a dialogue for the nation, because what is happening in this country is that everybody is pulling in their direction. And when we are pulling in different directions, what happens ni tutapasua huyo mtoto. Yeah? Mmoja ameshika mkono, mwingine ameshika hiyo mkono mwingine, mwingine ameshika mguu, mwingine ameshika kichwa, and everybody is pulling that same child, ambaye ni Kenya. So what is going to happen is that we are going to destroy the baby that we are supposed to protect. And so the main thing here is the amicable solution to this persistent problem. And it's persistent because we have been here. This is our 63rd year of independence. There is the historical injustices, there is the current injustices, and then the way the government has been dealing with those injustices has been the same. And I think that's the main anger in the heart of young people, that same problems we had in 1963, we had them in the 70s, we had them in the 80s, we've had them in the wherever, in the 90s, in the millennium. They are still persisting, and ile dawa walikuwa wanapeana ni ile hawataki kuibadilisha. So that's where the really matter that needs to be handled lies. The government needs to change the approach. Kenya,
and all those problems you see, they had a dialogue and a report.
Hold on. Well, I'm saying the Kenya that was ruled is no longer in existence. This is the Kenya to be governed, and governance will require application of the law, not the fist, not the pistol, not the tear gas. It has to be governed according to the law. And so we have a problem where people have not been delivered from the old constitution, where ruling was the method of governance. The only way to govern Kenya is by ensuring that everybody's opinion and everybody's interest is put on the table and priorities are drawn out, whereby kuna priority ya masomo, kuna priority ya healthcare, kuna priority ya chakula, lakini tufanye nini kwanza? Then tunakubaliana, tunaanza na kufukuza ujinga, kama ile ilikuwa ya Jomo Kenyatta, okay? Kufukuza ujinga. Tumefukuza ujinga. Kwa jana nikakosana na watu kwa TikTok. Vile watu walikuwa wanasema wazee hawajatusaidia, tuachane nao hizi tuende kujikomboa sisi wenyewe. Lakini you will notice, kama wewe ni history student, you will notice after independence, the main war was illiteracy, because that level, the country was so low in matters illiteracy. So most of the parents and their children, the investment was in education. That was another war that was fought. So they didn't fight the economic war. They didn't even fight the political war. They concentrated on fighting the illiteracy war. And this illiteracy war is what has brought us where we are. So we should not brush off that wazee hakuna kitu wamefanya. Kuna vile walichagua, akaona hii vita kupiga vizuri, tupatie hii priority kwanza, then tukimaliza tutashika hii, then tukimaliza tutashika hii. Mahali tumeshindwa, watoto wetu wachukulia hapo na waendeleze. So what I see here is just a matter of one generation handing over to the next generation, but our battles are different. The first was fight illiteracy. Then now we are faced with the disease, but we are more knowledgeable. Ignorance and, being limited in terms of knowing what is our right is no longer an issue. That was not the case in 63. That was not the case in the 70s. And so let's appreciate how far we have come, but going forward, we now have to be different. In the 60s, ilikuanga mzee amesema, okay? Kama mzee amesema kila mwanaume avae kaptula, hakuwa na maswala mengine ya kuuliza, mzee amesema. And that was law. Why? Because everybody waited for mzee kusema. Saa hii hata kabla mzee aseme tumejua kila ataenda kusema. Na tuko na jibu. Yale swali atauliza hata kabla aanze kuliuliza. So that's a different approach. That requires a different approach in handling that kind of population. And so that difference needs to be there. And so dialogue is not dialogue to look for political settlement. No, it's dialogue of tumejipata hapa Kenya, tumejipata mahali ambapo ufisadi unalipa kuliko masomo, ukora unalipa kuliko innovation, wizi unalipa kuliko. So how do we get our country back to the place where kila Mkenya atalindwa na kila Mkenya atapata mkate wake bila kusumbua mwingine? So it's not in my opinion, it's one of the solutions on the table, but we can get it either by dialogue or we get it by fight, or we get it by both. Whichever way, what is good for Kenya must arrive on every Kenyan's desk. Thank you.
I've seen what is good for Kenya and many more things just rising up.
Mkora alikuwa na kitu. Ulikuwa unasemaje? Unmute? Ametupwa hii.
Okay, Mkora has disappeared kidogo, lakini najua atarejea. I'm being tempted. Kucheza matamushi rais. I'm being tempted kucheza matamushi ya rais.
Tumaliza ndo kalao kwanza.
Kalao. Being tempted. But there's one thing that we need to understand as Kenyans, that we have to put everything to alignment according, not just putting everything because we are putting them down. I've realized Kenyans that we have a challenge kidogo. Everyone wants to check what am I benefiting in the deal. That's the problem that we are facing. That's why somebody that let us call for the conversation. Somebody feeling like, okay, what am I benefiting on this conversation? Mimi unanipea nini ngapi? That's what you remember. You see that somebody like say, so stealing, I'm having more than working.
Yes. Why should you?
Why should they work as they work and steal?
You reminded me there was a show that used to come on KBC. You're going to Mind Your Language. Where this guy is in a foreign country and then anapewanga welfare, ile support. So anasema he just realized that when he's on welfare, he gets more than when he works.
Yeah.
So he decided not to work.
Let me just be on welfare so that I can benefit it from it on. So in Kenyans, this one is like most of the time, you check out even the cycle. For those people who come on the board, many have said this more than 1,000 times. We don't have leaders in Kenya, we have the politicians. What matters to them is the next elections. We focus on the most elections, on what. So even if you say that we're calling for dialogue, if we'll ask you what for dialogue, what do you need? Why do you need the dialogue?
No, the agenda of the dialogue will be set by Kenyans. And in fact, I think the 2010 constitution was laid out with that in mind, that devolution takes power near to the people, and the people should chart their way forward. Like governors are not supposed to bring anything to the people. They're only supposed to respond to what the people have asked. Okay, like you are the governor of Kakamega, the people of Nabaholo wants 3 primary schools. Okay, so that's the charter from Nabaholo. There is a shortage of primary schools, and they want 3 primary schools. And then the people of Mumias, they want a hospital. The people of Huisero, they want a police station. Okay, so the agenda is supposed to be set by the people. Then the people submit it to the leaders, and the leaders facilitate the implementation and the establishment of those things. It is the really spirit of the 2010 Constitution. But we have now we have leaders, the people in charge. They are still having the hangover of the other constitution, the old constitution, where everything was decided by the president. Okay, kama hujapenda president hata kupenda. Kama hujamhudumia hutapata maendeleo. Kama huja nini. So what is happening here is we are in that bridge. Okay, tunapaswa kuvuka, tuache hii kwa katiba ya kitambo kule kwa kitambo, tukubali hii mpya na tuseti inji kwa hii katiba mpya. Kuseti inji kwa hii katiba mpya inamaanisha kile ambacho tulikuwa tumezoea kuambia watu, tungoje watu waambie. Okay? Lakini kuna viongozi ambao wamekwamilia, hao wanataka wao ndio kusema, hao ndio kutenda. So ndio unaona Ruto anaenda kila mahali anawaambia, naona nimewaletea barabara, nimewaletea soko, nimewaletea mbolea. Okay, so then watu wanauliza tulikuitisha mbolea? Unaona, unakumbuka time ya Uhuru Kenyatta anasema tunakula barabara. Okay, so when the people are not setting the agenda and the people's issues are not being addressed, that is where the problem arises. Ni kama ile story ya Biblia, Yesu amekuja kutembelea Martha na Mary. Okay, Martha akampokea Yesu, akampatia kiti, anamwambia kaa hapa, mwokozi wa maisha ya. Haya, na akakimbia wapi? Jikoni. Akaanza kupika kila kitu. Akifikiria mwokozi angependa chapati, chemsha maji ya chapati. Nafikiria pia angependa kuku, kimbiza hiyo kuku, shika. And she's doing everything. But Mary akaona hapa kuna haja ya kwenda kushughulikia kitu ambacho hujaitishwa. So Mary akakaa kingoja Bwana aitishe, okay, kile ambacho angependa. So kuna vile viongozi wanataka kuhepa kusikia kile watu wanataka. Okay, ili chochote kile watawaletea walazimisha kuwashukuru. Yeah. So mimi nilikuwa nataka suti. Okay, lakini suti ni hela mob. Sawa. Na ukija kuniuliza unapenda suti gani? Okay, nitachagua ile ambayo utaki kulipia. So wewe ukaenda kutafuta t-shirts kuja kutugawa tunyama ili tusiitishe suti. So hii ndio ujanja wa uongozi, na hii ukora wa ujanja wa uongozi huu, hiyo ndio problem kubwa. Wakenya ni watu waangwana. bora tu uwasikilize alafu ionekane kwamba unafanya kile wamesema. Hiyo tu. Lakini serikali ambayo inasema tutafanya vile tunataka, hiyo haitawezekana katika Kenya. Kenya ni tofauti. So ni lazima tukubali, katiba ilibadilishwa, inji lazima ikue adjusted. Unaona sasa Murkomen amepewa interior ministry. Ana spend 90% of his time kuprepare ma chief na madio na ma assistant chief. Okay? Meaning yeye anataka kurudisha katiba ile mzee ikue full swing. Ukitaka ID enda kwa chief. Ukitaka kuoa enda kwa chief. Ukitaka umepigwa na mkeo enda kwa chief. Na chief naye akwambia toa pesa ya harambee. So the mentality of the people in leadership is the main issue here, that they don't want to listen to what people are saying. They don't want to listen to what people are requiring because they think they know what is good for the people. That is not how the 2010 constitution is supposed to be operated. And so the people in leadership are the first main problem. They don't want to do what the Katiba tells them to do because they think they know better. And to me, they are not going anywhere with that because this is a different generation altogether. We know more than we are supposed to know.
Okay, what can you say about what the opposition's leader said and the opposition they stand up say? Let us begin with Kalonzo. Kalonzo spoke about earlier today, and also the other opposition leaders spoke something about the mandamano, about what the government is doing all on Swansea. Do you think that the procedure or what they are bringing to frame up, will it bring the benefits of it? Just they will speak up and issue?
The opposition has their own, of course, interest. We can't rule that out, but that does not in any way rule out that they are also concerned about the country, and whatever they are saying should not be ignored. Like there is that move, I think it was on news yesterday, where they have come up with an alternative commission to address public issues as far as the abuses of the government are concerned, like these police who are shooting and all that. The one that will now be led by Muturi. And so, in my opinion, different avenues are sought when the current avenues are not working the way they should work. For example, if the judiciary was doing what is required, we will not need this extra commission by the people, so that tukiwa na shida badala sasa tuende mahakamani ama tuende police station, tunaenda sasa kwa Muturi na tuandike proposal zetu na mambo kama haya. But in my take is hakuna mwanasiasa ambaye ataingilia masuala ya nchi pasipo kuweka matakwa yake kipaumbele. Okay, so they will ignore what does not favor their political agenda. They give it a wherever blind eye. But what favors their political agenda, they will, throw themselves in there and look like they are the ones that have the answer. But that is all but political move. So what the opposition is saying is right. They have their right to do that, but we shouldn't take that as gospel truth. We shouldn't take that as gospel truth. But also, whatever they are saying is obvious. It's obvious in the sense that the law says we can picket, we can protest. We should not be stopped to protest. We should not be stopped to demonstrate. The government is wrong in trying to stop the demonstration. That nobody should make wherever. Nobody has another explanation for the same. Serikali inapaswa kuhakikisha maandamano ni ya amani, okay? Na maandamano inaanza kwa wakati na kuisha kwa wakati. Hiyo ndio kazi ya serikali. lakini serikali kujitwega ile mzigo ati sasa wao ndio wanataka kuzuia maandamano. Kwanza hiyo sio kazi yao kuzuia maandamano, kama vile hawezi kuita maandamano pia hawezi kuyazuia. So cha muhimu ni wakubali kwamba ikifika maandamano kila mtu acheze namba yake kwa kiwanja, usicriss cross. Weka polisi walinde supermarkets, weka polisi walinde barabara, weka polisi walinde wale wanaoandamana, weka polisi wahakikishe kwamba wale ambao wanataka kuharibu maandamano wasisucceed. Then maandamano ikuwe na lengo, na hilo lengo liwe na mahali linaanzia na mahali linaishia. Okay? Kama kuna lengo ambalo haliambatani na sheria, twende kotini. Okay? Let's obtain a court order that says hii maandamano inasema tunaenda kupindua serikali. Hiyo ni kinyume na katiba. So tunaenda kwa mama hot air, okay? Pia tupatie nini warrant ya kusema ile maandamano iko proposed ya Wednesday, lengo lake aliambatana na nini na katiba, so hayawezi kufanyika. All right, so if we work within the constitution there will be no problem, but if we want to do extra constitutional things we will get into more problems, and so that needs to be done. Second, maybe before you come in, the opposition is also a letdown in the sense that they keep talking and doing nothing. Okay, you see now all of them are waiting for the Gen Z. Okay, the Gen Z protest was not called by the opposition. The opposition is hijacking what they did not generate. Why are they hijacking something that belongs to someone else? Don't they have their own brains and one way of dealing with the Ruto regime? If we had different opportunity, wanasema there are many ways of skinning a cat. Okay? Gen Z work on a 25th of June. Okay? Kalonzo should have said with his Wamunyoro movement that ikifika tarehe 1 Julai, okay, sisi tunaenda kwa wanta maandamano. Then so wakati sisi tunashughulikia na hii ya 2050 we are worried about wanta. Tukimaliza namna hiyo natembea naye nasema tarehe 15 Julai tawe countrywide. Okay, then we will be having politics. But hii ya kungoja umekuwa haina, inakuwa haina manini. Wale wanyama ambao wangi, they don't kill, they wait for the lion to kill. Okay, then we'll wait for the lion to eat, and when the lion is satisfied and is no longer invested in the food, then they come. Okay, the vultures and the other nini. Those are the kind of politicians we are having. That to me is a let down. Nataka kuona Kalonzo ametangaza maandamano yake binafsi. Okay? Nataka kuona Wamunyoro naye ametangaza ya kwake siku yake. Sio Kalonzo kuja unisaidie maandamano, hapana. Wewe tangaza one time tarehe 1. Kalonzo naye 15th aseme hii tunasema katiba mpya ama katiba itekelezwe, maandamano ifanywe 15th. Natembea tawe ifanywe on the, so that you keep the government on toes. It doesn't know which maandamano to address when. That way you are working. Lakini kama hii ni ya kungoja tu vijana ndio wako wengi sasa wafanye maandamano, sisi tutakuja na maua. Hapana. Those are games and those games are not helping.
Wow. But things are they're getting hot and we're still moving on swiftly. Also, the time is going too fast. Because tuko na muda lakini muda lakini iko sawa. Tuko sawa tunazidi kusonga. Mnasema mnataka kwenda kotini na koti zenyewe mmeamua kuzichoma. I hope Kenyans will do something about that. Okay, I want to play some speeches for the two speeches from the party lead, from the opposition leaders, and also from Kalonzo. And one for the road before I bring in Mama. And also for those who are still joining up, I want to urge you, please let us join up as early as possible. Usingoje tuna mvua imeanza kuisha ndio unakuja kuleta kibuyu tuchote maji. Utashindwa maji ya kuweka ndani juu mvua imeisha. I want to ask you to please come on up early so that we can have the conversation early and we can build the Kenyans early. And I'd like for those who are still jumping up, for those who want to still also support Sound Country Talk, use just the scrolling digits on the screen or the details on the screen. For those who are in Kenya, you can use the till number, which is 516575, or you can use the phone number, the Bernard phone number, which is pins there, which is +254 718 454 585. And it will be good, and God will bless you as even you do that, so that we can enable everything to run smoothly and to run accordingly as even we decide we continue the discussions. Okay, I'll first bring the video I promised you, and then tusikiza Kalonzo. Kalonzo alisema kitu, and then one time when pengine they'll get the idea to go to create a maandamano for one time. I don't know, but let us watch out this.
Afisi kadhaa za serikali ikiwemo mahakama ya Kikuyu, afisi za eneo bunge hilo na vituo vya polisi vya Kikuyu na Olkalau zimeteketezwa kwenye maandamano ya leo. Magari kadhaa ya polisi yamechomwa kwenye kizaazaa, huku pia maduka ya kibinafsi yakiharibiwa katika maeneo ya kati. Kama Mwangi anaangazia matukio haya katika maeneo ya kati hii leo.
Yalitajwa kuwa maandamano ya amani, ila mwisho wa siku uharibifu mkubwa umeshuhudiwa eneo la kati, waandamanaji wakigeuka afisi za serikali na maduka ya kibinafsi. Katika kaunti ya Kiambu, vituo vya polisi vya Kikuyu na Makongeni mjini Thika vimechomwa, huku mahakama za Kikuyu na afisi za mbunge Kimani Ichung'wah pia zikiteketezwa. Waandamanaji wakionyesha ghadhabu yao kwa serikali. Vijana katika kaunti ya Nyandarua waliwashirikisha maafisa wa polisi kwa mbio za paka na panya mchana kutwa, kilele cha maandamano hayo kikiwa ni kuchomwa kwa kituo cha polisi cha Olkalau kufuatia kuuawa kwa mwandamanaji mmoja. Magari mawili ya polisi pia yaliteketezwa nje ya afisi za naibu kamishna wa Olkalau ya kati. Na hatimaye katika kaunti ya Nyeri, duka kubwa la Naivas lililoko ukanda wa chini wa mji wa Nyeri halikusazwa. Waandamanaji ambao pakubwa walitamani kulipora duka la Shieni linalomilikiwa na mbunge wa Kieni Njoroge Wainaina na lililo ukanda wa juu wa mji huo walibadili nia na kuivamia Naivas. Hii ni baada ya maafisa wa polisi kuwapiku waandamanaji hao kwa gesi ya kutoa machozi na risasi za mipira. Kama Mwangi, runinga ya Citizen.
Peter, thank you. That in 2023, some of us were nearly killed in Mathare. That time we are demonstrating peacefully against the high cost of living. In fact, those demonstrations of 2023 led eventually to the establishment of the National Dialogue Committee team, the NADCO. But in 2024, when the young people took to the streets in exercise of their constitutional rights, they were killed. Killed in 2023, by the way, about similar number, basically about 60 to 70 were killed, and we went burying them everywhere. We buried them in Siaya, in Makueni. My colleague was reminding us about Brian in after near Wote, after Imali. And Brian, for example, the story was so sad. He had just qualified to go to the university, and his ambition was to go complete his studies, come and build a house for his mother. He was not able to do that. But we all got together with the county government, Makueni. We were able at least to give that lady a house within 1 month when we were burying Brian. So that was in 2023. In 2024, young Kenyans, the Gen Zs, caught world attention. And even today, I'm quite sure the international community is watching. I've heard the BBC and others. The lead item is about a remembrance of the very brilliant and bold young Kenyans who came to the streets to again in furtherance partly to the issue of high cost of living, but they were now saying this was now being strongly enshrined through the infamous finance bill of 2024. So they came out armed only with bottles of water, their national flags, and their telephones. And they did what actually became a very heroic action. So today we want to remember them. I remember, for example, Eric Kyalo was shot on the head by a sniper's bullet. And remember young Kennedy Odhiambo in very innocently in Rongai. And we had the testimony of his mother when we went for the memorial service at All Saints Cathedral. Young people. And then after that, the culture of abductions followed. They didn't stop at killing the young Kenyans, but they followed this now with high-handedness, the Sumbarus, the famous Sumbarus. I remember, by the way, in 2023, I was myself put under house arrest. I was not allowed to come out because previous week we went all the way to Wote and other places. We were all over. So brutality has been the order of the day of this Kenya Kwanza administration. Now, today, we just want to remember these young people. Yesterday, when we were launching the People's Restorative Justice Commission, we made it very clear that our intention today was to come and lay wreaths in remembrance of these young people. And I think that is, as their parents, are entitled, and other Kenyans are entitled. We also actually said clearly, we've been saying it, today is a public holiday. Indeed, it is now going to, is it 9 o'clock? And I've never seen the streets of Nairobi being so clear, easy traffic today. A lot of Kenyans have chosen to stay at home in sympathy with what happened on the 25th of June, 2024. That is where we are here. Eugene made it clear, if there are people wielding machetes, pangas, and rungus, that is not our culture. And it is time, and we now need to make it clear when the rungu wielding people, when they're demonstrating against the killing of Ojwang, right? And then these people came out carrying rungus and wherever. They did not stop there. Yeah? Not the young people. The organized gangs are the ones who rained terror on shop owners in the streets, in Koinange Street, in Kaunda Street. I remember people who are the electronic shops, for example. Even the police were helping themselves, amazingly. So I think that we need to call them out and to say that this country changed forever politically. The governance of this country changed forever on the 25th of June last year. And that's why we are here. And therefore nobody can wish that away. As you heard us say yesterday, we set up the PRJC, right, led by Justin Muturi. And we know that the world attention will be drawn to that because men and women all over the world want justice. Justice for Ojwang, justice for the fallen young heroes of 25th of June. And today, as we speak, not a single penny has been paid by this administration to either the victims, of course, are gone, but also their relatives, also victims, not a single penny. And yet we actually remember when for example, ODM joined this administration outside KICC, one of the points in the 10-point agenda was compensation. Even I think in Homa Bay, Raila tried to remind them, okay? Nobody, it's like talking to a stone. This is why we cannot understand why those people, anybody would have wanted to join them. So we have set up a People's Commission, Justice Commission. And we know the world will be coming in. And if you look at the quality and the membership of that commission led by Justin Muturi, it is the best we could think of doing. And we must thank our brother Justin Muturi for agreeing to chair that, because his credentials will even attract all attention, perhaps even support because I think the media will be invited to hear all these stories, some of which we heard yesterday. And so we must get our country back. That's why we are here. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Asante sana kwa kuendelea kuwa nasi. Maandamano ya ukumbusho wa vijana wa Gen Z yalipokuwa yakiendelea, Rais William Ruto ambaye alikuwa mjini Kilifi katika hafla ya mazishi amewashauri vijana kutii sheria hata wakati wanapojieleza barabarani. Hafla hiyo pia ikihudhuriwa na kiongozi wa chama cha ODM Raila Odinga ambaye alikariri msimamo wake kwamba waathiriwa wa maandamano wanapaswa kufidiwa, kama anavyotuarifu Crispin Otieno.
Wakati ambapo maandamano yalishika kasi katika sehemu kadhaa nchini, vijana waliojawa ghadhabu wakikabiliana na maafisa wa usalama katika miji mbalimbali. Rais William Ruto kwa pamoja naye kiongozi wa chama cha ODM Raila Odinga waliongoza wakuu serikalini katika hafla ya mazishi ya babake gavana wa Kilifi Gideon Baya Mung'aro. Rais akitumia jukwaa hilo la mazishi kuzungumzia maandamano.
Hata wale wako na maoni tofauti, hata wakati wa maandamano pia tuhakikishe ya kwamba maandamano yale yasiwe ya fujo, yasiwe ya kuharibu mali, yasiwe ya kuharibu amani katika taifa letu la Kenya.
Kiongozi wa ODM Raila Odinga vilevile akitumia fursa hiyo kuzungumzia maandamano yanayoshuhudiwa nchini, akirejelea kauli yake kwamba familia zilizoathirika pia zinafaa kufidiwa.
Maandamano imehalalishwa na katiba yetu, lakini maandamano yanataka kufanyike kwa njia ya amani. Sisi tulikuwa tunafanya maandamano miaka miwili iliyopita, na tulikuwa tunasema tunataka kufanya maandamano ya amani. Tunataka tuweke sheria ili maandamano isilete shida.
Ruto aidha alitumia fursa hiyo kupigia upato handshake, akisema kwamba ni wakati ambapo serikali na viongozi wanapaswa kuungana kwa minajili ya maendeleo zaidi.
Mimi nataka nimshukuru kaka yetu mkubwa Raila Amolo Odinga kwa kukubali ya kwamba tuunganishe taifa letu la Kenya, ndio tuweze sio kuendesha siasa siku baada ya nyingine, wiki baada ya nyingine, mwezi baada ya mwingine, mwaka baada ya mwingine.
Mambo ya 2027 inakuja, lakini tuko 2025. Hatuwezi kufanya campaign kwa miaka mitano kila mara kwa mara.
Viongozi mbalimbali kutoka ODM na Kenya Kwanza pia wakihubiri amani na umoja wa taifa.
Viongozi wa pwani, tuko nyuma yako kwa sababu ya yale matendo ambayo unamfanyia mpwani na zile programs ambazo ziko mezani.
Baba alipotuita siku ile kwa ushauri na tulifanya mkutano Malindi wa broad base ya kwamba tufanye kazi pamoja, mimi nilikuwa mmoja wa kwanza kuunga mkono, kwa sababu sisi tunachotaka hasa nikiwa gavana ni maendeleo ya watu wa Kilifi County.
Katika hafla hiyo ya mazishi, mwenda zake Baya alikumbukwa kama mzee aliyependa amani, utulivu na maendeleo. Crispin Otieno, runinga ya Citizen.
Naona mababa wa nchi wameamua kuzungumza pia na wao kuchangia kwa masuala ya maandamano. Wanasema kwamba maandamano itandikwe lakini kwa ya amani. Manake maandamano lazima iendelee, tuwezi kosa maandamano.
Maandamano sio kuvunja, maandamano sio uhalifu. Maandamano sio uhalifu na sio kuhujumu sheria kwa njia moja au nyingine. Lakini katika hayo yote lazima kila mtu awajibike. We say that leadership is responsibility. Na kila mtu anapotafuta haki yake, ile ambayo ni haki yako, which is your right. Your right starts and ends where mine begins. So if you are exercising your right and it's infringing on my right, then you are infringing on my right is making your right my problem. And so I will need to fight you because of the same. But starting from the first video, people's anger getting out of hand to the level of them banning a court, banning a police station, banning government vehicles. It's uncalled for. Now, I know that's a reaction because the police have misused the power they have, which I've been saying. There's no need of killing somebody because of protests or controlling protests. Do your best to control the people, but don't kill. And if you shoot somebody so that it can be saved by a doctor. Don't shoot to kill. And so because of that lady that was shot in Olkalau, the people got angry and now began to fight against the police. And that's what resulted into all that. And also that also means that let's be responsible in our expressing our anger, not to create more losses. Okay, we have already lost our life. You now want us to lose a police station, lose a court, lose vehicles. So we are multiplying hasara. Tunaongeza hiyo hasara. In the process, we will still have to take care of those things. Hata tukimaliza kushughulikia hiyo hasira yetu. So naomba wakati tunakosewa tuwe na ile hali ya kujicontrol. Self-control is important in managing people and managing yourself. Then of course tumeona pia utofauti, we call it intolerance. Kama kuna mwanasiasa ambaye hajaingia kwa mrengo wenu, okay, na bado anapigia debe serikali, kama hiyo imekuwa kwa ichungu, so kwenda kuchomea ofisi na hiyo mambo mengine yote, hiyo inaonyesha political intolerance, whereby we want to express our dissenting voices, but we don't want people to have contrary opinion about what we are agitating for. That is not how politics should be. Like it is said, in democracy, the majority will have their way, but the minority should have their say. So tusiharibiane na tusifike kiwango ambacho we get out of control kabisa, tuanze kuharibu vitu. Hiyo tunazidisha kurudisha nchi nyuma, kwa sababu sasa hiyo sehemu polisi station inapaswa kujenga fresh, court inapaswa kujengwa fresh, na hiyo pia itahitaji kuweka proposal, ndio budget ifanywe kwa bunge, ndio pesa itolewe. So it will take another year or two before those things are restored. So let's be responsible to see to it that in our anger, tufunge barabara ndio, tuchome tiles ndio, lakini tusichome assets na tusiharibu public property, because police station is a public property, the court is a public property. Yani we are shareholders, we are owners of those things. So tukisichoma ni sisi bado tutazijenga. So let's not get there. On Ruto's talking about vijana wafanye maandamano, lakini wafanye maandamano kulingana na sheria na wasivunje sheria wakifanya maandamano. Is good advice, but is he applying it in terms of his police officers following that same law? Kwa sababu sheria hailindwi tu sehemu moja. Wanaandamana wanapaswa kulinda sheria, na wanaoongoza wanaoandamana ama wanaolinda wale wanaoandamana pia wafanye nini? Walinde sheria. Na sheria zote za Kenya sijaona sheria inasema shoot to kill. Sijaona sheria inasema use live bullets kwa contain crowds. So please, the law should be obeyed, yes, should be adhered to, but by all parties, not one party. Then two, as president, he should not talk like the way he's talking ni kama anakejeli maandamano. Okay? Haonyeshi umuhimu wa maandamano. Tofauti na kama vile baba amesema vizuri, maandamano yamehalalishwa kikatiba. Okay? Lakini kwa ya amani. So he supports the maandamano. But when you see the body language of Ruto and his tone. He's not talking about maandamano on the positive side. He's talking at maandamano on it is an inconvenience, it is disturbing him, it is troubling him. So it left for him, it should not be. But more than that, from where I sit, him as the president, he needs not to talk about vijana waandamane lakini wasiharibu mali na wasichome nyumba. Him as president is supposed to address why are they andamanating, okay? How is he fixing what is causing them kuandamana? Kwa sababu iko katika majukumu yake ya kuona hiki ambacho kinafanya watoto walie ni nini? Ni njaa. Basi siniende jikoni nikoroke upate kakitu. Okay? So ukitaka watu waandamane, ikue kuandamana ndiyo, lakini katika huo kuandamana tuwe tuna reduce sababu za kuandamana. Hao vijana wanaandamana kuhusu abductions. Hizo abductions bado zinaendelea. Wanaandamana kuhusu killings, police killings. Hizo killings bado zinaendelea. Okay? Wanaandamana kuhusu lack of job opportunities. Those lack of job opportunities are still going on. So what are you doing as Ruto and as head of state to reduce, at least if not address all of these things, so that you say, mulisema wanashikwa, unatengeneza website, unakujiwa hivi na hivi. This ought not to be the case. And so he seems to be hiding behind the court of Raila Odinga and his agreement with the ODM, other than him standing out as president and giving the country leadership. Maandamano itatokea wakati uongozi hauonekani kama unasuluhisha matatizo ambayo yanakumba watu. Ni kama wewe ni foreman wa shamba na wafanyikazi wanalia, hizi jembe umetupatia mipini ni mifupi, okay? Ama hazijanolewa, okay? Zinasumbua. So umepewa haya mambo yote, lakini wewe unasema limeni, mnyamazeni na mlime. Leo nataka hakuna kurudi nyumbani mpaka eka 3 zimeisha. So you are enforcing while you're causing the outcry of the people or ignoring the outcry of the people. And that is a disappointment from the William Ruto, and why when he wants to stay in office, ignoring to solve the problems of Kenyans. That to me, it doesn't sit well. It doesn't sit well. Kwa nini mimi ni insist nataka kuwa kwa hii kipindi na sifanyi kile kipindi kinapaswa kufanyika? So, kama kipindi kimenishinda sini fungashi, badala ya kusema mimi lazima nisimamie kipindi, lazima nikae kwa hii. Tekeleza majukumu yako, mambo yanyoke. Lakini kama yamekushinda, sema nilijaribu, imenishinda, naomba msaada, mnisaidie. So what's going on in this country, from what I see, it is a fault of the current leadership. Not that it cannot lead. It's not even making use of the available resources. Okay? Hii nchi iko na wazee. Hii nchi iko na retired president. Hii nchi iko na prime minister. Okay? Iko na former vice president kama 3 bado wako. 3 4. Musalia iko, Wangomudi bado iko. Okay? Kuna watu wana uzoefu wa uongozi. William Ruto angekuwa rais ambaye akona amani, asumbuliwi, angekuwa nini? Anatumia hii hekima yote ambayo imemzunguka. Lakini ameacha hii hekima yote ya wazee, hekima ya retired president, hekima ya nini, ameingia katika malumbano ambayo hayafai. So kwangu mimi, free advice for William Ruto, change the approach, you will improve on your results. But if you keep insisting at polisi waheshimiwe, sheria ilindwe na hii mambo, na au address kile ambacho kinafanya watu waende kwa barabara, kinafanya familia ilie, kinafanya jamii ilie, haitamaliza hii mambo yote. Na hakuna kukosa kwa kurudi chini. As a leader, kuna time ya kupanda na kuna time ya kurudi. Na mojawapo ya kukubalika machoni pa watu, hata wale ambao wamekuchukia, ni ile wakati ambapo unafika unasema, nimejaribu kusukuma, nimekubali, I think I was wrong about affordable housing. I think I was wrong about Hustler Fund. I think I was wrong about this. So can we do it this way? Can we change? What do we do to introduce this particular thing so that it can serve the purpose? Like now, yeye alidharau kazi kwa vijana. Sasa yeye ameirudisha. Okay? Alidharau subsidies. Amezirudisha. Okay? So sababu ya kuzitoa ilikuwa nini?
Ile tu kutokuwa na tunasemaje, mwelekeo mbaya, mwelekezi. Manake wakati mwingine kama unaona kuna kitu kinafanya vyema, mbona ukiondoe? Kwa mfano nikuje niseme hii nyumba imekuwa na mlango, na mlango umekuwa hapa, tumekuwa tukitumia mlango kupita, na hii Maasai haitaki mlango. Unakuja unabomoa, ukishabomoa, ukishatoa mlango tena, lakini tutatokea haja na nyumba sasa. Acha tubige mlango. Hivyo ndivyo unaonekana, hivyo mambo inaweza kaa inakuwa. Manake nilipoona kitu kama swala unauliza, unaona ni kama tu hivyo tu, like ungeona nyumba iko na mlango, nikaona kwamba toe mlango. Baada ya kuitoa, tukashaingia ndani, tumepiga plaster. Tunagundua tunavua tupende. Sasa tunaanza tena kukata tena mlango, tunaanza tena kukata, turudishe mlango. Hiyo na mambo hayo tunakutana nayo kama Wakenya, ama mambo ambayo inawezekana inaonekana kama Wakenya ambapo yanatokea. Na yanazuia kama nchi yetu kusonga mbele, maana tunatembea kwa ule mwendo mingi, unataka mara mingi mwendo wa mlima. Kwamba tunakanyaga steps 3 mbele, tunakanyaga hatua moja mbele, tunarudi nyuma 3. Sasa kule tunapokwenda unakuta tunaona ndio tunaenda, lakini sasa hatufiki. Maana tunatembea kama mlevi. Na ukuta siku zote ukitembea kama mlevi, ingawa hata kama unaweza fika, unaweza kusudia ung'ang'ana ambako ufike. Ukuta hiyo ung'ang'ana ni kule kung'ang'ana kwingi. Na ambapo uko kung'ang'ana kwingi, unakuta wakati mwingine kuna fanya wengine wanafika kwa njia wanashindwa, wengine wanafika kwa njia wanakufia kwa njia, kwa sababu kuna ile kung'ang'ana ambayo sio kwa kawaida. Lakini tukikuta kama mambo yanaenda sawa, tunapiga hatua, hata kama ni hatua ndogo ndogo, lakini hatuendi kama mlivyo kwamba tunaenda moja mbele tunarudi 3 nyuma, kwamba tunakataza hii tutoe, kisha tukishafika pale acha turudishe.
Hiyo inatoka ile kutojifunza. Kuna kitu teachable spirit. Teachable spirit inamaanisha kuna post naona kwa Facebook, mtu ana post anasema nimechoka kujifanya. Okay, hii USB inamaanisha nini? Okay, so kuna ile hali kila mtu ana assume kwamba everybody knows this, but wewe sasa kwa sababu hutaki kuwa mjinga, kuonekana mjinga, wewe pia unasema unajua. Lakini inafika mahali unasema wacha nikubali, sijuangi hii, nionyeshwe. That accepting to be taught. William Ruto should have come to the office, okay? If we did not understand why Uhuru Kenyatta had kazi mtaani, we do not understand why Uhuru Kenyatta was doing subsidy, we should have asked why. Because alipoingia kwa ofisi, hakupata ofisi kwa tupu. Okay? Alipata ma-ministers, wale walikuwa CS, wale walikuwa Uhuru. Kina Matiang'i, wote waliendelea na yeye mpaka akatengeneza kabineti. Hizo vitu zote angekuwa ameokota na amepitia.
Na niulize, si Ruto alikuwa kwa hiyo serikali ama ni mtu mwingine ambaye?
So ndio mimi nauliza, ndio nashindwa. Unajua sasa ile you want to play a hero. Okay? Unaonanga ile ulikuwa unacheza mpira, unajua. Uko kwa bench na wachezaji wanacheza. Alafu katika hiyo kucheza wamelemewa. Na time pia
nakimbia.
Lakini hapa kwa bench unasema nikiingia tu 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Coach, dakika mbili.
Hii kitu nitapindua. Lakini ukiingia uone uko defense wameshoda, hakuna kupenya, unaanza kuelewa okay. Kwa bench ilikuwa rahisi, lakini hapa kwa field ni tofauti. And that's why I'm for leadership ile ya kuongezea kila ambacho ulipata. Sio haribu kila kitu ulipata ili uanze fresh. Unaona? So angekuwa ameingia kwa ofisi na anataka kuongezea kila ambacho alikipata na kuboresha kila ambacho alikipata, angekuwa na shida kama ilivyo sasa hivi. Ni ile hali ya kulikuwa na kazi mtaani, ilikuwa inafanywaje, pesa yake ilikuwa inatoka wapi? Okay, tunaweza kuhakikisha kwamba hii pesa ipo na haitaingilia masuala mengine. Okay, kulikuwa na free secondary education, free primary education. Hizo vitu zote zimeshinda, saa hizi zinakuwa scrapped off. Kwa nini? Aliingia tu na akuuliza, na alikuwa sehemu ya hiyo serikali. Inamaanisha Ruto alikuwa analala time ya cabinet meeting. Alikuwa hajali kile ambacho kinasemekana katika hiyo cabinet meeting. So to me, hii ni mwiba wa kujidunga, number 1. Na wanasema mwiba wa kujidunga hauna pole. Secondly, usidharau kitu ambacho hujui vile kinafanyika. Jifunze kwanza. Okay? Jifunze kwanza. Unaweza sema nikifanya tu hivi itafanyika. Hapana. Kuna mambo ambayo yanahitaji haswa yakihusisha watu tofauti. Lastly, your team. Your team is as strong as team members. Ukichukua weak members, put them together, you have a weak team. You put strong people together, you have a strong team. So the strength of the team is determined by the quality of the people that form that team. Angalia team ya Ruto. Angalia team ya advisors wa Ruto. Angalia team ya cabinet yake. Inatisha. Okay? Inatisha in the sense that huwezi kuitegemea. It's not even inspiring hope in Kenyans. And that in itself is a letdown. And so he needs to do a lot of changes. Before I put it back to you, let me just make this official communication. As we are all aware, one of us, our senior Reverend Lala, alipoteza mama yake na mazishi yamepangwa tarehe 11 mwezi wa Julai. So wale ambao mko kwa WhatsApp group yetu ya Sound Candy Talk, tumepin hapo ile WhatsApp group ambako tunachangia ile funeral expenses, na ningependa kuwarai tukajitahidi kuparticipate. Kila mtu hapa anajua Reverend Lala kama umekuwa sehemu ya Sound Candy Talk, na is a very important resource person on this particular channel, and he's our friend, he's in our family. So let's not abandon him in this time of need. So since we don't want to have a special kitty for Sound Candy Talk, we just want to encourage you to join the WhatsApp group where everybody's generally contributing, and make your contribution while you are in the group. So I'll be putting the link of the WhatsApp group on the comment section. You just click on it, itakupeleka kwa group, you join and then follow what is happening. You should number in the group. Don't send contribution for Lala Smartha's funeral on my number. No, send it to the number in the WhatsApp group so that the records are clear. Where umefanya contribution directly to where everybody's contributing, other than us having different segments of those contributions. That is number one. Number two, StreamYard, the app that we are using to broadcast, we pay $50 every month. This month we have not paid, and they may discontinue us any moment from now. So nilikuwa nataka kabla hii show ishe, you give me those $50 tu. Mtu mmoja, watu wawili, watatu wajitolee, mnipatie hiyo $50 nilipe hii StreamYard, ndio tuendelee na mazungumzo bila kushtuka. Ama mnataka turudi kwa ile enzi ya tunaanza tuanzi, tukizungumza tunakatiwa na hiyo mambo mengine. So naomba tafadhali kwa hayo mawili tu, hayo mawili link, acha niite Lala link, Reverend Lala. Hii ndio link. Ukiklik kwa hii link inakupeleka kwa WhatsApp group. Kifika kwa WhatsApp group utapata hapo details on how you can make your personal contribution towards the funeral of the mother to Reverend Lala. So please, let's be active there. We have always done this, and of course, as family, let's pull together. So remember that. And then those of you who have his personal contact, you know, when you have a funeral, you need moral support, you need even counsel, advice, please reach out to him. He's still planning to travel back to Homa Bay. Na hayo mengine tutazungumza ndani kwa ndani. But kama hujajiunga na WhatsApp group yetu ya Sound Candy Talk na ungependa kujiunga nayo, inbox me your number, okay? Ama kuja kwa studio, unipatie hapo kwa private chat your number, then I will add you to the WhatsApp group. Na huko kwa WhatsApp group pia tunakuwa na debate tu, inakuwa heated, na kuna mambo mengi inaendelea kwa WhatsApp group ambayo hayafikangi kwa studio. So ukitaka siasa moto moto na ku exchange na watu tofauti on the WhatsApp group, you can join the WhatsApp group. Just share your number, your WhatsApp number. You can even text me on that number for contributions, +2547184545585. Useme unataka kuingia kwa kuongezwa kwa WhatsApp group, then tutakuongeza. Asante.
Natumai umepeana information ya kutosha. Kwa wale wa Facebook, unaweza tuma to the DM, just DM on Facebook, will be good, and then the details will be communicated too. I think we have exhausted this session, so we'll bring it to an end, but don't go away, we are coming up with another session. So bado tuko tu hapa mpaka asubuhi, mpaka asubuhi.
Don't promise what you can't deliver.
We are still coming up with another segment. Please just share the live. We are coming up with another segment that will be checking out the news outside the country. Tusikie watu wengine hao nje pia nao wanasema nini. Huyu kutoka Mombasa, huyu kutoka Kilifi, huyu kutoka Mandera, huyu kutoka Wajir. Pia nao tutakuwa nacheza maoni yao na kusikiza pia na kuyaweza kuona pia nao wamesema nini kulingana na masuala ambayo yametokea nchini kwetu. Na tunazidi kuwa bora, manake kama Sound Candy Talk na washukuru, manake siku zote mmezidi kusimama na Kenya kuhakikisha kwamba Kenya inasonga mbele vizuri. Na kwa leo sina mengi, lakini ngoja leo tumeanza segment, tulianza mapema kidogo, lakini tunarejea na ingine ya kuweza kuwapa maoni. So usitoke mbali, hii inapoisha tu itachukua muda mrefu, ya pili itakuwa imejaa. ya kutufikisha masaa yengine hapo. Maybe kama Bernard anala kuwa bandulia.
Nothing more to say. I think we have learned enough from what has gone down. But like I said, let's be our brother's keeper. Let's watch around ourselves, help where necessary. Kama uko na information, kuna mtu amejeruhiwa, labda anahitaji msaada na ujui vile atapata msaada, you can also voice that out. Then we may look for how to link you to the required solution to the same. But for now, this country needs you. It needs me. Let's all pull together to see to it that we salvage whatever that is left of this country and then propel it to get to the place where it will be able to serve Kenyans equally without fail. So as we sign out here, we will be waiting for you to make sure that hiyo $50 nimeipata kabla nilale leo.
Sawa. Do you want to send kanto kwa watu tuangusha? Wenye mko Kenya mnatumia hiyo till number. Cheza tu kiwewe. That's what Gen Z normally say. Cheza tu kiwewe. Cheza tu kiwewe and will be good so that we can get it up. Sina la ziada bila kutua kipindi hichi kwenye kituo na tupate kipindi kijacho.
You are watching Sound Candy Talk live. We also work on creating documents, feature stories, explainer videos, 3D animation, and anything media related. We also offer consultation on media related topics. Our work is timely, professional, and very affordable. So talk to us, soundcandytalk@gmail.com, or you can call us on 07 18 45 45 85. At Sound Candy Talk, we provide live UHD broadcasting for church services, talk shows and podcasts, weddings, live bands, products and services launches, webinars and trainings, Zoom meetings, conferences, seminars, exhibitions, and virtual concerts.
You've dreamed about the perfect wedding, the dress, the vows, the happily ever after. But let's ask the most important question. Before you say I do, are you truly ready for the lifelong commitment that comes after the honeymoon period fades? Bernard Ngozzi's groundbreaking ebook, Are You Marriage Ready?, is the ultimate guide to building a successful, lasting marriage. This isn't just another relationship book, it's a heart-to-heart conversation that prepares you for one of life's biggest decisions, getting married. Are you choosing love or just infatuation? Are you building a marriage or just planning a wedding day?
Reading this book was a game changer. I realized I wasn't as ready as I thought, but now I'm on the right path.
Don't wait until it's too late. Invest in your future. Download Are You Marriage Ready today. Link in the description below. Your future spouse deserves the best. Are you ready?
Marriage is one of life's most monumental decisions. It's not just about the wedding day or the ring. It's about committing your heart, mind, and soul to a lifelong partnership. But here's the big question. Are you really ready? Introducing Are You Marriage Ready? By Bernard Ngozzi, a transformative ebook designed to guide you in building a successful and fulfilling union. This essential resource delves deep into personal growth, compatibility assessment, and the true meaning of marriage beyond the fairy tale. Learn how to reflect on your values, develop emotional resilience, and evaluate your relationship to ensure compatibility. This book opened my eyes to areas I needed to work on and helped me see my relationship in a new light. Jessica M. Available now for just $5, Are You Marriage Ready? Is accessible on all major platforms. Don't miss this opportunity to prepare yourself for one of life's most beautiful journeys. Follow the link in the description below to download your copy now. Empower your future. Embrace a fulfilling marriage now.
jungle.
Kutoka vijijini, mijini hadi jijini. Hii ni Sound Kanti Talk Live. Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye
Good day, ladies and God. Sorry about that.
Unatazama Sound Kanti Talk Live.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, a lot is taking place in our world that we will need to work hard to stay abreast. Well, the family of Boniface Kariuki, the young man who was shot by the police in the protest on Tuesday, is crying foul that they are abandoned by the government and otherwise, as their son is fighting for his life at Kenyatta National Hospital. This leaving us wondering who should be held responsible for this kind of act, not only in the quest for justice, but for the families that fall victim to police brutality and all manner of ills committed against these families. Who bears the responsibility for the bills? Then where there is death, what happens? It falls back to the family, and that is all. We need to look into this keenly as we find answers to these soul-searching questions. Appreciate all of you that are joining from wherever you are. Please keep it a Sound Candid Talk. Invite somebody to join. We'll extensively be looking at that. There are two specific individuals, there's Boniface and there is Omondi. A new Omondi, Samuel Omondi Okoth. Was shot 8 times in the back The doctors have succeeded to remove 7 bullets out of the 8. They're saying the 8th one is in a very critical place that may interfere with his spinal cord. Now, I just don't get it. At times I'm left without words. Why would somebody shoot another 8 times? Is that protest? Is that, what do you intend to get? 8 bullets in one body. Well, unfortunately, is another Okoth. We've just been supporting Frank Okoth. Now there is Samuel Omondi Okoth, survived 8 bullets in his body. He's fighting for his life also at Kenyatta National Hospital. What a world we live in. What a country. What a government. Well, welcome on board as we start this conversation. Thank you so much for being here. We salute all of you for your commitment and continued followership. We appreciate all of you for your support and, of course, believing in us and making sure that we are here to look into these things. The other twist to our discussion is about the goons. There are some confessions on who hired the goons, who assigned them to do what, although the police continue distancing themselves from the same. I don't think they can run too far. All the same, thank you so much for being here. Let's start with that story of the Kariuki family crying that they are abandoned, and another sad matter of it that there are still people who still want to make money from this family. Understand somebody posed as a SHA agent, demanded payment so that the SHA insurance can take care of the bills for Boniface, only for it to come out as if it's the usual conmanship. I don't know. Are we still humans? I mean, the family is coming to terms with their son being shot. They are not even sure their son will survive. And you still go to condemn money. Well, let me not get worked up, but maneno mengine inanishinda tu, mtanisamehe, lakini mimi nashindwa hata kama si wabaya. Yaani uovu wetu upimiki mpaka uende kuibia wala ambao. Let's look at the family and their story, and as we please invite somebody, share the link widely. Mambo mengine yananishinda sana. Let's keep it here. Sound Candy Talk.
The family of mask vendor Boniface Kariuki, who was shot during Tuesday's protest, is now complaining of being abandoned by the government despite their kin being in critical condition at the Kenyatta National Hospital. 5 days after his admission to the intensive care unit, the family says investigative agencies are yet to reach out to them to record statements or check on the progress of the victim, despite his injuries being inflicted by a police officer. In an update at the hospital, the family says Kariuki is paralyzed on the left side, and that is after he was shot in the head at close range. Gatete Njoroge reports on the family's agony, even and which what has been compounded, reportedly by Kariuki's father being conned out of 200,000 shillings.
A mother in pain, Susan Nyambura breaks down before journalists
watching her firstborn son at the Kenyatta National Hospital's intensive care unit for the last 5 days has taken a toll on her. Boniface Mwangi Kariuki was a jovial young man before a police officer's bullet incapacitated him. Despite doctors conducting 2 surgeries to remove the bullet and bullet fragments inside his head, the mask vendor remains on life support as family clings to hope that he will regain consciousness.
Nasikia vibaya kwa saa hii. Juu mtoto wangu bado hajatoka hosi. Mgonjwa sana. Mara ya kwanza vile alikuwa hajabadilika.
Boniface cannot talk, and we don't expect Boniface's life to be back as the way it was. The left side of Kariuki can never come back to life.
Na tujue hali ya ukweli ya huyu kijana. Maana huyu kijana hajawahi badilika kutoka siku ya kwanza. Unakuta tu amerara, unakuta tu ni mashini inagoga na lakini yeye hata ukimuita, umuguza, umuogereshe harespondi kwa jambo lolote.
The family has accused the government of abandoning them despite their son being hospitalized as a result of police brutality. Since the incident took place, homicide detectives and IPOA are yet to reach out to record their statements and check on the progress of the victim.
Nobody has reached out to the family. Nobody has called the family. From the government, may it be from the investigators, no one has contacted the family. That's where the family came in contact with the wakili.
We are planning that on Monday, maybe we'll approach these security agencies to see whether we can get that assistance, which has not been forthcoming to date.
With the family still coming to terms with the unfortunate turn of events, Kariuki's father has fallen victim to online fraudsters who scammed him over 200,000 shillings on claims that they were in a position to help the family register for SHA. The cash was part of donations from Good Samaritans.
Ni mtu alikuwa anasema ati ako kwa saa ati tukinini hiyo bill ndio ipunguke nitume 20 na 500, lakini mwenye walienda kuweka akaweka kimakosa ikaenda ikuwa 200 na 500, lakini imeenda nikachukua ubi namba.
2 police officers, Clinzy Masinde Barasa and Duncan Kiprono, who were arrested in connection to the assault and shooting of Kariuki, are in police custody, waiting for the mention of their case on July 3rd. Gatete Njoroge, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We are becoming inhuman with every passing day. I mean, sio wajinga ndio waliwala, wanaumia au ndio wanaumizwa, wala wanaolia au ndio wanalizwa. I don't get it. All the same, the government is supposed to be held responsible for such occurrences. This matter took place on Tuesday. We are approaching Sunday, and the family says nobody has approached them. Nobody has, not even the investigators, nor the concerned parties. I want you to help me with wisdom and understanding of the same. Who is to be held responsible in such a matter? Who is supposed to step forth and help into ensuring that whatever is done, whatever should be done is done, and whatever that should be given out in terms of support to the family is done. This Kariuki family, they have an MCA, they have a member of parliament, they have a women rep, I'm sure. If they say nobody has come forth and they seem not to have a link between them and the central government, what's going on here? Is it now let the dead bury their dead or what? I need to hear what you think about the same. Thank you, those joining us on TikTok. Please share the live. Let's get more people to join and give your opinion out there. Let's be able to understand what's cooking. A family is, you know, in a situation where they were not anticipating. Kariuki went out as usual to look for daily bread as he was doing his mask selling, and he knew he's going home to his family. But now he's shot by police and it's all caught on camera, and it's clear it's a police officer that did that. Don't we have mechanisms of stepping in and helping this situation? I mean, should they be left in the hands of well-wishers? It's almost a week now. What happens? I think we deserve better, and not only deserving better, a proactive government should have measures. What happened to, we used to have a ministry called special, is it special affairs or special what? Special programs. We also, you know, there is a ministry for gender, there's a ministry for youth, there is used to have a ministry for home affairs. I don't know what ministry is supposed to be in, you know, intervening in this kind of a situation. And I mean, this is not something that it's a police case, yes, and the police are involved. So the government should be 100% active on the matter. Why would they be dilly-dallying on an open matter like this? The justice process is on, yes. The culprits are in remand, wherever they are in police custody, yes. They are waiting to appear before the judge. That's okay. But they're going to arrest the person. The victim is fighting for his life. The family is left in confusion. I thought we should be working from both ends. As we deal with the rogue police officer, we should also be supporting the family and help them at least navigate through this with ease. So, serikali mko wapi? Naomba unisaidie na huo ujumbe. Nashukuru kila mmoja, tumakinike katika kukaribishana tunapoangazia masuala haya. Na ambalo linanisumbua sana ni ile hali ya matapeli. Huku familia inatafuta jinsi ya kusaidiwa na kudili na bill, alafu matapeli pia wamekwenda huko kwa huyo mzee ambaye ako taabani, wamemwibia 1,200 tena, ambaye inatoka kwa wahisani, watu well wishers kumsupport tu kwa hiyo situation. Mtu amejipanga vizuri tu, akaweka msamiati vizuri, akaona mahala pazuri pa kwenda kukulia kutumia jina la SHA ni kwa huyu mzee. Mimi nauliza, hiki ni kizazi kipi? I mean, are we still human beings? Don't we have empathy? Don't we have sympathy? Don't we allow ourselves to feel what other people are going through? Why would we take advantage of such a situation? Okay, help me make sense of the same. Thank you, everyone. I salute everyone who is joining. Please be active. Karibisha mtu tumakinike pamoja, na wale ambao mnaingia studio, link nishaweka kwa comment section, naomba ukaitumie na tukajadili kwa kina mambo haya. Sijui Undumani yuko wapi na wengineo. Tuje mbio mbio tukazungumze kwa wazi mambo haya. Ni kipi hiki ambacho kimefanyika na sisi wa Kenya mpaka tunataka kuibia wale ambao wanahitaji msaada yetu? Yaani wewe umeona tu mahali pazuri pa kwenda kuiba ni kwa huyu mzee ambaye amechanganyikiwa, mwanawe kapigwa risasi, you know, kwa njia isiyoeleweka. Haya, baadaye tena wananchi wanamchangia hapa na pale ili wafanye nini? Ili weze kujimudu na mambo haya. Kuna bill ndio hiyo, anasema serikali ni kama imechana mbuka. Katika hiyo hali mtu anajipanga tu, ameweka msamiati mzuri ya kwenda kumuibia tena 200,000. Hey, Mungu katusaidie. Well, nawakaribisha nyote tumakinike tunapoendelea na mjadala, tusilegee, tukaribishane. What's happening with us? I would want to hear your opinion. Esther Stoll, I see you. Tuni, nataka maoni, mnasemaje? Na wengine ambao mmelala, amkeni. Kipindi ndio hiki, tumeanza kuchelewa ndio, lakini maoni mpaka tuyatoe na tuyasikie ipasavyo. Ni kipi hiki ambacho kimefanyika kwetu mpaka hatuhurumii watu? Yaani tumekuwa hayawani kabisa. Tunamuona mtu ameanguka chini, tunataka kummalizia hapo chini. Na hili kutokana tu na kile polisi wanafanya huku wamekwenda kukabili nini? Masuala ya maandamano. Katika hiyo masuala ya maandamano ni kuua watu. Kuna ile story nyingine ambayo tutacheza hivi karibuni kuhusu Okoth mwingine, Samuel Omondo Okoth. Apigwa risasi 8 kwa mgongo, 8. Hey. Sasa mbona hata ndovu God have mercy on me. Well, let me hear what you think about the whole scenario. Thank you very much. Naomba tumakinike kukaribishana. We're taking a short break. When we come back, we'll be switching to that story. And mpatie maoni yenu. Nani anapaswa kushughulikiwa kwa mambo haya? Na ningependa tu tushare hiyo. Kwa mfano, umepatikana kwa swala kama hili, unaenda wapi? Unaenda police station, unaenda kwa chief, unaenda wapi? Ningependa kujua hilo, mnielimishe. Sababu mimi sijui, lakini kwangu mimi naona serikali inapaswa kuwa na mstari wa mbele kwa mambo haya, na sio serikali ya kati peke yake, central government, kunapaswa kuwa pia county government. Hakunanga minister wa home affairs in the county government, kuna MCAs na nini, masuala kama haya. Where do you go as a family that is affected? Mwenzenu amepigwa risasi na polisi, yuko hospitalini, is fighting for his life. Sisi ambao tunapaswa kumshughulikia tunaenda wapi? Where do we go? Or report to the police station, and thereafter, where do we get help? I want you to help me with that information. I believe that will also help the Boniface family know what to do. I can see they have found a lawyer who is forging, of course, charges against the police officers that are involved in all this. But I'm talking in humanitarian aspect and, of course, social responsibility, because there is more than just pursuit for justice. There has to be that aspect of assisting this family. The family is, in shock. Things have happened that are beyond them, and they are coping with the situation. Who do we hold responsible? 1, 2, how do they get help? How do they get help beside the well-wishers, beside the family? Is there any sense of responsibility from the government, both governments, county government as well as central government? And should this matter be taken over by the family only, or the county government and the central government should step in, tracing the matter right from the rogue police officer? Because the problem was not for the family. This was not even a stray bullet, okay? It would be a different story if we call it a stray bullet. But this is somebody who deliberately pointed at Boniface and shot him in the head. So it was not the exchanges and then it strayed and it landed. No. Somebody directly picked on Boniface, shot deliberately. So in such a matter, I even don't know what they will be investigating. The person caught on camera should be already, being dealt with. But in my calculation, I really want to make sense of this. Those of you been here long enough, you should let us know. Polisi wamepiga risasi mtu wenu. Okay. Kesi ipo inaendelea mahakamani. Misaada ya kuhakikisha kwamba huyu mtu analipiwa bili yake hospitalini, familia inasaidiwa kwa njia moja au nyingine kukop na haya masuala. Tunakwenda wapi? Kwa sababu hata tukienda kushtaki serikali, hiyo itachukua muda. Bili inaongezeka, huyu mtu wako kwa machine, support machine. And support machine hailipwi na na mashilingi inalipa na hela safi. So naomba tunapoangazia swala hili tunachukua short break. Tukirejea tutakuwa tuna switch sasa kuangalia pia swala la Omondi, alafu tukachambue hilo. Lakini kwangu mimi hili linanitisha sana kwamba Wakenya tumekuwa hayawani. Hakuna anayejali mwingine, na hata wale ambao wameathirika na janga hili bado tunawaibia. Mungu tusaidie.